Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport, or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport, or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away.
Well, hello there and welcome along to Uptonsteel Grace Road for day 4 of this county championship match between Leicestershire and Essex. We have blue skies above, high white cloud, it is pleasant cricketing weather, and we've got what is an intriguing and exciting final day perhaps ahead. Here is the state of play then. Leicestershire, having been asked to follow on, a 326 for 7. Very good morning to all of you on the stream. You've got to put up with my ugly face on the screen at the moment. 326 for 7. They lead by 112 runs. Now for context, Leicestershire have never won following on, or having been asked to follow on, in their 146-year history. Lewis Hill is 64 not out. He will hold the key if they are to win this game and set a competitive total. Tom Scriven can bat, as can Josh Davey, and they've got Alex Green as their number 11 too. They will need the tail to bat for them, and bat well if they are to set a total that will be tough for Essex to chase. Essex, who have played really well throughout the game, of course, bowled Leicestershire out for 187 in the first innings, set 401 as their first innings total. We looked a bit uninspired yesterday in the latter stages of the day. However, there are plenty of demons in this pitch. We've seen plenty of variable bounce and movement off the pitch, and their bowling attack, having been rested overnight, will surely have their sights set on knocking Leicestershire over quickly, chasing down a low total, and they will go top of Division 1 if they win today. Just by the single point over Sussex, but that will be their aim. Both the sets of players out on the field, Lewis Hill and Tom Scriven, the batting partnership, and we have the Essex team wandering out too. You can listen on BBC Sounds, the BBC Sport website and app, or if you want to watch the final day, you're back at work, and you want this on your desktop or whatever throughout the day, then you can go on the Leicestershire YouTube, where the stream is very, very good indeed. You'll get our coverage there too. Small number of people trickling into the ground. I suppose it's just that little bit more difficult to come on a Monday, aren't they? But I suspect those people who have come today are looking forward very much to a very good game of cricket today. So Lewis Hill, 64 not out. Spoke to him last night at the end of the day's play. He said it wasn't his most fluent knock, and I think that's certainly fair. It's taken him 214 balls to get to 64, but he is probably the central tenet for Leicestershire in this game. Got Adam Whitty here, me from BBC Radio Leicester, and then from BBC Essex we've got Nick Gedling, he's next to me, and doing an update for BBC Essex very shortly, but he will join us for the rest of the day's commentary. And we are about to get underway on day 4. Thank you for your company. It's going to be Simon, it's going to be, is that Matt Critchley bowling? Yes, first over of the day, and back goes Lewis Hill and cuts for 4. It says Harmer on the big screen. That's the only reason I was confused, but I did think it was Critchley. Harmer's got fairer hair than that. 327 for 7 then, a lead of 113. An update for BBC Radio Leicester is on its way. Hello, Kira. As Critchley comes in, bowls this full, and it is defended by Lewis Hill. 327 for 7. Critchley, tall, mulleted, brown hair, moves away from us and bowls a flatter delivery, which again Scriven comes forward to. He's 1 not out. Good bat, Tom Scriven. He's got plenty of first-class 50s. It's always a surprise to see him at number 9 as he goes back, pulls that to mid-wicket. He will get a single. Both batters then off the mark. Update for Radio Leicester coming now. Yes, good morning, Maddie. Well, Leicestershire in 146 years have never won, having been asked to follow on, but that will be their aim today on the final day. They are 114 runs ahead of Essex, 328 for 7 in their second innings. Lewis Hill is key if they are going to set Essex a competitive target. He's 65 not out of 216 balls. Tom Scriven at the other end and the rest of the tail are going to have to bat with him if they're to get a good target. 170, 180. We've got our ourselves a game. Any more than that, and Essex might struggle. 328 for 7, the latest score early on day 4. You can hear it all on BBC Sounds.
Thanks, Adam. I'll see you back to know there's ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC.
So end of the first over, you just missed the defensive shot there from Scriven. End of the over, 3-2-8-4-7. Sort of giving it from a Leicestershire perspective there. I think from an Essex perspective, they were probably just felt that they looked a bit tired towards the end of the day yesterday. It was consistent bowling, line and length, but it didn't really seem to be breaking through, and they made slow progress. They're still favourites to win this game, there's no doubt about that. If they knock Leicestershire over quickly, you'd have confidence that they'll chase down 114 runs. But as I just said in that update, I think if you get to 170, 180, it's going to be competitive. Porter is going to bowl the first over of the day. He's going to bowl it from the Bennett end, so moving in towards us. And it's defended. And there is no run. Relatively chilly for a June day anyway, nice and mild in the centre of Leicester. As Porter, fair-haired, 1 for 62 his figures of 22 overs. He runs in now and bowls, and that is clipped away by Scriven for a single. Nick, good morning.
Yeah, morning Adam, morning everybody, and slight surprise to see Matt Critchley bowl the first over, but I wonder if he'll bowl the next one from this pavilion end, but we'll see. But Leicestershire, 3 runs added. Chris Silverwood, the Essex coach, said they would chase whatever they were set, but I'm sure in the back of his mind he'll be thinking it's not too many more, hopefully, because if Leicestershire are still batting at lunchtime, this will get very interesting.
Give us Essex's perspective, because I'll come to that in a second. His Porter is going to run in towards us, past the umpire. He bowls right arm over the wicket, defended by Hill. Watching, obviously I come with a slight Leicestershire bent, but I felt it was sort of an uninspired evening session, perhaps, from them. They got a couple of wickets, but I feel like there's life in that pitch, there's variable bounce in that pitch. I thought Leicestershire didn't really have to do too much to make that slow but steady progress. I don't know what Silverwood was like yesterday.
Basically, we're paying tribute to the efforts of the bowlers, because obviously both Porter and Snater in particular had heavy workloads.
Porter comes in, bowls, defends, does Hill. Yeah, they look tired, and that's understandable. They bowled 180 overs straight, so...
The one consolation we were discussing off mic was the fact that the Notts bowlers who are coming to Chelmsford next week have been in a very similar boat. They bowled over 200 overs at Trent without much of a break between the innings. So that might even itself out. But I was slightly, obviously Charlie Bennett's delay in his introduction, and also no Noah Thane, perhaps a little bit of a surprise.
As Porter comes in, bowls, defended again by Hill of a good length. That was what I suppose. That's probably actually a fairer critique. I suppose perhaps a little bit unfair there. As soon as Bennett did come on, he livened it up.
Yeah.
And there was a little bit more inconsistency in his bowling. That there were a few more gimme balls, but it seemed to me that Leicestershire weren't going to want to drive and weren't going to want to play shots. And Bennett was getting them to drive, he was getting them to play shots, and getting them to take risks, which is what they would have wanted. I just felt that was missing from Essex's approach yesterday. In comes Porter again. This is the final ball of the over, and that's played very late down by Hill. Down towards was his sort of backward point there, and he fields.
You see, normally Essex have got 3 bowlers of a similar type, all pretty economical if you add Sam Cook in with Porter and Snater. Snater's had a very good season. So basically you're keeping the pressure going with 3 bowlers. Now, of course, not having Sam Cook eventually told a little bit yesterday, because obviously of a number of overs that Porter and Snater had to bowl. Obviously an element of fatigue creeping in, and they haven't actually missed Sam Cook too much in the T20. Yesterday was the first day they actually really missed him, but that's because he's a tremendous performer, and he would have certainly, in addition, would have made it very hard for Leicestershire. But the other side of the coin, which Chris Silver would acknowledge, was how well Leicestershire resisted, and there were some good performances, not least this grinding innings from Lewis Hill, 66 from 221 balls. I mean, It's just what you want in a sort of rear guard situation, because part of the job is not just the scoring of runs, it's grinding the bowlers down with occupation of the crease. Bennett replaces Critchley and almost gets a wicket. That's sliced away past Gully for 4. That's a full shot, and it just underlines the point that Charlie Bennett is able to just get that little bit extra to happen with his bounce, and that one was a full shot, not too far away from Harmer in the gully, and yes, looking at it, certainly wasn't controlled. He's playing the shot again there, Hill, but it is a boundary, and it's taken him up to 17. It's 334 for 7, and the Leicester lead goes to 120.
Yeah, and that's the type of bowling we're talking about, isn't it? Full, trying to get the players to drive, but forcing the mistake.
Brighter now. There was a bit of a slight shower, actually, in the area a couple of hours ago. Bennett bowls. Oh, that's another beauty. 2 crackers in a row from Charlie Bennett. That one pitched and bounced and beaten Hill outside the off stump on the forward push. 2 really good deliveries first up here from Charlie Bennett, who's probably deserved his call up into the side just ahead of Zaman Akhtar. Wouldn't have been a lot in it. There was also a case for both of them playing in this game, perhaps. Maybe that case strengthened a little bit yesterday, given that Noah Thane didn't bowl. But there was possibly an argument for that, and it would have been a tight call in terms of selection. Slip in a gully and a short mid-wicket, and this is played this time compactly. A defensive shot from Hill. It just goes on the bounce down into the gully, and Harmer is there, and there's no run. So Essex will go top if they win, and if both, or neither, Warwickshire will not win. So both failed to win.
Which they probably won't.
Well, they've both got 450 plus targets. Notts were 51 for 3 at the moment. They've just started. 422 needed. One of those 3 is a night watchman as Bennett bowls, and that's edged and just over the top of Harmer. Wide of water at slip and between the two and over their respective shoulders, but a full shot. Again, a bit of extra bounce from Bennett, cracking over this. And Hill will be quite pleased to be at the other end. He's looking at the bottom of his bat, but that was genuinely wasn't sure where it had gone. It's just flown off the sort of open face and over and between the slip and gully. And Harmer goes to second slip after that. They don't want it going there again, because I think if Harmer had been there, he might just have got that at second slip with his outstretched hands, but no chance because it went between the two.
I think he would have needed stilts to get it. It was almost like he did it deliberately.
Yeah.
It was beautifully lobbed, but of course it was accidental.
So we do actually have a wide gully, but now 2 slips. Bennett bowling well. Bowls again, well pitched up this, driven along the ground for a single by Shriven. That's a good shot from him. He goes to 4, 335 for 7. So it may have been a full shot, but it's that one from Hill, but he's had a tough time in this over, but he's in the firing line again. I wonder if Bennett will get his man, but Hill has been a big obstacle here. Really has batted well. 71 from 225 balls.
Yeah, he's very obdurate, hasn't he? Very patient. I was talking to him, the interview that we had last night. I'll come to that in a second, Nick.
Here's Bennett from the pavilion end, running away from us. We're at an angle at, say, like fine leg as he's bowling, and that's just played defensively back down the pitch. Interesting over and a very good one. 336 for 7. The lead 122 with Shriven 4 and Hill 71. And obviously, it doesn't really matter at the moment, but as Leicestershire continue batting, eventually the number of overs left in the day will start to become significant. It's not at the moment. What I can tell you, it's a 96 over day, so there are 93 left.
Yeah. Back to normal timings today. So 1 o'clock lunch, 3:40 tea. Yes, Lewis Hill said, and it hasn't been, he's not middled a huge amount of deliveries, but it was just about staying there for him, just building slowly, building patiently. I think he's been playing himself into form too. It's not been his best season. That step up to Division 1 I think has been a big one, as Porter continues from the Bennett end. His first delivery is played late by Scriven. That's a lovely shot. It's going to run away for 4 runs to third man. It's a late cut. They've tried to do that a lot, the Leicestershire batters. Hill in particular has done that, playing late shots, soft hands through sort of a wide gully region, and it's a low risk shot that gets plenty of rewards. Just using the pace of the ball. 340 for 7 the score, and Hill is Scriven, sorry, is on to 8.
Absolutely critical wicket for Somerset at Trent Bridge, which we'll come on to after this ball.
Porter in bowls, and it's glanced away into the leg side by Scriven, no run.
So I think Jake Ball, who I think is replaced Lewis Gregory, who has pulled a hamstring, I think by all accounts, has got Joe Clark for 4. So Hasib Hamid is still there on 12, but Knott's at 51 for 4, albeit one of those is a night watchman. You can't see them getting anywhere close to this 473 target, and this could be a crushing defeat for Notts. They really have been completely outplayed in that game.
Porter thunders in now, he bowls and it beats him outside off stump. Beard of shape on that, moves outside and beats the bat of Scriven, who came forward to defend. You've got Michael Pepper up to the stumps, who rearranges the bails, having smashed them off with his gloves.
There are sometimes good times and bad times to play sides, aren't there, Adam? And not about a month ago, with Josh Tongue firing, he makes a big difference, and his absence, I think, could be a little bit significant for them in their attempt to retain their title.
Porter past the umpire, bowls. It's a straighter line this time, and it's flicked into the leg side, and they get a single. Hill and Scriven, very fit, very quick players, very busy, and they're going to run between the stumps quite a lot, take the quick singles. 127 now the lead, so that is 15 runs added this morning. And as I think we've been saying all day, or all yesterday, 170, 180 is the competitive total. Anything more than that, and we really will have a good game on in the rest of the day. Leicestershire is still batting at lunch. Essex have got a real challenge on their hands. 3-4-1 for 7. Hill 71 is on strike and faces and plays that late cut, just dropping his hands and trying to guide it through. They've got that. Was that 4th slip, I reckon? 1st and 4th slip they've got.
Yes, quite a wide gap. Tends to go between the two when that happens, doesn't it?
Yes.
But the other thing about that Somerset Notts game, James Rue is now back with England. Thomas Rue, who got that maiden century, is keeping, and I think that means that Rehan Ahmed is the only one left.
He is. I've seen him this morning, so
good news for Leicestershire. He's still here.
As Porter comes in, drives back to him. It'd be interesting to know. I mean, I suppose England might make the argument that Somerset have batted twice, and so is he needed? You could make the argument that Leicester do need Rehan Ahmed.
It would have damaged the integrity of the game for me if he'd been whisked away.
I think it damages the integrity of the game whenever they do it.
Yeah. Why not have a simple rule? You've got to play 2 championship matches if you're a batter, or 1 if you're a bowler, before you play for England, and full games as well in a season.
Yeah,
I know that causes a problem with IPL contracts, but if you just said that, then because funnily enough, virtually all the England players who weren't in the IPL have done that. Even Joe Root and Harry Brook and Ben Duckett's played a few, hasn't he?
Although Ben Duckett didn't go to the IPL in the end,
no,
did he? So,
but I mean, they're not playing in the IPLs allowed them to do that in that first batch of championship games. It wouldn't be a bad rule. It might be a bit simpler than what we're facing. 2 slips and a gully. And Charlie Bennett comes in to bowl. That's a good-looking drive to a full-pitch delivery, and Shriven won't get a run because it goes straight to mid-off. So I'm
sure Jofra Archer would tell you that the 80 grand a year, or 80 grand that he gets for the IPL to come in and bowl would be very handy indeed, rather than probably I don't know.
It's been frustrating from an Essex point of view because, of course, there has been this debate, Kevin Peterson and Alistair Cook weighing in on it, about the value of being a non-participant at the IPL for a couple of months, but you get a lot out of being there, being surrounded by great players. Bennett bowls, that's outside the off stump, and there's no run. The only argument I've got with that is I can see the argument for being there for 2 or 3 weeks in that scenario, but not 2 months, because that's a big chunk of your domestic season gone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fortunately, the way the contracts are now with the IPL, you're either in there for the whole campaign or not. You can't just come in and out, and therein perhaps lies the problem.
And in theory, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I think the integrity of both competitions needs to be upheld.
Yeah. Here's Bennett up to the wicket, bowls, and that's going down the leg side. Not quite such a good over this one. That was a little bit of a loose one, and Shriven will probably feel he's missed out on a leg lance 4 there, but nicely gathered by Pepper. in his second day in the game, and we do assume he's going to be allowed to bat. That would be a bit of a horror show if he wasn't allowed to bat. I'm sure he is, because it would make all the other stuff we've heard this season completely ridiculous if he wasn't, but I'm sure he is. He's a full participant in the game.
Yeah, I think it's silly for players to go in and out of the IPL just as much as it's silly for them to go in and out of the county championship.
Yeah, as Bennett bowls, and it's a good delivery. That's a better one. Having not quite got his line and length in this over, that's a better one. It beats Shriven outside the off stump. Yeah, I see that, but it's just such a long competition. It
is. But if it is the premier competition in T20 cricket, and you're talking to a cricket traditionalist. I don't watch the IPL, but I appreciate its value, and I understand that it is where the money is, and it's where the best players in the world go. I think it's. I can see both sides of the argument. As Bennett comes up to the wicket and bowls, and that's driven away up to cover, and there's no run. It's just the fact that 2 months there is going to be this debate: Roux versus Cox. If only one of them gets into the side, let's say Smith's available, and if Cox gets in, there might be the feeling that Roux's shown what he can do in Championship cricket, and Cox has overtaken him with one innings. Yeah, and I understand that totally.
It's going to be interesting, though, this England side. I mean, with Ollie Robinson being ruled out of the second test, that news has come through in the last 24 hours. A knee problem, as this is played defensively, head over the ball from Shriven up into the offside. Whatever happens, I'm pretty certain Jordan Cox is going to play. He wouldn't have been pulled out after 2 days of this game if he wasn't. But you could have a toss of a coin for who bats at number 7, because the England lineup could be, you could have Roux 6, Cox 7, or the other way around, and Jofra Archer 8. And I would say Jofra Archer is a decent bat, but he's really a number 9 at test level, not a number 8. So you've got a massive drop off, and if you are unlucky enough to be the number 7, you might end up with a very nice 35 not out, which will be neither one thing nor the other. So it's going to be a very strange test match, that is, isn't it? Where you've got this kind of one-off nature to it, where you haven't got Stokes and Atkinson in the team, and you've got a bunch of debutants and changes coming in, plenty of injuries. But it's been a funny old series already after just one game. Porter to bowl the 123rd over of the innings. Forward comes Hill and defends. Not only, obviously, the nightclub based shenanigans, but also Kane Williamson retiring after one game. Test. Somebody, whether the Lord's pitch wore him down, I don't know, but it seems odd after one match, but it has happened before. People suddenly lose, great players losing that will to go the extra yard and carry on midway through a series.
And he's about 500 runs from 20,000 career 15,000 test runs or something like that, first class runs, wasn't he, as Hill drives at this and it goes out to a deep point. I think you sometimes hear sports people that they will get out, and go, no, I'm done. I always remember Adam Gilchrist telling a story that he dropped a catch in an Australia test and went, I don't have it in me to get better. I don't have it in me to improve to the point where I don't do that again, so I'm going to have to retire. And it might be Williamson. He didn't get many runs in that test at all, didn't he? Just thought, I'm not there anymore and I don't have the fight to improve as Scriven waits and defends from Porter. Just going back to the IPL and everything like that, clearly what needs to happen is that there needs to be some regulation and some guidance on the calendar, on where people play, on when people play, on what is important, and it needs to be more rigorously managed. You have ludicrous scenarios still, don't you, in the T20 where people are incentivised in theory to lose games because it will get more money. I know it doesn't quite work like that, but Porter moves in, bowls, and back goes Scriven, but you'll have a situation where you get paid in one chunk for the IPL, right? And then the T20 Blast starts, and you get less money if you turn up late for the T20 Blast, but you get the same amount if you leave the IPL early. So that means that you are incentivised to go out of the IPL early.
Oh right, I see what you mean. Yes. Don't tell the supporters.
No, but it's crazy.
I'll take your point. Because you're getting the same contract. You're on the same contract, aren't you? Whether you make the eliminators and the playoff rounds,
you get paid the same amount of money.
Yeah.
Scriven in, bowls, forward comes Scriven and defends, and out it goes. I think you have ludicrous scenarios where you have players playing 2 games in 2 days on 2 different continents. You have people leaving Grace Road on a Friday, and then on Saturday they're playing.
Didn't Emilio Gay play in the Somerset? I can't remember which game it was. It was a T20 match which ended about 10:30 at night, and he was playing for England A the next morning in a 4-day game. I think it was him, but that not very good for health and safety.
As Scriven comes in, bowls, and bat goes.
It might have been Acer Tribe. Can't remember. I think it might have been Acer Tribe, but I might have played Somerset Glamorgan T20 and then played in the 4-day game against South Africa over next day, 12 hours later. Yeah.
There was a player.
342 for 7, Shriven 9 and Hill 72 and a lead 128.
Yeah. As Leicestershire started very solidly. There was a fear, I'm sure there was among Leicestershire supporters this morning, that that wickets would tumble and fall, but Hill and Scriven have stayed there well. They have added 16 runs to their overnight total.
It will be fascinating if time becomes a factor in this game.
Yes.
I mean, it's still a long way off. 90 overs minimum left, 128 the lead, but it's funny how quickly that can change.
And if you're Leicestershire, what do you do if it's, say, 2:30 maybe? Do you decide that you're going to bat as long as it takes? And I guess if you do that, then you can only...
They'd love to have that decision to make.
Yeah.
Slip in a gully as Charlie Bennett comes into Lewis Hill and gets one way down the leg side, and Pepper does well to gather it in. Hill probably feels he's missed. Yeah, he's playing the shot again. He would have liked to have hit that just fine of the long leg fielder for a boundary, but he didn't make any contact. Bit of a mix from Charlie Bennett this morning, but his first over was very good. 342 for 7, Hill 72, Shriven 9. Another little partnership taking shape. 18 added so far for the 8th wicket. Yes, 342 for 7. As Bennett moves in to bowl, and that's clipped away down the leg side. That's the shot he wanted off the previous ball, and he's played it very well. Again, it's on leg stump, wrong direction from Bennett, and this time Hill has executed the leg glance, and it was far too fine for that fielder back with a square on the onside to have any chance. It was perfectly executed. 76 not out, 346 for 7, and Leicestershire lead by 132.
Just those horrible. There's been quite a few of those, hasn't there? There's been quite a few sort of buys sneaking through the wicket-keeper's legs. There's been those squirted deliveries. We've seen some edges, some nicks already not go to hand.
As Bennett bowls. Oh, that's a delivery which has got a little bit of bounce, an attempted back foot cut, and he plays underneath it, this Hill. So Bennett with his extra bounce just getting a little bit out of the pitch there. So, remember, Essex go top. Remember, Sussex won yesterday. They're top at the moment, but Essex will go a point above them if they win this game, and neither Warwickshire or Notts are able to chase their 450-plus targets, and both of those have lost a wicket this morning. Here's Bennett bowls. That's appeal for LBW. It's a good shout. The question is that hitting leg stump? He was just half forward looking to play it onto the onside. It was well pitched up. Bennett was very keen on that. He thinks that will have hit leg stump. But Hill survives on 76. Was shaping towards leg stump, but I think Bennett reckons that there might have been contact. Let's see on the replay. It was a very good shout. I mean, it's well pitched up. It wasn't going over the top. 346 for 7. Bennett turns. 132 the lead. Here he is up to the wicket. Bowls. That's a good delivery. It's nice line and length, and just played defensively by Hill up into the offside, and there's no run. In fact, I would say Notts' position is looking pretty hopeless, and so is Warwickshire's, because Dan Mosley has gone for 12. And Alex Davis has gone for 24, and Robbie Yates the other wicket for 20, and they're all to George Hill, 3 for 13 in 5 overs, 2 of them this morning, 63 for 3, and I think Warwickshire a hole below the waterline there, chasing over 450. This is played defensively into the offside, and there's no run. So it looks like the most difficult part of the bargain for Essex today to go top is to actually win this game.
Yeah.
Because I think the other two are very much going their way in terms of those two sides not winning. But this game is intriguingly poised, and the longer these two go on, the more tense it's going to get. Hill 76, Shriven 9, 3:46 for 7. Essex.cricket@bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch with us. And Tim Salis was in contact yesterday asking why Noah Thane hadn't bowled. I did just mention that to Chris Silverwood yesterday evening, but I think the feeling was that Essex wanted to go with their gun bowlers, if you like, the big two in Snater and Porter for as long as possible in an attempt to bowl Leicestershire out. But of course, it didn't quite in the end succeed.
And it wasn't that they had enough time. That it wasn't working for long enough for them to have made that change. Would be my opinion. Porter to bowl again this morning from the Bennett end, and he bowls a straight delivery that Scriven just nudges behind square on the leg sides, fielded by long leg. There is no run. Sorry, there is a single, I should say.
One of the things that Snater did, as well as take 3 wickets, was he wasn't going for any runs, was he? He was going for twos, 2 and over, and of course that's an important part of the factor as well. So I think the thinking was, try and see if those two bowlers could do the bulk of the work with Simon Harmer at one end, but Leicestershire resisted well enough to thwart that to a certain extent.
As Porter comes in, bowls forward, comes Hill. The issue for me was, there's no run by the way, the issue for me was, I guess, that Leicestershire were fine batting for time. They didn't have the time pressure, so they were fine. They're going at 2.8 and over at the moment. They didn't need, they weren't as bothered by scoreboard pressure as they might otherwise have been, because they felt they had all the time in the world. So it wasn't keeping it tight wasn't what Essex needed. It felt to me, anyway, what they needed was someone who was going to get Leicestershire taking risks. As Hill on 76 waits and defends again, gets nice and forward to this, and it's another dot ball. I think just to go back to the calendar conversation, T20s and people, I think we just need as a sport to have a discussion where the rules are well defined and we accept that there are going to be some winners and losers. We are trying to make everything work at exactly the same time. I think that means less cricket, but better cricket. As Hill waits and glances this square on the leg side to a straight delivery. Didn't bounce that, but he read it, did Hill, and he gets 2 more for that. 78, he moves on to the lead 135, 349 for 7.
I mean, one thing that is different now is we don't have Test cricket in May, and that's because of the IPL, but why not? Why not? I mean, that's what used to happen. You play your more minor Test series of the season then, and if the IPL players aren't available, so be it. What we had was a situation where Jofra Archer couldn't play in the first Test because he didn't have enough time to obviously get himself sort of match fit for red ball cricket in the time available.
And forward comes Hill to a straight delivery. There's no run played to mid-on.
It doesn't really make much difference really starting a few days after the IPL ends, because you're still going to have players missing.
No, and I agree, but should we be having a situation where players are having to make those decisions, governing bodies are having to make those decisions? Should we be playing a Test match, for example, 2 days after the end of the IPL or whatever it is?
Or 3 days after the end of the 100, which will all happen in August.
Or should we, as Hill comes in, bowls, and forward comes Hill. He's hit on the pad. He might have got himself out the line. There's a huge appeal from Porter, who is devastated that wasn't given out. He has smacked his thighs with his fist afterwards. We're going to watch the replay. Oh, that is a good shout.
Yeah, it's a very good shout. I don't think it was going over. Porter normally wouldn't show that degree of emotion. No dissent at all, but just emotion at the disappointment of the decision. If he didn't think it was out, he's a pretty experienced campaigner. He'll tend to know which ones are hitting and which ones aren't. And that, to me, just looking at the replay again, this is a ball which is pitching just outside off stump and is nipping back in, and I don't think the pad is outside the line, and it's not going over the top.
That's the only query is whether it was outside the line.
Yeah. it would have been an absolute umpire's call. But obviously Porter thought it wasn't. He hadn't seen the replay himself.
Yeah.
But
I think that's right. I think it would have been an umpire's call.
Yeah.
End of the over, 349.47. And yeah, I just think we are doing that. There is too much cricket, and nobody knows what matters. Nobody knows what's important. We probably need to decide what is important and what is more important.
I can rule out one thing straight away on quality grounds or meaningful, but of course money will dictate your time, and that is bilateral T20 series. It was the great Ravi Shastri, who probably wouldn't say this in public now, but who once said that the equivalent of an old Alan Green line from the football commentary, you'd have forgotten this match by the first set of traffic lights. Yeah. Nobody ever remembers what happens in a bilateral T20.
I completely agree.
But of course they clutter up the schedule.
Yeah.
So I think you've got to decide if you're going to carry on with 50 over cricket, then you carry on with your bilateral 50 over. But I am an honest believer that in that nobody ever remembers what happens in a bilateral T20 match. Obviously you need to play them in advance of a World Cup, but you fancy if you're going to play T20 cricket now, it should be against the likes of Nepal to try and help develop them,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Ravi Shastri who said that. I don't know if he actually still believes that, given the amount of he covers. But he was absolutely spot on.
No, he's right. And you know what to the IPL's credit, it has done, has made people remember T20. It is the T20 conversation that people have.
Now it is Harmer coming into the attack with a very full length delivery, maybe even a full toss, and driven up by Shriven, who's done a good job here. 10 from 35 balls. It's 349 for 7. Leicestershire have not lost a wicket this morning and they lead by 135.
It's as if we haven't had the overnight, isn't it?
Harmer bowls and Shriven just probs forward and plays it up into the offside. 400 will be a target for Leicestershire. Basically get up to what Essex made. Maybe try and get the highest score of the match themselves, which would be a fine achievement given that Jordan Cox got over 200 of the Essex ones. Harmer bowls, and that's played defensively. Again, head over the ball, back down the pitch, and there's no run. 349 for 7. A little bit of sunshine. The weather has improved in the last couple of hours. It's back to where we were yesterday with little bits of blue sky and not much of a breeze, in fact, virtually none. As Harmer goes around the wicket and bowls, and that's a flatter one and just played away to mid-wicket. We've got a slip and a leg slip, a backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, quite deep, mid-wicket and backward square leg. Harmer from the pavilion end floats that one up. There's a peel here for LBW, out on the sweep, possibly hitting the front pad, but that is the end of Shriven for 10. It's a confident shot. It was a very full length delivery which has pitched and maybe it's certainly just straightened a little bit, but the umpire had no question about that as he went on the sweep, and that's the end of Shriven. We were just praising how well he was playing. He's out for 10. He's played a useful role in that partnership. But now Josh Davey, who of course is open for Somerset, so still batting credentials there. This is probably the last sort of partnership that Leicestershire can expect to have any sort of solidity because of Davey's experience in that role. But 349 for 8, Shriven out for 10, and Hill is 78.
And the lead 135, which doesn't feel enough at the moment. They need at least 2 more 25-run partnerships like that. They probably need a 30 or 40 to be able to get themselves up to a very competitive total. Only question for me on that was whether it pitched outside the leg stump. But it was hitting the stumps.
Yeah, I mean, just my first thought was it was okay because it seemed, if anything, to just straighten on him. But Harmer was very confident. The umpire had absolutely no doubt. It seemed to pitch round about middle and just straighten.
Yeah, I think that could be. At the very least, both of those LBW calls would have been umpire's call if there was a third umpire. At which point, you can't really criticise the decision.
The thing is, it's quite nice to have umpires able to make their own decisions because as soon as you have a televised T20 game, and there was a T20 game between Essex and Kent about a week ago, and the Kent bowler, Klassen, was adamant he deflected the ball onto the stumps at the non-striker's end and had run out Jordan Cox by virtue of a straight drive being deflected onto the stumps. And because the technology wasn't strong enough to be able to disprove that one way or another. Cox was given not out, but I think I felt at the time you had to take the bowler's work, because the bowler will instinctively appeal if it's flicked their fingers. You very rarely see them appeal when it hadn't. So in a way, it's quite refreshing for umpires to have to make a decision and not have recourse to the third umpires. And sometimes bowlers will agree and sometimes not, but Hum will certainly have agreed with that one. So here is Davey with 3 round the bat. And that one is deflected away. That's going to go for 4. I wonder what that's come off. It's gone down to the fine leg boundary. And it is byes. Didn't come off anything. So maybe a bit of turn there for Simon Harmer, a bit of bounce, and he beat everyone. There were a couple of men around the bat just in attacking positions on the leg side, but nothing off the bat, so no shouts. 353 for 8, Hill 78, and Davey still no score.
Yeah, this probably where the game will be won and lost. I think if Leicestershire can put together, I mean, Essex are still heavy favourites. I'd still fancy them to get a total of 170, 180 to be honest, but if Leicestershire can put together a 40-run partnership, then this will be a very competitive total for them. If they can blow the last 2 wickets away, Essex, then they will have a chance. But every one of those 4 byes, every little tickle and fiddle that makes its way to the boundary could be huge. Now I'm interested to see what Hill will do here. I suspect he'll probably just bat normally. But if 9 wickets fall, if Davey goes, he might have to be a bit more expansive. So it's going to be Porter to bowl the 127th over, the 47th with the new ball. As Porter comes in, that's glanced down the leg side, square of the wicket by Hill, and he will move on to 79. The score will move on to 354 for 8, 140 now the lead. It is as if, I think the interesting thing, I clumsily articulated it, trying to squeeze it in, as 5 Sports Extra have joined us. A very good morning to you, live from Uptonsteel, Grace Road, for this Division 1 match between Leicestershire and Essex. Leicestershire are 354 for 8 following on. They have a lead of 140. You join us, though, just as Tom Scriven has fallen for 10 to put Leicestershire in a little bit more trouble. Here comes Porter bowling from the Bennett end, moving in towards us, and he beats Davey outside off stump, facing just his second ball. Just Davey has just come to the crease. Lewis Hill is 79 not out, his best score of the season. He's taken 242 balls to get there. And we've got gorgeous blue skies above us, high white cloud. We've got a fascinating final day ahead here. Leicestershire have never won, having been asked to follow on, in 146 years. Essex could go top of the tree with victory, as in comes Porter, and it's driven by Davey for no run to mid-on. Looking at the results elsewhere, it looks like Essex will go top. They needed to win, and Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire not win, and that is happening.
Yeah, very much so. Not 75 for 5. One of those is a night watcher, but they need 398. What a performance by Somerset in the circumstances, with, of course, Tom Banton declaring that he wasn't available for the games. Tremendous performance. Porter
Comes in, bowls, and forward comes Davey and defends. 1 for 74 off 27 overs. Porter, he's put a lot of effort in for his team, as has Snater and Harmer. Those are the 3 main bowlers for Essex today and over the course of the game. And having put Leicestershire in again, they've pretty much bowled 200 overs straight now, approaching it.
I think it was, Jake Ball is the replacement bowler there. He's got 2 for 26. Lewis Gregory out of the game. Craig Overton with 2 for 16. Fantastic effort.
In comes Porter, bowls again. Forward comes Davey. We've seen plenty of handsome forward defensive strokes in this game. The pitch has a few demons in it. We've seen, well, we say that, I haven't seen much of that today.
No.
We saw it yesterday and the day before, where we'd have some P-rollers and some balls spit up off the surface, catching the players on the glove. We haven't had that today.
I think one of the things that Leicestershire might be thinking of is, obviously they need a few more runs, but time also could just be a little bit of a factor. I don't think we're going to see any wild slogging here, because they want to try and prolong this innings as long as possible.
In comes Davy Bowles. Forward comes Davy. Drives straight back to the bowler. And that is the end of the over. Did you have a fun evening last night? Did you enjoy
Well,
the
I watched
sights
a little bit
and
of
sound
the.
Leicestershire?
Obviously, just watched a bit of the World Cup game between Japan and the Netherlands. Once you
Yes.
got used to the Netherlands bright-coloured shirts, there seems to be a pretty good attendance there. And so far, we haven't heard too much about the heat being a factor. But of course, a lot of the venues air-conditioned stadiums. But so watched a bit of that. But yes, it's. Of course, 2 World Cups going on at the same time at the moment, with the Women's World Cup as well. So busy time in sport.
Yeah, I watched that game last night. It was one of the few pool stage matches where I was genuinely interested.
Yeah, it sounded like a proper match, didn't it? As Harmer bowls, and that's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. He has 1 or 2 of them. All due respect. It does have a feel of making up the 48 numbers, this expanded World Cup that we've got. But that one was a proper World Cup match. A slip and a leg slip. And this is played away up towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. Having said that, if Cape Verde put 3 or 4 past Spain this evening, who am I?
Yeah, well, you never know. I thought we might have a game between Curaçao and Germany yesterday.
That's
I watched the
right.
last 20 minutes of that when I got home last night.
354 for 8. As Harmer bowls again, that's driven away. Nice looking shot for a single by Hill. Goes into the 80s.
I don't know if you heard John Champion say this last night during commentary, but I thought one of the most remarkable things I'd heard is Japan have a 100-year plan to become a force in global football. A 100-year plan.
I think they probably already got there, and they won at Wembley recently.
They did,
355 for
yeah.
8. Hill 80 and Davy no score. The lead 141. Essex go top, assuming neither Warwickshire or Notts have a miracle win, and this is driven firmly back down the pitch by Davy and fielded well by Harmer in his follow through. But perhaps the most difficult part of that equation for Essex to go top of the table, a point clear of Sussex, is winning this game, because Leicestershire fought really hard. Slip, a leg slip and a short leg as Harmer bowls to the right-handed Davy, who comes forward and plays defensively back down the pitch. Capable bat Josh Davy, of course, a recent Somerset opener, one of the many who've fulfilled that role in the last few years.
Remarkable sport, cricket, isn't it, where you can be the opener and then go down to number 10
Yes.
for a different side.
It actually worked. It actually did a good job. Harmer bowls again. Davy goes back into his crease and just plays a gentle little shot away out towards mid-on, but there's no run. A bit of blue sky. It's mainly cloudy, brightening up though as the morning goes on. Very pleasant. And 355 for 8 in this game, where basically Jordan Cox's innings was a difference between the two sides on the first innings. Leicester will still be disappointed with that 187. It seems out of context with the rest of the game. But they've done much better second time around. Following on, 355 for 8, Hill 80, Davy no score, and the lead 141.
It was a very still day yesterday. It is slightly more windy. Nice mild June day though. When I woke up this morning, there's quite a lot of white cloud around. That has dissipated, and so we've got a lovely day up in the commentary box at Grace Road. Do get in touch. Just get everybody to send it to the same email address.
Sure.
Essexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Yeah, Essex.cricket, bbc.co.uk. I think it will get.
Porter in bowls, defended by Hill. Sorry.
I think it will get there with or without the dot. I think it's deliberately set up.
Will it?
The technical address is essex.cricket@bbc.co.uk.
There is one that you can contact us by, but actually I won't confuse things. So Essex.cricket. Tell us where you're listening. I like hearing from people who are listening in far-flung places, like we've had Cyprus and things like that.
Can't underline how impressive this is from Somerset. Lyndon James out for naught, 3 wickets for Craig Overton, 75 for 6 Notts.
So in comes Porter, and Hill very delicately just guides this into the leg side past the square leg umpire, who watches this go past him. He's wearing a wide brimmed sun hat, looking very fetching indeed. I don't think that's ECB issue, is it, that hat? It's sort of more. It's not a trilby, is it? So just a bit more of a.
It is going to be fascinating what England do, with so we were mentioning earlier, you could have Roux 6, Cox 7, all the other way round, and then Jofra Archer 8, which will be quite interesting. I think they're going to go with the four-seamers.
As Porter runs in, bowls, and driven by Davey up to short cover. There is no run. It is as if we have that there has been no gap in the game whatsoever. Leicestershire are playing in exactly the same way. We've got the same bowls. The pitch seems to be doing the same, but that early wicket of Scriven has perhaps changed things a little bit.
And Ryan Ahmed, the only one of the England Test squad playing in this round of championship matches who still is, because obviously Sherpashire's game ended yesterday.
As Porter comes in, bowls. Oh, and that's got an edge, has it? It's gone through along the floor to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Did that get a nick on it? Did it hit the body? Either way, it's gone for 4 runs. It must have come off the bat.
I think there was an edge there, but it went to ground.
You just couldn't hear it, could you? That was what confused me. You can normally hear the faint nick. But 4 to Davey, who's off the mark. And the score 360 for 8 now. The lead 146.
A very impressive win for Sussex yesterday, and a couple of wins in Division 2. Durham and the rejuvenated Kent. A terrific victory up north against Lancashire. Blackpool, which I'm sure was very well supported.
So Davey waits 4 not out off 11. Broad-shouldered chap Davey, bat raised at head height, and that has beaten him outside of something. An appeal for a catch, I think. And Porter again is grumpy at that. Slaps his hands against his thighs this time. That seemed less like an obvious catch. It was poked at by Davey and beat him off outside his off stump. I suspect, and I could be wrong, I suspect Ahmed is not going. A, he won't be playing, but I think B, he might be needed. Whereas you could make the argument that James Weir isn't needed in quite.
It's interesting.
With Somerset having batted twice, I don't know whether that comes in to the thinking at all. As forward comes Davey.
Yes, because we were saying off air that if Ryan Ahmed had been removed from this game at this point, it would have rather damaged the integrity of the contest, because he could be a key player later on.
Well, he took 4 wickets in the first innings. He's their frontline spinner,
and recent wickets for the Lions as well.
Yeah, it's day 4 of a county championship match where you need them. Again, that comes back. If you're just joining us on 5 Sports Extra, you missed us sort of chatting about the calendar and the priority of things. I don't know if we should be in a position where players are taken away from teams halfway through games.
Yes, but the one positive is probably a year or so ago they wouldn't have played any part of this round of championship games, as this is Harmer bowling and played defensively up towards Hill at mid wicket. There was a time where once you were selected for an England squad, there was like pre-test camps, weren't there, and you were nowhere near a championship game. So a bit of a different philosophy now. 360 for 8 as this is played defensively, just pushed up into the offside. Quick single here. Hill calls Davey through, and they get one more valuable run. 361 for 8. Harmer in his 44th over, 3 for 100, and it's 361 for 8 with Hill 82 and Davey 4. Malid 147. Overs remaining, not yet important, but we'll just mention it every now and again. 83 minimum after this. Harmer bowls. It's played defensively. Again, head over the ball by Davey, who's a decent, competent batter. So Somerset trusted him with opening. And his job here is to give Hill support and extend this innings as long as Leicestershire possibly can. Slip, leg slip and short leg, as this one it's just played, pushed up into the offside. That's good cricket from Davey. He's emulated what Hill did, just playing it into a gap in the offside. In the end it was Harmer who did the fielding, because effectively there was nobody at cover, and that was the area that it was played to for the second time in this over. Another run results, 362 for 8, 148 the lead. 150 will be a little bit of a psychological mark for Leicester in the league. Now the short leg comes out, as this one is played defensively back down the pitch, and Harmer fields in his follow through. 362 for 8.
His stance is incredibly open, Hill, to Harmer coming round the wicket. If you look just how wide his front leg is there.
It's interesting. That's quite an angle between his 2 legs there as that's played defensively into the offside. Well, there's not a lot in it for Harbour here. Just every now and again getting something to happen, but 44 long overs for him, 3 for 101. He'll be back in action, I'm sure, at Chelmsford sometime on Friday or Saturday. But the only thing I was saying from the Essex attack's point of view, the Notts attack has been in the field for about the same amount of time at Trent Bridge. So 2 tired bowling attacks facing up against each other on Friday in what is obviously going to be a very big game, particularly if Notts go down to what looks like being a big defeat against Somerset. You could say that the vast majority of games now in this little period are going to be big matches because there's so much competition between the top 8. The worry is if Leicestershire lose this game, that Leicestershire and probably Hampshire as well are starting to be cut adrift a little bit.
Yeah, 4 losses in a row for Leicestershire if they do lose this game. 3 wins in a row for Essex though, won't it, as Porter's going to continue from the Bennett end, his 29th over. He moves in and bowls, and back goes Davey and defends. Just looking at the last time Lewis Hill got 100, it was nearly a year ago. 22nd of July 2025 was the last time he got 100.
Although you could say that the Essex innings was dominated by Cox, in a way Essex can win this game would be maybe the most complete performance of the 3 wins, because certainly the first 2 days of a Leicestershire game were very even at Chelmsford.
Porter runs in, bowls, and forward comes Davey.
And the Hampshire match, I think the absence of Sonny Baker from the Hampshire side on that occasion was quite telling. I think if he'd played, it wasn't a particularly convincing performance by Essex at Chelmsford against Hampshire, and it would have been a lot closer if Baker had played. But he wasn't available for that one.
Day 4 of Leicestershire against Essex in the County Championship. On 5 Sports Extra, BBC Leicester, BBC Essex on the YouTube stream for Leicestershire. Here's Davey moving in towards us now. He bowls again. Forward comes Davey and defends. We should remind people what happened in that last game between Leicester and Essex, because Leicestershire came into the second innings with a 40-run lead, didn't they? And then got bowled out.
There was something like 176 for 2 at lunch. And I know that Chris Silver was not very happy, and nobody in the Essex camp was. It was an extraordinary start to the game. Leicestershire might have got a few more than they did, but then they bowled pretty well themselves. And it was Leicestershire got that small first innings lead, as you say. It was very, very close the first 2 days.
Davey waits and goes back with a straight ball and leg stump line, and just flicks this straight of the wicket, fielded by short mid wicket. You know the evidence of that Cox innings, so much is going to depend for Essex on Cox's availability, particularly when the championship resumes in August. It's still entirely possible he might play in that Notts game if Jamie Smith's available. It may come down to a decision, and obviously depending on Ben Stokes' availability as well. But I must admit, from an England point of view, it's a tricky time for the England management. Davey waits, Porter in, he defends. It's like it's never rained, but it pours. I mean, that's just one little thing. For example, the fact that they would have had Atkinson 8, Robinson 9, Archer 10. Very nice lower order. And now Joffre's probably going to have to bat at number 8. It's a very strange test match coming up with all of the injuries and obviously the players left out. Leicestershire, the only team in Division 1 yet to win a game. Can they do it today? Can they make history with the first time they've ever won, having been asked to follow on? Davey drives this down the ground. They think about the single. They take a few steps down the ground, Hill and Davey, but decide against it. Say maiden from Porter. 3-6-2 for 8 is the score. Leicestershire lead by 148 runs. Leicestershire back, of course, in Division 1 for the first time in 23 years, and they have found life hard going. They've had a bit of bad luck. They had Ahmed go to the IPL halfway through the batch of 6 opening fixtures. They have got, at the moment, just to reintroduce this to supporters of both sides, they've got 4 batters out at the moment, with a combination of things, injury, personal issues, etc. As Harmer bowls round the wicket, played defensively by Hill on 82. Yeah, Tassel, Eskenazi, Budinger and Holland all out for a wide range of reasons, and so they've got Sheridan Gums in this game, who's played very, very well.
Yeah, he was impressive. There's no doubt about that. As Harmer bowls and played on the drive and just beats mid-on, so there's going to be a single, that straight mid-wicket, not getting to that, and long on will complete the fielding. So 1 to the total, 363 for 8, the lead 149, Hill 83, Davey on strike with 5. And yes, it's quite a nice bright day now, plenty of cloud, but the sun is out. And a very intriguing final day. The longer this Leicestershire innings goes on, the more intriguing it will be. Ooh, that one just seemed to turn a little bit, but squeezed away by Davey for a single. Harmer with hands on knees just seemed to get a little bit of turn there, and Davey was good enough to react and just play it back with a square on the offside for a single. 364 for 8. The lead 150. A little bit of a landmark for Leicestershire here.
Slowly building. I suppose from an Essex perspective, what you've got to think is that actually there's not too many demons in the pitch, it seems, on day 4, so it doesn't seem like as difficult to chase as it might have done on another pitch.
Slip on a leg slip, and off the back foot worked away just back of the square on the offside, and there is no run. Well, it's tense stuff. Leicestershire have really fought well here. It was always going to be difficult for Leicestershire this season. As Harmer bowls, and this is played away into a gap on the onside between mid-wicket and square leg for a single. 365 for 8. But yes, I mean, if they do lose this game, it's going to look very difficult to be able to stay up. But you know, the longer the game goes on, the more chance there is maybe even a draw, and that would be useful. Take them off the bottom of the table if they got that, so that would be useful. But yeah, it's perhaps rather envious of how Glamorgan have got on, because they've done extremely well. They're not so much in the last game, as this is played defensively, head over the ball back to Harmer, and no run. They lost big time to Sussex at home, but they've done very well. 365 for 8, Hill 84, Davey 6, and the lead is 151, and there are 81 overs left in the day, and the longer this innings goes on, the more relevant that becomes.
Yeah, I think in terms of Division 1, I think for Leicestershire's perspective, there's been 2 surprise packages that have meant that their first Division 1 campaign has been a bit harder than they otherwise might have thought. And that's being Sussex, who are top of the table after a points deduction, and as you say, Glamorgan, who are mid-table and have won 2 of their 7 games. We will bring you a Radio Leicester update in just a second. But 365 for 8 is the score. Hill on 84, Davey on 6, the lead 151. Shane Snater is going to bowl from the Bennett end. His figures 3 for 64 in this innings. Porter hustled and bustled this morning, huffed and puffed, but didn't get the outcome that he wanted in the end. It's Snater bowling from the Bennett end, moving in towards us, and Hill comes forward, 84 not out. Looking for his first century ever in Division 1, the Lutterworth boy, playing for his hometown club. 12th season for him here. He's had an amazing time of it, really. He was the man who ended there from when they went basically 3 years without a county championship win, and he hit the winning runs and lifted the one-day cup, ending Leicestershire's trophy drought. This would be a great moment for him as Snater comes in. Back goes Hill, and he adds 1 more to the total. In fact, he'll get 2 more to a total as there's misfielded by Harmer at cover and runs out to deep point.
Yep, that one-day cup win was terrific for Leicestershire a couple of years ago, and I'm sure with fewer 100 calls than most counties, they'll be looking to do well again.
Yeah, they always go for that competition because, as you say, they are less affected as other counties. 366 for 8, 152 the score. They just got 1 in the end. Forgive me, I thought they'd get 2 for that. Just a single. Snater. That's a BBC Radio Leicester update coming now. Snater bowls no run. where Leicestershire have lost an early wicket but are still adding slowly but surely to their total as they look to win their first ever game, having been asked to follow on. They are 366 for 8. Lewis Hill is approaching his first century in nearly a year. He's 85 not out, playing a remarkable innings. Josh Davey currently facing on 6 not out. So 366 for 8. Leicestershire lead by 152. They'll want at least another 20 or 30 before they can set Essex a competitive total to chase. So you didn't miss anything there. A couple of dot balls. Lewis Hill with a late cut.
Thank you, Chris, for your email. Thanks for your kind words on the commentary. You're saying interesting state of play. You have fond memories of Grace Road with decent curries in the city centre and a decent venue to watch Essex play, and some nice photos of the great players in the past who wore the Leicestershire shirt.
Snate is in, bowls to Davey, who again defends. The run rate 2.76. 366 for 8 to the score. And Leicestershire showing real grit and endeavour over the past day or so.
Thank you, Chris, from Malden Cricket Club for that.
Snater bowls and beats Davey outside his off stump, and he stays there with his hand stroking his chin as he ruefully watches that just miss the stumps. End of the over. 366 for 8, 152 the lead for Leicestershire, just the single off the over. Hill 85 not out, Davey 6 not out.
Harmer to continue, and Matthew's been in touch on essex.cricket@bbc.co.uk. And you said you wanted to hear from people from far-flung places. Well, how about Loughborough? Well, that's
exotic.
Although I now live in Leicestershire, I grew up in North Essex and spent many happy days in my teens watching Essex in the mid to late 80s at the Essex Colchester week, which was that's still much missed. It really is, and great memories of watching Essex play cricket there. As Harmer bowls. This is just tucked away into the onside. One of the 3 Essex outgrounds that were part of the fixture list for many years. Of course, there were more before that, but for a long time, Ilford, Southend and Colchester. 366 for 8, Hill 85 and Davey 6. Harmer bowls again. And this is just stifled a shout there as that appeared to just turn down the leg side. A little bit of excitement, maybe it was close to a glove, but Harmer and those around the wicket were briefly interested. Maybe as that was taken by Pepper, there was interest in whether that might have flicked a glove. Slip and a leg slip as this is driven away back down the ground, and Harmer fields in his follow through. 366 for 8. Yes, you remember seeing Gooch, Hardy, Fletcher, McEwen, Lever, Foster, the Easts and Ackfield, to name a few, playing at Colchester. 366 for 8. And this one just played defensively up. It's the onside. Quick single, sharp single. This Snater throws. Had that hit, it would have been out, I think. In the end, Pepper had to react and take off the bails. But by then, Davey was home. I think that was out if that had hit. That was a very, very tight single. And not what Leicestershire would have wanted. 367 for 8. That really would have been close.
Well, Hill trying to keep the strike, I think, for the next over. Yeah. He's tried that a couple of times. He does like a quick single, Lewis Hill. I've seen him run out a few times doing that. It's the way he plays. That's what he'll tell you.
153 the lead. Harmer with a short leg and a slip bowls, and that's just played defensively by Davey into the onside, and there's no run. And 1 year Essex were playing Leicestershire, who had Gower, Agnew, Taylor and possibly Peter Willey. Well, quite possibly. He played for Northants, didn't he, Peter? Yes. Did he play for Leicestershire as well?
Let me have a look.
Must have been the reason we mentioned Peter Willey there. As this one just pitches and turns slightly, and there's another quick single, but that's a safer one. It took a while longer to get to Snater. That one earlier in the over was pretty risky. Anyway, another one to Davey. He goes to 7. And that should mean, actually, ironically, that Davy keeps the strike with Hill on 86 and 368 for 8, and the lead 154, and there are 79 overs minimum left in the day. We're back to normal playing hours today, but yeah, so that we're looking at like the 80s there at Colchester. Just remember when it rained there, the bottom end of the outfield would tend to take a long time to dry out sufficiently, so you often had rain delays. And I think there was once a famous photograph of Colchester under snow on, I think, June the 1st or the 2nd, 1975.
Snater to bowl, and that's driven at by Davy. I think that just hit his body and sort of shot up off it and dribbled into the pitches either side of the cut strip. There is no run. Yeah, Peter Willey did play for Leicestershire. Forgive me, it's a little bit before my time, so I apologise. 1984 to 1991, he played for the Foxes. He was with Northamptonshire before that.
Yeah.
Snater, jet black hair, bounces as he runs in. Forward comes Davy. There is no run. Lead 154. It is slowly trickling up.
Yes, that's right. Essex and Kent. June the 1st or June the 2nd, not quite sure what day it was, but there was basically snow on the ground there, and more famously at Buxton, the Lancashire-Derbyshire game, where also pictures of snow on the ground, early June 1975.
In comes Snater, forward comes Davy and defends.
Didn't often snow at Castle Park when Essex were playing, but it did on that occasion.
No, I seem to remember the last time it happened. I think I was a child the last time it happened. Maybe early teens. I remember there being some snow on a few pitches in April, but it can't do that very much in June, can it?
So, says here, looking at a report, Essex and Kent managed 2 hours cricket in wretchedly cold conditions.
Snater moves in, bowls, and back goes Davy.
And then, famously, the sun started to shine. The first Cricket World Cup started, and all was well with the world. And it was a fabulously sunny and warm summer 1975, just eclipsed by the one that followed. But that first Cricket World Cup was quite something.
Snater bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Davy. Davy's beaten outside his off stump. He prodded at that, did the Scotland international, and missed it. So there was snow apparently in 2021 at Leeds
in June,
April.
Oh right,
but you're right.
What you expect?
The June blizzard.
Yeah, it was one of those freakish meteorological things, but there has been cricket in warm sunshine at Colchester, and it was a lovely venue to watch.
1998 it opened with snow as well, by the looks of things, as Snater bowls, and back goes Davy and glides this down the ground for another single. Leicestershire just going at a very slow pace, 2.7 and over, but they are building and building and building. 1-5 at the end of the over. 3-6-9 for 8, just the single off it. Davy will keep the strike. Lewis Hill is 14 from his 10th first-class century.
So thank you, Matthew, for that email.
Yes, very enjoyed that.
It's nice to remember. Leicestershire haven't played in an outground for a while.
No, they play at Kibworth sometimes. And let me just double check that. I've mentioned
Kibworth's the one I remember. Maybe the One Day Cup.
Yeah, they have won one day. Certainly the last 2 years. I can't remember whether it's the third.
Harmer bowls. That's an appeal for LBW. That's quite close because he's just pushing forward there, Davy. Harmer was absolutely certain he got that. He's down on his haunches. If you remember John Cleese in 40 Towers, in a famous scene where he's sort of hopping around on the ground. I can't remember which episode it is, but he sort of crouches down on the ground. He's got his hands on his head. That's exactly what Harmer was doing there for about 5 seconds. He thought that was out. It seemed to skid on a little bit, but not out. And he's regained his composure, Simon Harmer. But again, he's got the experience to know when he thinks it's out, and he thought that one was out. Harmer bowls again, and that's lofted away down the ground. That's a bold shot going over the head of mid-on, and away it goes to the boundary, and that's gone all the way for 6. And Josh Davy goes from 8 to 14, having survived a close LBW shout. He's gone down the pitch to Harmer and lofted one away over mid-on for 6.
A great shot, and you get that just every run seems so vital. We haven't had a boundary. We haven't had many boundaries today. And we're in that stage now where Leicestershire are building towards a competitive total, and that pushes them much closer to it.
Well, it is decent back, Josh Davey. We talked about him opening for Somerset, and this is played defensively, head over the ball, and Harmer kicks the ball away in frustration. There's nothing worse, I guess, as a bowler. And an LBW shot you think should have gone your way, a ball that skidded on. Certainly he wasn't too far forward, then being hit for 6 the next ball, and Harmer just kicked that one away in a little bit of frustration. 375 for 8, the lead 161, and this is played defensively. Head over the ball, playing well here, Davey. We think that Green to come is a bit of a genuine number 11, so this is an important partnership. He's giving Hill good support. 375 for 8. Lots of mini partnerships here for Leicestershire, which are helping them. Oh, so again, a little bit of turn and just going back into his crease. Davey plays that defensively, and Harmer picks up in his follow-through. 375 for 8, 161 ahead.
Wasn't expecting the fuller, flightier one there, was he? I don't think, Davey.
Really has been a good morning for Leicestershire. They started at 326 for 7, just a one-man out, Shriven for 10. That's, again, just pushed back down the pitch, and Harmer feels in his follow-through. So, tense stuff here at Grace Road. Remember, Essex go top if they win, and neither Warwickshire or Notts get their 450 plus targets. I think we can be fairly certain that neither will. Nottinghamshire latest 87 for 7, and 3 wickets for Overton, 2 for Jake Ball, and Jack Leach with 1 for 1 in 2 overs as is in the action as well, and that's all over surely. And Warwickshire also struggling, 93 for 4 against Yorkshire at Scarborough, where Hill took the first 3 for 23, and lots of players getting starts for Warwickshire, 3 scores in the 20s, but well, I think they've got an awful long way to go there, so neither of those two sides are going to win, I'm pretty sure.
In comes Snater to bowl from the Bennett end, moving in towards us. His first delivery is full, and Hill on 86 drives it back to him for no run.
So increasingly, I say the most difficult part of the equation for Essex is now winning this game, and well, they're still favourites, but the lead 161, still 2 wickets to take, and 77 overs minimum left, including this one.
Snater turns, holds the ball in front of his chest and bowls right arm over the wicket to Hill. That's 2 straight, and he's going to get a single out to mid-wicket and move to 87. 376 for 8, the lead 162. Oh, what's that down there?
The Grumbler has been in touch. The Grumbler, who is often with us on Around the Wicket on BBC Essex on Wednesday evenings between 6 and 7, which you can find via BBC Sounds, and at this point saying he's slightly worried about this one with no Cook or Mulder. Has left a bit of a hole, and it's mentioning that Mulder in his recent games for Essex looked in really good form.
Snater in bowls, and that goes through, and he's going to run away for 4. I don't think that touched anything, but it was 2 straight from Snater down the leg side, and Pepper tried to stop it. He's standing right up to the stumps, but it went through his legs and has gone for 4 byes, and that's now 380 for 6, 166 the lead.
And a couple of mentions that one of our emailers yesterday, Chris, was saying that he had good authority, nothing official on this, but good authority that Essex were not going to replace Mulder for cost reasons. And Lugumbler saying that he understands that because of money being tight, and it gives more opportunities for Thane and Benkenstein in particular.
Davey waits, Snater bowls. So Mulder isn't coming back. No run, by the way. Mulder isn't coming back.
No, that's the understanding. He's basically, after a quietish start, he really started to impress in the Championship and then in the T20, where he's got a lot of experience, and that started to show. And he's part of a bowling unit that, without Sam Cook, was winning games 4 on the bounce for Essex.
Snater moves past the umpire, bowls, and the late cut is attempted by Davey. He doesn't pull it off. I mean, obviously we know all about Mulder here. He was very good
Absolutely.
for 2 seasons, maybe 3. I think it was 2, where he was a very, very important player. He was put on stacks with Colin Ackerman, you may remember, at Sussex, when Leicestershire nearly won that game against all the odds.
Well, I mean, he solved a problem for Essex, but he gave him a genuine four-seamer option. And that just strengthened the attack no end.
Snater bowls. Forward comes Davey and defends. We've had 5 off the over so far, just 1 off the bat.
And even in the T20, a good example of how useful he was. He chip in with bat and ball. I think he got a very quick 30-odd batting with Charlie Allison in that game against Kent. So he was just producing little cameos, and it all added up, and he was a very useful member of the side. So obviously Cox has made 204 here, but I think the Grumbler's point would be what would be the situation for Essex without Cox or Mulder, particularly with the bat, and of course it does have an impact with the ball in terms of balancing the side. So.
Well, you look at the last meeting between the two. Mulder got 3 wickets and a 79. Those are hugely important contributions.
Yes, he was really showing his worth, and I'm sure he'll be welcome back. Harmer with a slip and a leg slip at 380 for 8 and a lead of 166, and that's played by Hill along the ground, and Harmer fields in his follow through.
Partnership now worth 31. And if you look at the partnerships that Leicestershire have had, you mentioned it a few minutes ago, they've been building lots of 30s and 40s at the very least. Essex haven't been able to rattle through them in the lower and middle order.
Adam Whitty and Nick Letter with you at Grace Road on this final morning of an intriguing match. That's a lovely shot, way through the covers. That's not going to go for 4 because there is a sweeper, but that was beautifully timed, and using the feet well, getting a single. Hill's been a bit becalmed, but he goes to 88.
Well, I don't. This sounds like a strange thing to say considering he's on 88. I don't think he's in the best form. I just think he's playing. It's all up here. It's all up in his head this innings. It's brilliant to watch.
Davey 14 on strike with a slip and a short leg. That one's heading down the leg side. It turned, and Davey got inside the line of it. But a little bit of turn for Simon Harmer. 381 for 8, Hill 88 and Davey 14, but that was a nice shot from Hill. It would have been more value had there not been a sweeper out there. Now it's Davey on strike. That one's floated up, and he comes forward as Davey and just plays it, just releasing the top hand from the bat as it goes up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 381 for 8. So Leicestershire lead by 167, and there are 75 overs minimum left after this, but of course with Harmer bowling, there's probably fair chance of more than that, as this is going to be just played late by Davey. A check shot just away back of the square on the offside, goes out towards backward point, and there's no run. Slip, short leg, backward point, a deep cover, who did that fielding earlier in the over, a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg, and a long on and a deep mid-wicket, so an in-out field as this is played defensively by Davey back down the pitch. Harmer's 48th over is completed, 3 for 113. Matt Critchley bowled the first over of the morning and hasn't been seen since. That was a curiosity, but maybe he'll return fairly soon. Harmer with his sweater over his left shoulder walks back to his position, and 381 for 8. Just wonder if he's going off briefly, Harmer. It looks like that might be the case. 381 for 8, Hill 88 and Davey 14.
So, Hill 12 away from his first century since last July, and what a knock it would be if he is able to get there. 265 balls he has faced, but Leicestershire have trickled their way up to too short cover.
Good game building up at Worcester. 2 Middlesex and Worcestershire. Worcestershire 101 for 2, need a further 257. So that game is nicely poised. It's been pretty even throughout, but a big game for both sides to win as they try and keep up with, well, not with Durham particularly, but certainly with the likes of Northants and Kent.
Slater bowling his 34th over, comes in driven by Hill to mid-off. It's not well timed again, but he will get a run. Moves on to 89. We've got 74 overs left in the day after this. So just looking at Josh Davies' record, he's got nearly 2,000 runs in first-class cricket in 123 innings, so an average of about 20. But 650s in there. It's not too shabby for a number 10, as Snater runs in. He bowls, and that I think might have been nicked, but it's stopped along the ground by first slip. That has been a marker of the day, hasn't it? That edges aren't carrying.
Yeah,
they've all gone along the ground.
They seem be quite deep. Not a lot of carry, particularly with the bowling from the Bennett end, where we've had that low bounce. Haven't seen so much of that this morning. Just to say to new listeners, there's a spot for the bowling from the Bennett end where the ball has been skidding on, keeping very low.
Snater, it's on a good length, that length, and that delivery is on that good length. Forward comes Davey and drives to short cover. There is no run. He's 14 not out. Just to mention those partnerships that have been so vital for Leicestershire. So it was 90 between Hill and Cox for the 6th wicket. Then 50 between Green and Hill for the 7th wicket. And then for the 8th wicket, there was 25 runs. This partnership worth 33 at the moment as Snater comes in, and there's that late dab by Davey. He is going to get a single down to third man. So 3-8, 3-4-8, 1-6-9 now the lead for Leicestershire.
And talking of that Middlesex Worcestershire game, I see Ben Allison, formerly of Essex, is 63 not out, batting high in the order there for Worcestershire, and it might be his brother's going to have to replicate his recent T20 form. Well, not necessarily in the speed of scoring, but certainly in the runs he scored as his target mounts up, because he's had quiet games so far. Charlie Allison batted at number 7, and let's see how he can go, possibly at number 4 later on.
Snater runs in, bowls, bowling right arm over the wicket, and Hill comes forward and defends. He's looking, I reckon, at the moment that it'll be a 300 ball century for Lewis Hill.
It is. Don't often get many of those, particularly you won't see many in England Test matches, that's for sure. But it's been a valuable effort, hasn't it? I mean, it's that glue that has held the innings together. Well, a few others have been able to bat around him, but 383 for 8, 74 overs minimum left. It's 12:23, so about 2/3 of the way through the morning session. 169 is the lead. Harmer into his 49th over, a slip and a short leg. He bowls to Davey, comes down the pitch and hits it away past straight mid wicket. Long on will field, and there's going to be a single. So he's showing some aggression here, Davey, against Harmer. He realised he wasn't quite there to loft the ball away, was happy just to punch it away for a single down the ground. He goes to 16, it's 384 for 8.
The last player to get a 300 ball century, Dom Sibley.
Well, that's not a surprise in a way.
Yeah. Against Surrey against Kent.
Wesley's in at silly mid-on as that's played defensively, or short mid-on as it's played defensively, but back down the pitch. And actually it's Wesley who fields. So he's just a few yards off the pitch. He's about 2/3 of the way down in an attacking position for perhaps a ball that stops and comes straight to him. Harmer bowls, that's just drifting down the leg side and gathered in by Pepper. Water at slip. Wesley, as we mentioned there, at that short mid-on. There's a straight mid-wicket and a backward square leg on the leg side, which is just run down quite nicely for probably 2 down towards fine leg. The second one's going to have to be gathered fairly quickly, but it's always on. It was a nice little deflection that from Hill, and it should be enough. Yes, that is accredited to the bat to take him into the 90s. 91 to him, 386 for 8, the lead 172.
Just 7 fours in this innings. That tells you how he's played, nudging, nerdling around Hill.
Harmer bowls, that's pushed away back down the pitch, and Wesley fields in his follow through. Well, there was a point about an hour before the close on day 2 when I was thinking this game might not get to lunch on day 3, let alone well into the afternoon of the final day, which is very much now what's going to happen. Harmer bowls a flatter one and cut away, and good shot. That's going to go for at least 3. It's being chased back towards the backward point boundary. They've run the second. It's just going to be gathered in now, about 10 yards short of the rope. It was a good back foot force, just a slightly wider one from Harmer, and cut away firmly by Hill for 3. 389 for 8. And that will mean he keeps the strike. The end of Harmer's over, 49 overs, 3 for 119. The lead at 175. That will start to become a concern now. Yes, the pitch is looking fairly flat, but there could well be a runs against time equation here. 73 overs minimum, 175, and it's amazing how that run rate starts to ramp up in this situation the longer this type of situation goes on. 389 for 8.
So Davey 16, Hill 94 into the nervous 90s, but the way he played that over didn't suggest he was too nervous about it, adding, 5 off the over to his total. 273, but it might not be a 300 ball century.
No, he's accelerating.
Yes, you can call it that. Pleasant day in the centre of Leicester for live county championship cricket. If you're just joining us on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Essex's coverage of Leicestershire against Essex at Grace Road. High white cloud above, bit of blue sky poking through, but not too much, but it is still warm.
I think Essex will be a little bit anxious now.
Yeah. Bennett. Bowling from the Bennett end, comes in, bowls, and that's flashed, so that's going to be 4 to Hill. Wide outside off stump, and he leant into that and crunched it through the covers, and he moves on to 98, Lewis Hill, and that partnership up to 179, and we mentioned it, 170, 180 was going to be where Leicestershire fans might get a little bit excited, a little bit hopeful, and Essex fans might get a little bit nervous. It's a challenge now. They will have to build an innings, will Essex, to get that total.
Well, Sussex fans might be starting to get a little bit excited about how a table might look this evening.
Leicestershire looking for their first victory. Essex looking to go top of the county championship table. It's Bennett in, Hill on 98. He drives at this. It's in the air, but it's going to go away for just a single. They're going to come back for a second. They are. Hill is running to the wicket-keeper's end, and he's got it. Lewis Hill has got his century. It's a wonderful century from Lewis Hill, and it could have given Leicestershire hope of winning here at Grace Road. 275 balls. He goes down onto his knees. He's so exhausted and so relieved. It's his first century.
Yeah, tremendous.
For nearly
effort.
A year.
Tremendous effort. The glue that's held the innings together.
And he's so relieved. He's quite an emotional man, Lewis Hill, but he tilts his head to the sky. He sort of crouched down and celebrated wildly, and he's still there taking it all in, Lewis Hill.
He fairly flew through the 90s, didn't he?
Yeah, it was so very slow trickle between 200. Between 60 and 85, and then he's flown through to get to 100 of 275 balls. 8 fours in that. 395 for 8. Here comes Bennett. Oh, and that's in the air, but it's going to drop in front of the slips. It hit the top of the bat, and Bennett drops his shoulders in frustration.
Bit of luck there. That's an example of the irregular bounce from the Bennett end. And not named after Charlie, we should stress, but he's only been here for a couple of days. But that was what we've seen throughout the game. Often it's been low bounce. That one just, with Bennett's height, just get that extra bounce, and he did so there.
I guess the issue now is that those aren't carrying. That might have carried day 1, day 2. Davey then on 16. They got a single in the end, 396 for 8 as Bennett comes in. He bowls, and that is glanced off the legs from Davey. Leicestershire picking the scoring rate up. How many's that off the over already? 8 off the first 4 balls.
Josh Davey is just reminding us about his batting credentials and why Somerset trusted him to open. He's got a very calm head on his shoulders, hasn't he? Someone primarily as a bowler sometimes finds it difficult to keep his place in the side, and Somerset were happy in the end, obviously, that he was going to go to pastures new, but he's got great versatility about what he offers in the game.
Hill waits as Bennett comes in. It's a straight ball appeal for leg before wicket, and the umpire was very uninterested in that. That probably was going down the leg side, but not the best angle here with the pitch. It's to our right hand side, but we're just going to watch the replay now, and that was to the back. But it may have hit him outside the line, actually. Yeah. So
it didn't look very convincing, did it? We've seen 1 or 2 closer shouts, or ones where the Essex bowlers have been more certain that it might have gone in their favour than that one. Notably from Harmer and I think from Porter as well.
Bennett, final ball of the over. He's into Hill, who comes down the pitch and lets that go outside off stump. So the end of the over, and a great over for Leicestershire. Lewis Hill getting a wonderful century, and you can see he's still buzzing from it. He's still celebrating, just lifting his head to the sky in in relief, I think, more than anything. So 397 for 8, Leicestershire. They lead by 183, having been asked to follow on. And we have a game, ladies and gents, don't we?
Over 200 overs in the field for Essex. Ditto for Notts, I think, at Nottingham. So 2 tired attacks meeting on Friday. But the difference there was that the Notts attack had a break. It's been non-stop for Essex. And must be just starting to feel it a little bit now. 397 for 8. And we have Peter Willerman in touch on the emails. Saying that ex-Rettenton County Cricket Club, but now hiding in the West Country, and emailing us from Gloucestershire, saying that he feels that with Thane not bowling and following his innings of just 2 in the first innings, it calls into question possibly that Essex might have recruited an overseas player to replace Mulder. We've just discussed that, or played Zaman Akhtar. Now there was a possibility in this game, I thought, that they might have gone with Zaman Akhtar playing. They went with Noah Thane, as here is Harmer, and that's just played defensively from the crease, just back down the pitch. And yes, Thane hasn't bowled, and so that's obviously he hasn't been able to make a contribution there. And obviously anyone can get out cheaply, as both he and Allison did, of course, on day 2. 397 for 8, a bit after the last Lord Mayor's show, that, as this is played defensively. Back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Seems worth a go to me, though. I don't know what you think. I suppose that, the Essex view might be that if he goes for 20 or 5 overs, then that's pushed on the total.
Yeah, as this is played defensively back down the pitch. I will say that at the Oval, in conditions that weren't favourable to the bowlers, he played a very useful holding role as the four-seamer there, and he got runs as well with the bat. And of course, it may yet be that he can make a contribution with the bat in this game, and it might be needed. 397 for 8. This is a reverse sweep, and that's going away for 4, I think. Charlie Bennett's chasing it. I don't think he's going to get it. It's going to hit the rope now. It was a very well executed shot from Josh Davey. Played it with great confidence. Just took it off length, and the reverse sweep with the reversed hands away for 4 into the wide open spaces to a long boundary away to our left. And it's 401 for 8, and Leicestershire have equalled the highest score of the match so far, which was the Essex first innings score. And that is quite a big moment for them, I think. They're going to get the highest score of this game. 187 is the lead. And Essex now have problems. 187 the lead. 71 overs left after this minimum. Short mid on in. And this is just tucked around the corner down to backward square leg. And there's no run for Davey, who stays on 21. 401 for 8.
Well, we saw this coming at
an hour from the close on day 2, yes.
And even at 180 for 5 yesterday, at 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Here is Harmer bowling again, and it's just pushed out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's been a valiant performance by Leicestershire. The issue for Leicestershire is where are they going to find 2 or 3 wins? Well, you might be some confidence that one might come this afternoon. That's still a long shot, the way this pitch is playing, but what is becoming more likely is that Essex may have to be batting against the clock, and that of course might just bring in an opportunity or 2 for the Leicestershire bowlers that might not otherwise be there. Hill 101, Davey 21, another good partnership taking shape, worth 52 now, and it's 401 for 8, and the lead is 187.
So 71 overs, so let's try and gameplay this. So 71 overs, Leicestershire, in theory probably want to go until about 3, if they're still batting in an ideal scenario with, in that stage they would have had 500 on the board. That might seem unlikely. But they want to use up as much time as possible, as you say, to set them a total against the clock. Here comes Bennett. It's driven. He's bowling too wide and too full outside off stump. It's allowing Hill to drive confidently, who I know will be delighted to get first century of the season, first century in Division 1, and I know that it would, as I mentioned, he's sort of been at the centre of a lot of Leicestershire's recent success. He's been involved in a lot of the big moments for Leicestershire over the years, and if he's able to help Leicestershire hugely towards a first win in Division 1, he will be, in 23 years, he will be delighted. It's he who waits as Bennett bowls from the Bennett end. He comes in towards us, bowls. That was a casual drive from Hill, nicely timed, and it beats short cover and runs out to mid-off. So what Leicestershire would aim to try maybe and get 250 to set them? maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility now, isn't it? Essex might get to a stage where they take that, but they'll be hoping, of course, to bowl them out before then. Yes, thank you, Peter, for that email. Well, Noah Thane obviously picked primarily as a batter in this game, and let's see if he can deliver. And of course, Essex will be without Jordan Cox. One suspects it'll be Allison 4, Critchley 5, and maybe Thane stroke Pepper out of form.
Bennett, tall man, comes in with them, bowls a bounce, and it's not a great bouncer, which Davey can just let sail past him, went over his head. And so
I would say that, I think we mentioned this yesterday, that the Essex lineup without Jordan Cox will look a lot less intimidating to the Leicestershire attack when they go back out in the field.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, someone like Dean Elgar could be important to play an anchor innings at one end while the others back round him. That could be something to look for later on.
So Bennett is at the top of his run-up with Davey. 21 not out. This partnership worth 53. The lead 188. Bennett in, and that's glanced down at the leg side. Not sure if that hit bat or pad or thigh pad or something. The umpire signals for a leg by, and so it's a single added to the total. Davey stays on 21 with the score 403 for 8.
Knott's latest 108 for 8. Still needing a notional further 365 runs. It's going to be a fantastic win for Somerset. The wickets being shared. 2 for Pretorius, 2 for Ball, 3 for Overton, and Jack Leach has got 1 as well. And Somerset will be bringing up their 100 in terms of points, maybe in the not too distant future.
In comes Bennett, bowls outside off stump. That's the 5th ball of the 143rd over, the 5th ball of his 23rd. 1 for 78. His figures.
Wouldn't have ruled out a Somerset win there, but the extent of their dominance has been quite something, and maybe a championship challenge from the West Country is still very much on this year. Essex still to play Somerset at Taunton. Have Leicestershire seen much of Somerset so far?
No, they haven't, and I think there's a bit of disappointment all round as Bennett moves into the final ball of the over. Back goes Hill, and he'll get a single square of the wicket on the leg side, just going back and rocking back and knocking this into the leg side. So 404 for 8 at the end of the 43rd over. Essex huffing and puffing, but making hard work of it at the moment. Leicestershire building a decent total now. 190 the lead. Yes, Leicestershire are not going to Taunton, which I think they're a bit sad about, because it's one of the big ones you'd want to go to getting back up to Division 1, but it's one of the trips they're not making, sadly. It was in fact Lewis Hill I was talking to, I remember, who was talking about the fixtures before the start of the season. He was saying he was sad that he wasn't going to Taunton. It's the one that all your family come down for, and
yes.
book the hotels and come and watch you, but they're not doing that. We've got a bit of a break in play at the moment.
I have to say the view from the commentary box in Taunton is even better than this one. Particularly on a clear sunny day, it's quite a view from there. But no, that result that we anticipate coming fairly soon will give a lot of renewed hope to their supporters, but really has been a headline grabbing performance, that one. Well, here Leicestershire might be looking to try and do something similar, and Matt Critchley, who bowled the first over of the day, is coming back to give Simon Harmer a break. These two have added 55. Hill has 103, Davey 21, 404 for 8. How many more can they add? How much longer will the innings go on for?
It's been such a perfectly sort of timed innings by Leicestershire. They've worn Essex into the dirt.
Here's Critchley bowling a flatter one. This is cut away up towards deep cover. Sort of sweeper out there doing the fielding, and just the 1 run. So, yeah, valiant effort this by Leicestershire. And really have responded well to adversity in this game, because that double 100 from Cox certainly was adversity for Leicestershire, as this is played defensively, head over the ball up into the covers, and there's no run. And even though Leicestershire had a good second morning with those wickets and keeping Essex down to 400, might be still recovering from what had been inflicted on them the previous day when they batted. This is played defensively, head over the ball from Davey up towards Wesley at mid-wicket, and there's no run. But what performances has been, particularly from Lewis Hill. 104 for him. Davey on 21. Very capable bat, as we've been saying. Just plays that down to square leg and there's no run. Just about 20 minutes to go before lunch. Only the one wicket has gone down. That was Shriven, who was looking fine on 10, and then he was LBW, I think fairly clearly LBW to Harmer. That one just played with soft hands, just back to square on the offside, and there's no run. Davey stays on 21. 405 for 8. So at the moment, we're at the top of the table, looking a fair distance away for Essex as Critchley bowls, and that's a defensive forcing shot given out, and Critchley has done the trick. Looks like it's caught behind there. It's an attempted back foot cut from Davey, and it looks like he's just got I think an under edge to it in the end, and it's gone through to Michael Pepper, who's taken the catch. And just when Essex would have been absolutely desperate to make a breakthrough, they got one. And maybe they can finish this Leicestershire innings off before lunch. At the end of a very good partnership of 56. And it's Davey who's gone on the cut shot to Critchley. Switching Critchley back into the attack has worked. Just seeing if it's an under edge there. Yeah, looks like it. And it's gone through to Pepper as he went on the back foot force. 405 for 9. Davey goes for 21 and Hill is 104.
Done really well, Davey. 21 from 67 balls. He has pushed Leicestershire into a much better position. When he came in, he felt like Essex was still on top, and if they rattled through the last couple of wickets, then it would have very much been Essex's game. But they have pushed that lead towards 200. And at 405 for 9, with the lead approaching approaching 200. You would say that's a really vital 21 in conjunction with Hill, who's 104 not out. But a good change from Essex and for Critchley. Bring himself on to get the wicket.
Yeah, it's just got enough bounce there. And in the end, of course, he was sort of almost playing over the top of it if it wasn't under edge. But it was well executed by Critchley. And yeah, he'll feel aggrieved there. Davey missed out on that. He was very confident of playing the cut shot, but in the end just getting the under edge and taken nicely by Pepper. So 405 for 9, and Hill, I guess, is going to try and farm the strike.
Yeah. Don't know whether he'll hit out a little bit. Probably not.
The lead 191. Certainly Leicestershire would like another 9 runs here just to get it up to that 200. And a few more as well, but 69 overs minimum to go, 191, and just illustrates how quickly this equation can build. At the moment, it's still, in terms of runs per over, very comfortable from an Essex point of view, but 191 ahead, 69 overs minimum left.
That's a big wicket, isn't it? Because we've still got the time thing. We were sort of talking earlier about Essex running out of time. As Hill waits with Bennett bowling from the Bennett end, and he goes for a flashing cut with not much foot movement. I think that tells us how he's going to go about things.
So everyone on the boundary or in deep position. So we've got deep mid on, deep mid off, and there is a slip in, but apart from that, everyone is giving the one.
So they obviously think that they can get Green out cheaply. Another 20 or 30 here would be very good for Leicestershire. 69 overs to go. That would drop by 2, wouldn't it, for the change of innings? So you're looking at probably 60 overs to get 191. That is doable. In comes Bennett. Forward comes Hill and defends.
Whereas it looks as though it's all over for Notts. Warwickshire, because they've got Sam Hain and Bo Webster at the wicket, and while those two stay, they've still got a chance. It's a huge ask, but 133 for 4 after losing early wickets this morning. They still need 320 to beat Yorkshire. Maybe more realistically, they might, in the end, be looking to save that game. But remember, if Warwickshire do win it, then given that we know Notts aren't going to win, they would actually go top.
Bennett charges in now. Past the umpire, bowls a short delivery down the leg side. There's nothing doing there. 405 for 9, the score.
Yeah, certainly with Hain and Webster at the crease, there's still hope for Warwickshire to get something out of that game. Which is amazing, actually. I mean, Yorkshire have been very interesting. They've been running hot and cold all season, and they've obviously had a very good game in this one. It's a very, very competitive division, but as I say, the worry for the bottom two is they are being rather cut adrift particularly as the sides immediately above them are actually doing very well in this round.
Hill waits, he flashes at this across the line and plays it down the ground. So that's off the third ball, so Green will have to see out 3 deliveries.
Del Sharkey from Scotland, yeah, Paisley. Doubtless they're still celebrating. We're still in the bank holiday, aren't we there? Yeah, we are, yes indeed. So they're still celebrating the win over Haiti. But any idea how long Sam Cook will be out with his hand injury? Judging by this current innings, Essex title hopes rest with his fitness. Well, I was just talking to Chris Silverwood yesterday. I was thinking, is there any possibility he might be back for the closing stages of a T20 group stage? It's still touch and go, so there's no guarantee of that. And of course after that we're sort of getting into 100 territory, unless Essex of course were to qualify and be involved in the knockout stage of the 100, because that all comes very quickly. Quarterfinals on a Wednesday, finals day on a Saturday. So interesting to see when Sam Cook does return. It might be he comes back at a very important time if Essex get through the group.
Green to face his first ball as Bennett's in, and he defends, does Green. He's a huge chap. Only, how old is he, Alex Green? 19 years old, but he is built. He's built like someone in his late 30s. Big, broad shoulders. About 6'5". Looks like he's been in the gym for 20 years.
From Leicester's point of view, as long as he can keep out Bennett here, that's the main job.
Yeah, you suspect that he could pack a punch with the bat, but just looking through his stats, and I mean really we've got no evidence over whether he can bat. He has got a 20 in one of the List A games for Leicestershire as Bennett's in, and forward comes Green. He's got a good forward defence, we know that. But I was just looking at some of his... he got 20 in a List A game last year. He played 10 games there. Did really well actually with the ball. Got 22 wickets, but he's only scored 26 runs in List A cricket. He hasn't scored many runs at all in first class cricket. This is just his 3rd innings. And then if you look through, even for the second 11, he's not got beyond 3 this season. And for England's under-19s at the World Cup, he only batted twice by the looks of it, and got 3 not out and none not out. So
Critchley, 1 for 23 in 8 overs. If he gets another wicket, there might be thought that he might have bowled more, but he's certainly been more of a bit part player here. But he's bowled the first over and come back and got a wicket in his second over of the day. And we've got about 11 minutes to go before lunch. Lunch will be at 1 o'clock. A minimum of 68 overs to go. And Critchley just adjusting his field. Basically, it's far flung because Hill's on strike. There's no slip. More or less everyone on the boundary. There is a short third in a notional one-saving position, and that's the fielder in action here as it goes straight, deflected down into the offside, and there's no run. 406 for 9, but Hill will probably take a few of these deliveries from Critchley. Maybe worried that Green's eyes might light up and he might play too aggressively against him, but this is a delivery which is floated up wide of the off stump. Hill was looking to try and put it away through the covers, but in the end didn't make much contact with it, and it's gathered in by Pepper. 406 for 9. Shriven and Davey out this morning. As Critchley bowls a flatter one, it's played away into the offside, and there's, say, it will be a single for him if he wanted it, but he doesn't. I wonder if he might take one off the next ball, which would be the 4th of the over. 406 for 9, the lead, 192. Field adjustment, we've got another one saver coming in at cover. So a short third right on the edge of where the circle would be, and a shorter cover as this is driven away sweetly for a single out towards long on. Nicely played by Hill. He'll trust Green for 2 deliveries here. 406 becomes 407 for 9, the lead 193.
So yes, he's obviously trusting him for 3 balls and over, Green. It's just come down to just tell him how to see this out.
Yeah, that's only the 3rd ball, wasn't it? So Still 3 left.
But he's done that both times, hasn't he?
Yeah. So he's deciding on percentage risks.
Field comes in. This a big partnership, you think?
Yeah, the short extra cover in now and a conventional mid-off. There's an appeal for LBW. That's going down the leg side, one would have thought. And I think that was a googly, but we'll have a look from Critchley. Let's just see how that one behaved. Yes, it certainly was turning down the leg side. He was just pushing forward at it green. So he's still got 2 balls to survive in this over. Slip in, much more attacking field. Short cover, mid-off. Shortish mid-wicket, both coming in. Harmer's just running. Let's see where they're going to go. There's a couple more changes. I think we've got Wesley coming in maybe close to the wicket. Looks like he might be at short leg or leg slip. Harmer ran in and then has run back towards mid-off. Or walked back. So still, we have a couple of balls left of this over. 407 for 9. Green is on strike with number 11. Hill is on 106 at the other end. The lead is 193. And here's Critchley bowling, and that was always a loose stroke. That's what Critchley wanted. He wanted to try and tempt him into playing something loose. He went for an extravagant drive and played and missed. So, yeah, I think basically at 407 for 9, Critchley will be thinking, oh, it must have been, I was very, very close there. And what's happened, obviously, there was obviously something going on with counting the number of deliveries in that over, because what was on the screen was clearly wrong, and that is it. So Critchley goes back to his fielding position, 407 for 9, Hill on 106, and it means that he is on strike.
So then, a fascinating period of the game. A 20 partnership, getting Leicestershire to what, 210, something like that would be very, very important. I feel those 20 runs would be big. Bennett to bowl the 146th over. He bowls a straight delivery, and as we've already pointed out, everybody is essentially saving or offering the one. So you've got every fielder at least 10 metres in from the boundary rope.
I think on the evidence of that last shot from Green, I think Hill might be wise not to do more than 2 deliveries against Critchley, because Critchley is clearly going to bowl those tempting deliveries to ask him to have a go, and he was fortunate not to survive last time. But Hill back on strike, which is what Leicestershire want.
Bennett charging in now towards us. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and back goes Hill and plays it down to the leg side. He doesn't take the single this time. The issue is Leicestershire here, for me, probably doing neither. I mean, are they just going to go at 1 and over? For how long? I mean, maybe they're happy with that. Maybe they are happy going at 1 and over for the next, God knows how long. But Hill doesn't seem particularly interested in going for big shots, and it'd be a risk with every man on the boundary. Bennett in bowls, and he does come down the track, but ducks under a short ball from Bennett, who I think saw him coming. No run.
Our BBC Essex colleague Warren Muggleton has forwarded me an email from Brian Kelly, who is none other than Nick's father, saying enjoying the coverage, thank you. And what we can say, Brian, is if Leicestershire do not lose this game, if they get out of the game with a draw or better, Nick's innings in the first Leicestershire knock will be a very, very big part of that.
We had a lovely interview with Nick Kelly on our Talking Foxes podcast, as Hill waits, and in comes Bennett, who glances him away on the leg side. It's one of those ones Nick Kelly was so interesting, such a good interview, that such an articulate, nice guy. Our colleague Jack Rafferty was expecting about 10 minutes. We've got 25 minutes
that's good.
out of him. Nice guy. End of the over, 408. Oh no, it's not at the end of the over, is it? Forgive me. All the fielders rushing around and changing. It's because Lewis Hill has taken the single with 2 balls left. You see what I mean, though?
I mean, it's interesting, because the previous over, as I say, I was certain that he bowled 4 deliveries, and indeed he had Critchley, but it's as if the field placings has thrown the counting of the deliveries into chaos. But anyway, it's Green on strike for 2 deliveries.
2 slips. Everybody has come in now from the boundary as Bennett comes in. Green waits and plays a forward defensive. Do you see what I mean about just going at 1 and over. I mean, maybe Leicestershire are happy to just eat up the overs and go at 1 and over, with Hill taking the single, and you eat into that 66 overs. Maybe they're just trying to take. I mean, do you go for it? Would you take a draw? Are you happy to just see this out over after over?
I think at some point, well, obviously the last pair are together now. I think if 8 wickets were down, obviously there'd be more scope for Leicestershire to think about what they would want to do. But I think at this stage they just want to try and prolong this as long as possible. And of course we will presumably play on after 1 o'clock with 9 down. I'm going to be nipping off to do a news update in just a second. But so it might be we have a slight extension to the morning session anyway. But we'll see what happens.
4:08 for 9 is the score. The lead 194 as Bennett in bowls a short ball that is poorly aimed, and it allows Green to leave it down the leg side. So that is the end of the 147th over. 408 for 9 is the score. Green yet to get off the mark. Hill 107. He's approaching 300 balls.
Good idea from Bennett, but didn't quite execute it right. I can see what he was trying to do. He was trying to get one that was sort of just got a bit of extra bounce and was going into the shoulders, if you like, of Green, but he didn't quite put it in the right place. But I can certainly see what he was thinking there.
Thank you, Nick. We'll be back very shortly indeed. I think you're right. I hadn't considered actually they might extend the lunch break, or extend the morning session rather, push back the lunch break. You're listening to BBC Leicester, BBC Essex. I think we're still on 5 Sports Extra, so hello to all of our listeners across the country and across the world, and on the YouTube stream on Leicestershire. Lewis Hill is 107 not out. They've brought a short cover in there, so there is, I think they're going to try and tempt him into the drive, bringing that short cover in. That is where the boundary could be scored, as Critchley tosses it up outside off stump. He cuts to between deep cover and quite a square third man, and turns down the single. He's reached his as Critchley comes in. Back goes Hill and drives it to that short cover. Got his first Division 1 century earlier in his 11th season at Leicestershire, and I think I got a text from someone at the club saying he might have shed a tear at that, as Hill goes down the ground. It's a big hit up in the air, and he's going to get 4 for it. It was tossed up by Critchley, and he smacked it down the ground for 4 runs. He moves on to 111, and the lead now 198. Leicestershire 412 for 9. Having been asked to follow on, they get the ball back. Here's Critchley. Hill drives this through that cover spot. He's going to turn. No, he's going to take the single this time, leaving Green with 2 balls. I mean, that's more what Leicestershire need to do, I think, or what Hill needs to do. Boundary single, with Hill farming the strike. 413 for 9, the lead 199. If you're just joining us, if you haven't been following this game, Essex 401 in their first innings, Leicestershire bowled out for 187. But then these two have put on in good order. Sorry, not these two. Leicestershire have batted very, very well in the second innings to get the highest score of the match, actually. You haven't missed anything. Bit of a delay. They're bringing in a silly man right in front of the bat on the offside. Silly cover, I suppose you'd probably call that. Green then to see out 1 ball from this over. He goes back and defends in front of his stumps. There's a little fist bump there, I think, from Alex Green. And is that going to be the end of the session? The players are going round. I think we're going to carry on. Play has been extended by another 30 minutes, you can hear, with 9 wickets down. So we will go to half 1 with the Foxes being 9 wickets down, so do stay with us. I'm going to give an update to Radio Leicester listeners in just a second. And it's going to be Bennett to bowl from the Bennett end on the far side of the field. So again, Leicestershire will look to get 210, 220. Anything from there really is a bonus, but I think setting a target of 200 is a real achievement from the Foxes. They have made this into an interesting game. Bennett to bowl then. Moving in towards us. Tall, brown-haired chap. Comes in, bowls. Forward comes Hill and defends. There is no run. So, relatively low attendance today, but you would expect that on a Monday. There's a few dotted round to watch what could be a really thrilling end to this game. I suspect if you're a Leicestershire fan, you're back at work today, you have got this on to follow it, see how Leicestershire have got on, and they've done really, really well actually to add, what, 80 odd this morning. Some important contributions from the lower order. Bennett in. Bowls a short delivery. It's pulled around the corner by Hill, and I think they're going to try and get 2 here. The throw comes in. No, they've decided against the second. Update for Radio Leicester coming. And we could have a thrilling final day ahead. Leicestershire are creeping up to a competitive total to set Essex, having been asked to follow on. Remember, they have never won a game in their 146-year history, having been asked to follow on. But they now lead by 200. Lewis Hill with a marvellous century. He is still unbeaten on 113. He even shed a tear when he got his 100th run, his first ever Division 1 century. Good contributions from the lower order, including Tom Scriven and Josh Davey, but now Alex Green, the final man in, hoping to push them up to a 210, 220 target. 4:14 for 9 is the score on Grace Road. We've got a fascinating final few sessions ahead. Green waits, and he's got 4 balls to see out, and he flashes one outside the off stump with very little foot movement, little twiddle of the bat from Green. Bit of a rogue shot, that one, I would suggest, from the young man. England under-19 player. He's really promising. Alfonso Thomas has tipped him for England. He's that highly rated. Did well in the List A last year, but he's still only 19. But as I said, he's built like a 35-year-old bodybuilder. He waits. He's got 3 balls to see out. And he dangles the bat at that, but in the end just gets it out of the way to let it go past him. Let's just check, forgive me, I can't actually remember what Leicestershire started on this morning. But was it 3-2-5, I think? Green waits as Bennett comes in. That's a wayward ball down the leg side. It's well stopped by Pepper, who dives to his left hand side and sort of parries it in front of him. There's a leg slip who fields the ball and throws it back. 3-2-6 for 7, forgive me, following on. So nearly added 100 runs this morning for the loss of just 2 wickets. This partnership now 9. And Bennett is going to bowl the final ball of the over. Can he see out the over, Alex Green? He comes in, bowls, and it's beaten him outside off stump. That's a Jaffa. Moving away from him, just leaving him a little bit. And that is the end of the over. He has survived it though, Alex Green, the 19-year-old. 4-1-4 for 9. With Hill to face on 113 off 301 deliveries. So the Leicestershire lead is now 200. And big question is it enough? So if the wicket was to fall in the next over, they would have about 60 overs in which to get 200 odd, which is easily doable at just over 3 and over.
I suppose the one thing there, Matt, will be that lunch will be taken, and therefore we shouldn't lose any overs, assuming the wicket falls in this next period. So yeah, I mean, silly Essex are going to have to, well, don't worry about it. It's just to mention that, because obviously there wouldn't be any reduction, but it does mean that the rate required is over 3. I don't think that's particularly a problem, but it's just the pressure after Leicestershire have done so well. It's been a tremendous effort. I tell you what, in that last over, they thought they were going to get the 2, didn't they? And Green managed to survive. Critchley is bowling to Hill, and Hill drives away up towards long on, and there's no run. So I think normal service will be resumed. He slightly got away with it, Green there against Bennett. I mean, there were a couple of good deliveries, weren't there?
Yeah.
But he got away with it.
And he was trying to. It was just sort of dangling the bat at quite a few of them, wasn't he?
Yeah, 4.14 for 9, which is driven away, and it stopped at cover. I think there wasn't a 2 there, so I don't think it'd have set off anyway.
Well, it's that is the area where you could get a boundary. This straight on the offside where they've brought the short. They've brought
All the lofted shot, of course,
Yeah.
which came off a little while ago, as this is played along the ground and goes away to deep square leg, but there'll be no interest in a single there either. So, yeah, it's been an intriguing morning, a fantastic fight back for Leicestershire. It'd be disappointing for them if they do lose this game after all the hard work they've put in. Essex have been out in the field for well over 200 overs if both innings combined. This is driven away for a single this time by Hill. Takes the single there off Critchley's 3rd ball, I think 4th ball. That does make sense. 4th ball. That's the policy. It's the 2 balls is what they are ideally happy for Green to face. Will he try another big shot as he did the last time he faced Critchley? So 4 gone in the over. 4.15 for 9, a lead 201, Hill 114, and now Green back on strike again. So a bit of a pause. A few field adjustments. It's obviously going to be a very different field with Green on strike, a slip and a silly point. 3 saving 1 in the offside. It's backward square leg and a mid on, and there's going to be a swap around here. Harmer is coming in, and it looks like he's going to go into a leg slip position. So slip, leg slip, and a silly point. And this is a delivery from Critchley, which turns, but is one that can be left alone. Here he comes again. He wants to get it closer to off stump, and he does, but that's well played by Green, and plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. So we're into the extra half hour, and if we do go beyond 1:30, then lunch will be taken, and then overs will be knocked off between the innings. But at the moment, we've got a minimum of 63 left, and a Hill 114, Green no score, 4.15 for 9. Mentioned this morning, Josh Davey played very nicely for 21 and a standard 56 with Lewis Hill before he was caught behind off Critchley, but that was an important knock as well.
It's going to be very frustrating this for Essex now. It must have been an energy sapping morning. It's been an energy sapping innings. Slow progress for Leicestershire, sort of grind them into the dirt to the Foxes. Hill waits, 114 not out. Bat raised at shoulder height. Bennett comes in to start a new over, and he tries to drive him, but it doesn't time it, and it'll roll out to deep extra cover, who's about 10 metres from the boundary, as we've said before. Essex offering every player pretty much, bar the wicket keeper at the moment, the single. All the fielders spread out around the ground. And the longer this goes on, it's just momentum sapping, isn't it? It's energy sapping. 201 the lead. Hill faces, and he cracks that off his toes. That's a really well-timed shot, but it goes to deep backward square leg, and he doesn't take the single. I suppose what he's hoping now, Hill, is really doesn't want to take too many risks because every run is so vital, but he's just hoping, I suppose, that he times one well enough to find the gap and race away to the boundary.
Yes, if Bennett over pitches, there is a long off, but the mid on is up. Actually, yes, Westie's gone back to a deeper position just in case he does over pitch and is driven down the ground.
And he does try to drive down the ground, but he doesn't time it. There is no run.
So that figure of overs left, sitting on 62 after this, it means that the asking rate will be somewhere around about 3.3, 3.4 if the wicket falls now. That's not particularly a problem, but that's why the occupation of the crease is so important at this point for Leicestershire, because it doesn't ask out to mount up, even without many runs being scored.
Bennett in his 27th over bowls down the leg side. There's been the problem with Bennett, I think, has been that he has bowled a couple of wayward balls and over. He hasn't built that sustained pressure.
Yeah, that's one thing that we can observe. He's done tremendously well in his development, becoming, he's learned his white ball skills so well and has become a very important member of the T20 team. He stood up really and showed his worth, Sam Cook not being around with his injury. Here, he's still, say, relatively new, obviously, to first team red ball, and that skill of avoiding those deliveries and being able to build up pressure, because he's got the variations in his deliveries to cause real problems. But obviously that particular delivery down the leg side isn't going to cause too many difficulties.
Bennett, 2 balls left in the over. The field has come in, and Hill has played that behind square on the offside. He's got 4. Lovely late cut from Lewis Hill. And that's clever batting. Wait for the field to come in to stop the single with 2 balls to go, and then play the boundary shot. 118 he goes on to, 205 the lead.
Well, he really has played immaculately this morning. There's just no question about that. Showing pretty good judgment. There was that one over a little while ago where he left Green 4 or 5 deliveries, but he's... It's a game of cat and mouse, of course, at the moment. This is the last ball of the over, though. The one thing about getting the 4 is he's now got to try and get the single.
Bennett moves in, right arm over the wicket, pulled round the corner. That's going to be 4 more to Hill. So Green will face the strike at the end of the over, but the runs have been added. Hill adding 8 in that over, 2 4s in a row, pulling that from a short length for 4 runs. Probably not the best ball, considering there wasn't the protection out there really for him. And so that is the end of the over. 4-2-3 for 9. 209 the lead now for Leicestershire. And we've been sort of I've had these little targets that I've mentioned in my head with 170, 180, and then I was saying 210 was nice, another tough target to chase. This partnership now worth 18. And the way that Hill has batted with the tail, I think, has been absolutely marvellous. There have been decent partnerships added with all of them now.
Elsewhere, we are lunch or thereabouts, and not hanging on, but not much more than that. 137 for 8. Still needing a further 336 at Trent Bridge against Somerset, and Fergus O'Neill is 39 not out, but you would think that's probably a matter of time. A little bit more open to debate about how things will go at Scarborough, because that's an important 5th wicket pair of Bo Webster 27, Sam Hain 20 still together. 139 for 4, 314 more runs. That's still a long way away, but still a reasonable chance that Warwickshire could save that game, but that's one to keep an eye on during the afternoon. That one's at lunch at the moment. So here we're in this extra half hour, and it is going to be Critchley, who's got a hole over at Green, who's on a very useful 0 from 14 balls. And if he's on 0 from 20, his skipper won't mind at all in 5 minutes' time. I say 5 minutes because we've got quite a bit of a delay going on at the moment with pads being strapped on. And I think it's just some extra protection being put in there by Wesley. Fielding close, so it's just caused a bit of a delay in the start of this over, but it's been a very good morning this for Leicestershire. Close to 100 runs in the session. They've only lost 2 wickets. Absolutely exceeded, but at the top end of their expectations at the start of the day, I would have thought.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. I think it's been if Essex do knock these off and they win by 6-7 wickets, something like that, I think Leicestershire will be able to say to themselves that they have shown guts. And the
other side of the equation, that if Essex were to win this game, which they've still got a good chance of doing, with a slip and a short leg, that's always a beauty from Critchley. That's a classic leg break, and it's too good for the number 11, but he doesn't make any contact as he goes through the pepper. Lovely piece of bowling from Critchley, who's going to be a dangerous bowler for Green to deal with, because Critchley might try and slip in the googly as well here. That one is of fuller length and just played defensively up into the offside. Because if Essex get a win here towards the end of the day, and if things were to go well for the rest of the season, it's a day they might just look back on as one where they coped with adversity but still came out on top. As this is played defensively, back down the pitch and there's no one. Of course, the other side of that coin is if they don't win the game, they'll feel as though with that big first innings lead that they would have really missed out. Slip and a silly point for the right-hander on strike. That's on the pads of Green. It's a very easy delivery to deal with, and it's just played away out towards square leg. There's a possibility of a consideration of a single there, but maybe now he's facing Critchley, they're probably happy for him to just stay there and to block these rather than having to worry about getting Hill back on strike again. So 2 balls left. Yes, I don't think it would have been wise to take a single there. So Harmer again, as he has done very often, jogs in from mid-off and will take up a fielding position, presumably at leg slip. We'll wait to see what happens there. And that's adjustment of the field. Yeah. So a mid-off to replace Harmer, who goes to leg slip. So a leg slip, slip and silly point with 2 balls left of the over. 4.23 for 9. Critchley fires one in, and that goes maybe off bat and pad, not far away from Wesley, but it did go to ground. He's dealt with this pretty well, Green. He's not playing anything too ambitious. He tried one shot against Critchley, which was almost his undoing. And over or so back. Bowls again, flat of 1, nicely defended. That's well done by Green. 4.23 for 9. It means the strike is with Hill. The lead is 209, and there are 61 overs minimum left in the day's play. And lunch will be at 1:30 or after 8. Further overs have been bowled from 1 o'clock, which is probably going to be more or less the same time with Critchley bowling. So whichever is later, so fair chance that it will be when the clock ticks round to 1:30, if not before.
Yep. So that's 100 runs added, I think, isn't it? 97 runs added this morning for the loss of 2 wickets. This partnership is 18 very handy runs, and Lewis Hill will face Harmer, who's coming from the Bennett end. He's done most of his bowling, hasn't he, from the Pavilion end, but he's going to come down the hill at Uptonsteel, Grace Road. Live county championship cricket between Leicestershire and Essex. Leicestershire following on, but doing very well. 423 for 9 the score, and they are 209 runs ahead.
Harmer coming on at the Bennett end again.
As Harmer comes in, bowls, back goes Hill and defends. Leicestershire hoping to become the first team in the county championship to win, following on since 2018 when it was done to them by Durham. And they're hoping to achieve it for the first time in their history at all. 122 to Hill's name, and he comes forward and defends to Harmer. Again, that field is the same. There's a mid-wicket this time that's come in the infield, but he's the only man there by Bart Pepper, who stood up to the stumps. And of course Harmer, who is bowling, trundling in towards us, floating this one up. Hill decides against the single from the 3rd ball of the over as he just tucks it around the corner off his pads.
Yeah, the policy is ball 4 if available, so if he's got a chance of one here, you think he'd probably take it.
So now they have brought a couple of fielders in. One's coming in at cover, one's coming in at mid-wicket. And there's both a long on and I suppose a mid-on, aren't there? There.
Yeah, almost exactly behind the mid-on. A lofted shot, obviously.
Hill waits and goes and takes the single. Just tapping it behind square on the leg side is Hill. So Green will face 3 balls in this over.
Yeah, phenomenal effort from Lewis Hill. 162 not out is his highest first-class score. If he gets that, Essex really will be in trouble.
Yeah, that'll be a 260 lead or something, won't it?
Got that against Derbyshire at 2023.
appeal for leg before wicket. It was a full delivery. Green came forward to, but it wasn't particularly convincing. You could probably hear that in our effects microphone, couldn't you? It was a bit desperate. And down the leg side by the looks of things.
Gone past the 50 over mark, Simon Harmer. Doesn't happen not often. 51st.
And Harmer bowls and Green defends, and he has seen out the over again. Has Green. He has faced 22 balls and is yet to get out. He's doing a very good job for his team. Hill is 123 not out of 316 deliveries and has done a marvellous job for his team. Leicestershire lead by 210.
Important little minor psychological point here for Leicestershire, but if they can get to 130 and are able to come back out at 10 past 2, then we will have 2 overs knocked off between the innings, and we're getting to the stage now with 60 overs minimum left and 210 for lead. Well, even that little element is becomes significant, so that will be a little target to try and make sure that they get to the stage where they can knock overs off. I mean, might be that Leicestershire will want as many overs as possible because they think that, you know, that's a really positive thing, is how many overs do we want to bowl this side out. But I think the one way that Leicestershire could have a chance of winning is if Essex are chasing a target and they keep chasing it. When you've got a first innings lead of 214, you'll tend to want to keep chasing it, yeah. I think. And that might be, I think it would help Leicestershire to have as few overs as possible to be in the field. This is driven away off the back foot. First ball from Critchley's new over, and there's no run as it goes out to cover. One saver, which is a bit of a surprise, but slip in. Just the one fielder saving the single on the offside, which is hit away in the air, but safe. It goes out towards Elgar at mid-on, and they don't take a run. So it's been a tremendous morning for Leicestershire, because they've only lost 2 wickets in adding 98, and Hill has been the key contributor. It's played defensive. It's an appeal for LBW. Pad first there for Critchley, and not out. That would have been the basis of the appeal. It seemed to be a bit of bat on that, but he was quite confident as Hill came forward. You reckon that might have been a bit of pad onto bat, but not out, says the umpire. It must have been the reason.
Unless he was outside the line, it looked very straight if it was pad
Critchley
first.
bowls, and that's lofted away down the ground. That's gone up beyond Elgar. That will go all the way to the long on boundary, and it does. It goes for 4. It was well executed, and Hill obviously conscious that every boundary now has an impact in terms of the rate Essex will need to score. So if you add that on to going beyond 130, it really starts to add up. So 214 will lead, 127 for Hill, 428 for 9, and we are down to the last 2 balls of the over. So this wasn't the case of pushing the single off the 4th ball. It was a case of finding the boundary. Now he might be looking for the single, and lots of one savers have come in. Critchley bowls again. This is bowled him! That's the end of the innings. Hill has gone from 127. He did go for the ambitious shot. He probably didn't need to. I think he might have been trying to play the same shot as the one earlier in the over. Yes, he was. He was trying to loft it away down the ground, over mid-on again. But Matt Critchley has got a couple of late wickets here. It might be said he could have bowled more, but he's done his job, and he's got Hill for 127. And just in the nick of time, you feel, from an Essex perspective, because it was all these little things were starting to add up. The extra boundaries, the possibility of going beyond 130. But now we can say that Essex, with Leicestershire 428 all out, will need 215 runs to win. And that will be lunch.
Hill is frustrated. He raises his bat to the crowd and he's getting clapped off by the Essex players as well. It's a wonderful knock from Lewis Hill. He's got a smile on his face and he's absolutely delighted. That will be one of the best days in his career, I'm sure. He has given his side hope of a famous victory today with a marvellous 127 of 320 deliveries. I don't think he needed to play that shot. I think you're right, he'd already got the shot, but it was tossed up well by Critchley, and he took the bait, did Hill, and they have dismissed him. So 428 all out Leicestershire. Essex need 215 to win this game. That is not an easy target, but they will have 59 overs in which to do it, and I'd suggest Essex are still the favourites, aren't they? They'll need to go at
marginal favourites, but
3.5 and over.
They've got a job on their hands now.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be a really fascinating afternoon and evening session here on BBC Sports Extra, BBC Leicester, BBC Essex, and the Leicestershire stream on YouTube. We do hope that you join us for that in what could be a thrilling finale. 215 to win then for Essex.
Long old 2.5. But, so, I'll go for a bit of a walk and something. Are you going to go back? Are you going to get the sun? What do you see? Far south? Yeah, if there's anything there. Are you going over there? Or? Yeah. I see that. Yeah. Yeah. I see it on there. I'm not doing I didn't want to the website yet to have a look when you went. Yeah, I'll do one yesterday. I'll probably do one at the end of the day.
at 49 yesterday. Ben Cox scored his 7,000th first-class run.
start. To create one more power source, an extension cable here. I'll unplug that, put it in there, unplug my extension and then plug it in.
You're better off doing
Whichever you prefer, whichever you want.
those are streaming based.
Right, so basically, what we'll do is just create one extra power source.
Well, hello there, and thank you for rejoining us on BBC Leicester, BBC Essex, BBC Sport website and app, and the Leicestershire stream on YouTube for the chase for Essex. They require 215 to win this game and go top of Division 1 of the County Championship. Leicestershire need 10 wickets to get their first victory of the season and end a 3-game losing streak. They have 59 overs to get it, Essex, so the required run rate is at about, what, 3 and a bit and over. Very doable. But that was an energy-sapping period of play for the Foxes, sorry, for Essex. And so the momentum it feels at the moment is with Leicestershire, even though you would say that Essex are still favourites to win. The ball is in the hands of Josh Davey, who will bowl the first over from the Bennett end, running down the hill in towards us, and he's up to the wicket. He bowls the first delivery, which is straight and on the money, and forward comes Paul Walter and defends. Has to get a long way down. So we're making jokes, weren't we, on the Friday about how small the bat looks in his hands.
211. Let's have a look at Walter here. No, 269, a bit better than that. But the average is maybe slightly disappointing in that context. 269 runs coming into this game at 24.5, so that's dropped a little bit. 1 century and 150. Obviously out cheaply in the first innings.
Essex yet to get their chase fully underway as Davey bowls and Walter comes forward and gets a thick inside edge. The challenge for Leicestershire is that they have struggled to bowl as packs, and they've struggled to bowl as a unit. They've got good opening pairs, and you've seen Holland and Green in particular taking lots of wickets. Holland isn't here today; he's back over in the US playing Major League cricket, but.
Yes, Holland,
it's been those second and third change bowlers that have been the
Holland would be
for
useful
them.
here. I mean, one thing that Leicestershire might think is if they can keep the runs down early on and create a bit of run rate pressure, that might lead to wickets.
Davey bowling right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who pushes at it and gets a thick inside edge into his pads. So yeah, 3.67 the required run rate, the target 215. And quite a lot on the line for both. Essex can go top, as we've said, because the results have gone their way today. They will be above Sussex by 1 point. Leicestershire, meanwhile, will get their first win of the season. They will move off bottom with a win. They come off bottom with a draw as well, actually, but that seems unlikely, the most unlikely of the three scenarios. It's a lovely day, actually. It's turned into a wonderful Monday afternoon as Davey, elbows jutting out, comes in, and there's a drive from Elgar that he doesn't time it particularly well, and it dribbles away into the offside behind square. It's fielded there by Nick Kelly. Hello to his dad, who was listening earlier, wasn't he? He emailed in essex.cricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch. Tell us who you are, where you're listening, if you've got any questions, any thoughts. Been really nice hearing from you. We do have a Leicestershire cricket email, but we'll send it to one so that Nick does all the work. You missed my joke, Nick.
Yeah, got it now.
Walter, 1 not out, 2 for no loss, and it comes forward, does Walter. That's a good over from Davey, that. 2 false shots that he's got out of it, and Leicestershire are trying to get early wickets. Essex 2 for no loss, they need 213 to win this game. And I just wrote a piece for the website, Nick, about Lewis Hill's innings. I think it's probably the best innings of his career, I would say. 10th first-class century. But I think it meant so much to him to get one in Division 1, having been a local boy. I think it was an innings of such guts and such character. I think it says a lot about him. As we sort of said throughout the innings, he didn't time too many shots beautifully, but he just had the mental resilience to stick in there with the fight, score runs when he needed to. He rotated the strike well, he batted wonderfully well with the tail. And he has given Leicestershire the chance for a victory that was so unlikely. But I think, given the fact that he's a local boy, I think that would have meant a huge amount to him to have got that century. And you don't see many players that emotional after a century on day 4 with that context.
Now, it could be very important, of course. That's to be said as green bowls, and that's played defensively. Head over the ball by Elgar up towards mid-off. So 2 without loss. And they've been set a target of 215, 58 overs minimum to go, including this one. So first objective for Leicestershire, ideally to take a wicket or 2, but to get the run rate above 4 and over as a requirement. 2 slips waiting, left-hander in Elgar on strike. The sun's shining, nice drive from Elgar, but straight to mid-on, and there is no run.
2 for 73 for Green in the first innings. He's been the pick of Leicestershire's bowlers by some distance. 25 wickets in this season so far. He wouldn't say this. I will say it. I don't think he has been backed up well enough.
Yeah. Elgar had 314 runs coming into this match, with an average of 31, a century and a 50. Of course, just dented a little bit by that first innings low score. And here he gets one outside the off stump, which he's happy to leave alone, and he'll just play himself in here because the asking rate's well within his compass, so he'll feel one objective is to try and get in and then try to perhaps play the major innings. And they'll certainly need at least one big individual contribution or one big partnership here, Essex. Remember, the reward, barring a remarkable performance from the Warwickshire middle order, is going to be the top place in Division 1 should they win. Here is Green bowling outside the off stump, and that is left alone. We'll just bring you up to date with what's happening in those other 2 important games, with teams trying to get to the top of the table. Sussex, of course, are currently there after their tremendous victory at Hove against Glamorgan, and Essex looking to replace them to make Sussex's stay at the top a very short one, at least for the time being. 2 slips waiting as Green bowls. That was beauty, and that's beat him outside the off stump. That wasn't far away from the outside edge. That's his first threatening delivery, and Elgar was beaten by that one. He was getting one there which he just played down the line of, and it just moved a little bit outside the off stump. 2 for no wicket.
Lovely delivery. Very difficult to get the ball moving away from you if you're bowling from that angle round the wicket, but Green is a very, very good bowler.
News that Jordan Cox is, courtesy of the BBC Sport website, is to make his debut for England on Wednesday. That's driven down the ground. Nice shot for 4. Slightly overpitched, and Dean Elgar's lent into that, hit it just to the onside of straight, away for 4. So that's him to 5, 6 for no wicket, target down to 209. And a first boundary for Dean Elgar, who could be an important player in the context of this situation. So a little bit more on that story, which we've just got on the BBC Cricket website. Just a little bit more clarification about what England's plans are. And the story that Essex's Jordan Cox and Hampshire's Sonny Baker will make their England debuts in the second test against New Zealand, starting at the Oval on Wednesday. And Matt Fisher is also going to play. That will be his second test, more than 4 years after his first. And Jofra Archer will return for the first time this summer, having missed the first test. So still question marks about whether Jamie Smith's going to play.
As Davey comes in and bowls, and back goes Walter. Start of the 3rd over of the innings, 209 to win, and in fact that's gone for 4 runs. glanced off the hips from Walter, and it races away to the boundary. So a decent start this for Essex so far. They're founding the boundary, finding the gaps, and they're on to 10 for no loss.
So it looks like Rue will only play if Smith is unavailable. So Cox will definitely play, and it's Smith or Rue depending on Smith's availability.
Davey bowling right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Walter, who's in on the pad, appealed for leg before wicket. It looked like he got himself out of the line of that, did Walter, and so the umpire stays rooted to the spot, and as his fingers rooted to his side.
So the England line-up for the Oval is Duckett, Gay, Bethel, Root, Brooke, Smith, brackets possibly Rue, depending on Smith's availability, Cox at 7 and Jofra Archer at 8. Well, I'm not sure. Jordan Cox will... Well, he probably got quite a high estimation of Jofra Archer's batting, which is pretty reasonable, but probably want Robinson or Atkinson at 8. But anyway, it's Jofra Archer at 8, Tongue 9, who's a useful bat, Fisher, ditto, and then Baker at 11. He's probably the genuine tail-ender.
In comes Davey, and it is defended by Walter. The ball just dribbling into the leg side. The wind's picked up a bit. You can hear that in our effects microphone there.
Yeah, just a little bit. In fact, it has, yeah. You can see the trees are certainly much more active than they were all day yesterday and most of the morning. So Jordan Cox will play at the Oval.
It's exciting.
And hope that Jofra's in form when he joins him, perhaps.
In comes Davey to bowl to Walter, who somewhat sort of unconvincingly puts the bat out, and it like he was sort of holding the bat very tightly, and he sort of withdrew it after he hit it, played it down to Rahan Ahmed, who is not going to England camp. I'm going to turn that effects mic down. That really does work.
One suspects that if Smith, having moved Smith to 6 from 7, they'll be reluctant if he does play Smith to move him back down to 7. I suppose there is a chance that if Rue plays instead of Smith, that Cox could bat in number 6, but that will remain to be seen.
Excuse me. Elgar waits, 5 not out off 8 deliveries, 204 to win for Essex. They're in pursuit of 215. He waits and drives this a little bit uppishly, but it's going to go for 4 runs down the ground. Pleasant shot that, and there's a bit of international class for you. Leaning into that and driving it down the ground for 4. So that's 15 for no loss, 9 to Elgar. And they've got about this pretty quickly, going at 5.3 and over, Nick. They have come out with some aggression.
Yes, and they put a couple of hittable balls away. Slightly more favourable batting conditions for these two than the ones they were greeted with on Friday morning. And in the absence of Cox, they need a partnership just to lay a platform here. 200 to win.
In comes Davey. Bowls. Oh, that's a beauty, and it's taken. Squared Elgar up and got the outside edge, and it was taken at first slip. A very good catch from Rishi Patel right in front of him, and Essex have lost their first wicket to a peach from Josh Davey, and Elgar has to depart for 9. 15 for 1.
Had a good day, Davey. His batting was important, and that one very much landed in the right place. It squared Elgar up, and just taking the shoulder of the bat, and the well-judged catch at first slip going round the wicket to Elgar. Yeah, he was sort of squared up by it, and a bit of extra bounce, and nicely taken. So again, the bowling from the Bennett end perhaps causing potentially the greater problems. That's a big wicket for Leicestershire, because they'll know that Dean Elgar gets in. He can basically occupy one end of this run chase, and 15 for 1. So yes, it has been a bright start by Essex, but they don't particularly want to be 60 for 3 after 15 overs here. It's more, I think it's quite important to make sure that they're laying a platform. Perhaps they can accelerate a bit later on, but there was no hint of aggression there from Elgar. He was just beaten by a very good delivery, which I say seemed to take the bat quite high up. And we've been mentioning on occasions from Scotland's game. We've actually got an emailer from Boston, Massachusetts, which is Harry. So he's saying that he was enjoying the the game, but half of Scotland are still there apparently. He says, yeah, and from Boston and originally from Colchester, and says that after the great result, everyone's very happy there. He's able to do his well. If they can put Essex under pressure here, anything could possibly happen. They got one wicket.
Biggest one of the year probably.
Yeah, it was the first.
With
Yes.
Leicestershire's with the sport in Leicestershire this season. The Tigers did well, to be fair, this season, but
Well, at least 3 T20 wins have been useful, haven't they? That's played defensively by Walter, back down the pitch, and picked up at mid-on. And there is no run. Alex Green, who batted very obdurately. I think he put something like 0 off 24 balls in the end. In the end, it was his partner who made the mistake and got out. He was doing everything he could to support Lewis Hill, but Lewis Hill just slightly over-ambitious against Matt Critchley, who may indeed have maybe bowled a few more overs than he did, but we'll see if there's any significance of that as time goes on, particularly if Rian Ahmed takes wickets. This is outside the off-stump and is left alone by Walter. Mainly cloudy, little bits of blue sky every now and again. As Adam was saying, the wind has just got up a little bit. Not much. What blue sky there is away to our left at this present time. And an intriguing afternoon's cricket for those who are here. 198 to win and a minimum of 55.5 overs to go. But an early wicket has gone down. 17 for 1. Ben Green goes round the wicket, right arm medium, and played defensively by Walter. Back down the pitch, and once again there is no run. And we were mentioning cold weather conditions, and we were talking about Colchester, but Stephen's been in touch just before lunch. So he was able to get to the ground yesterday, but today he's be back at home in Hockley. Green bowls again. It's run down off the open face to have for a single to do third man for Walter, and takes the score to 18 for 1. He said he was present at Fenners in April 1981 when the umpires took the players off in the Cambridge University Essex match because the wind was too cold. And he also says he attended the Essex 150th anniversary celebration in January and asked Derek Pringle, who was playing for Cambridge in that match, about the incident. And he told me that the senior umpire, Don Osley, got ticked off by the TCCB, as it was then, for taking the players off. And yes, he also asked Derek about his dad Don, who appeared in the 1975 World Cup that we mentioned. This next one is just played defensively by Wesley, his first ball up into the offside. And not about over that from Green, just that single down towards third man, and quite tense here. 18 for 1, 197 more needed, and 55 overs minimum. And Derek Pringle talking about his dad, who played in that 75 World Cup. He never saw his dad play for East Africa, either live or on TV, and the game against England was broadcast, but Derek thinks there's no surviving footage, as he was playing for his school at the same time, but his dad was bowling. That was unfortunate. His dad bowling against England for East Africa in that 75 World Cup.
Josh Davey to bowl the 5th over of this chase, and back goes Walter, tall chap, and rocks back and smashes it into the leg side. He'll get a single for his trouble.
That match is not included on John Arlett's video. I think it's called Fiery Summer, or The Long Hot Summer, which everybody thought it was, of course, but not realising 76 was round the corner. And but that video which John Arlett did for the BBC has tremendous footage of the first Australia-West Indies game, the classic between West Indies and Pakistan that the West Indies tail enders won, and of course the great unforgettable first ever World Cup final.
Davey bowling right arm over to the wicket, the right-handed Wesley, and he drives him down the ground beautifully. That's a sublime shot from Wesley. He's off the mark of his second ball and timed that to perfection. Lovely arc of the blade, full ball, and showed everybody in the hospitality boxes up there the maker of the bat straight back to them, 4 runs down the ground.
Just catching up with a few emails sent before lunch. David, thank you for getting in touch, David Collins, and thanks for your kind words. And as we confirmed, Peter Willey did play for Leicestershire, as Adam also mentioned. In fact, he was very instrumental with 86 not out in enabling Leicestershire to win the Benson Hedges Cup final by 5 wickets against none other than Essex in 1985 at Lord's.
As Wesley waits, Davey is into him. It's a straight delivery on a middle stump line. He's flicked away into the leg side by Wesley. There's 2 more off the total. 25 now for 1, so 190 to win. Yeah, that was during Leicestershire's sort of first golden period.
Yeah.
The second one towards the end of the 90s.
Yeah, that was when they won the championship twice in 3 years, wasn't it? They were a formidable side.
And then I suppose you'd probably count the third golden period with those T20 wins when they were very good at T20 at the start of the 2000s.
All right.
Yeah, 2 I think in 3 years again, maybe 2 in 2004 and 2006.
So actually, Surrey won the first one, so Leicester probably won the second one.
They did, 2004 and then 2006. Wesley, 6 not out, stands with the bat raised at hip height, bangs it on the ground 3 times. Davey, fair-haired, runs in towards him. He bowls again too straight, and that is cracked off his legs behind square on the offside. Ahmed Fields, and that's 1 added to the total.
And David says that in 1985 at the Lord's final, he was there supporting the Foxes, having somehow escaped his domestic duties just 6 days after his daughter was born. So obviously great memories there, David. Thank you very much for getting in touch about that.
Enjoy the emails. I love the ones people listening abroad. The idea of following Leicestershire against Essex,
particularly
in Boston, Massachusetts. Always
talking
makes
about
me
the
laugh.
cricket when there was that World Cup match going on in Boston.
Of course, Davey comes in now. He bowls, and that's whipped across the line. It's a wonderful shot by Walter. Gets really high and plays against the line slightly, but it was incredibly well controlled, going from off to leg and playing it out to deep mid wicket. That's the end of the over, and that was an expensive over in the end from Davey, wasn't it? 5, 7, 8, 9, 10 off it. No,
Well,
sorry, I've done it again, Nick. It's just left-right hand combinations.
Yeah.
The field was changing, so you've still got 1 ball left.
And decent. I mean, the wicket's gone down, but all told, 27 for 1 and a fairly positive 27 inside 5 overs. So they're at least sort of taking run rate pressure out of the equation, this pair.
27 for 1. Davey in for the final ball of the over, and again that's too straight, and again that's going to pierce the gap actually in the outfield. There's 2 men out there, they'll only get 2. Ahmed Fields, one-handed. He plays so casually, Ahmed. Doesn't make a mistake though, but just pick that up, racing towards the boundary, one-handed, throws it in. That is the end of the over. It was an expensive one. 11 off it. So 29 for 1, 186 to win for Essex to win this game. They're chasing 215. Have you been to Boston before?
No, I haven't, and
It's a lovely city.
you're right. Certainly sounds like it's worth visiting. But 29 for 1.
One of the few places in America that's sort of got the higgledy-piggledy streets, bit of character, a bit of history about it.
Yes, a lot of people were doing a lot of travel around America and Canada and Mexico as well, as this is a force off the back foot, a good-looking shot as well, going away through the covers from Paul Walter, and it's a positive start this from Essex. The first ball of the new over from Green has been sent through the covers for 4. Walter goes to 13 and 33 for 1, despite the loss of Dean Elgar. It's been a very positive start from Essex in pursuit of his 215. They got the target down to 182. They're trying to knock a chunk out of this target as soon as they can, I think, and begun in good style. So Walter, who's been a bit in and out in his form, could he play a major innings here? There's a slip quite deep, as this one's on the pads, and he turns it round towards deep square leg for a single. And obviously, given that Leicestershire batted for so long, indications are still not a huge amount in the pitch for the bowlers. It's going to be interesting to see if there's anything for the spin, but certainly you feel Essex just cleaned out that innings just in time. Much longer, if we'd gone into the afternoon, would have started to pose real problems. And with this positive start, 34 for 1 inside 5.2 overs, At the moment, they will be favourites to win the game and go top, with the assumption that Warwickshire game doesn't end up in a Warwickshire win, as this is played away, just run down off an open face down towards third man for a single by Wesley. He started very positively. Tom Wesley, who got that 100 against Surrey, hasn't got a huge amount else apart from that this season, 211 runs coming into the game, but he did contribute very well in the first innings in that partnership with Jordan Cox, so that's an important addition, and played his part in that partnership very well as a foil, as Walter cracks away off the back foot and it goes straight out into the covers, and there's Sheridan Gums and there's no run. Yes, that's a knock from Tom Wesley in the first innings could yet prove to be very important, because he was playing normal cricket at a time when Cox seemed to be different, batting on a different planet, and he played it very well indeed. It seems like a long time ago in the game, but he made 41 from 89 balls. It's a very conventional innings with 5 fours in it, as Walter plays with an angled bat and sends it down towards wide third man and collects a single, 36 for 1. Of course, Cox, who's going to make his England debut on Wednesday, 204 from 201 balls by contrast, but it was the partnership really that was critical in launching the Essex innings, as they added 147 in around about 25 overs or so. So that was pretty quick going. Of course, many down to Cox, but Wesley played that foil role, that supporting role, very well indeed. He's on 10. And he plays a defensive shot to a good one from Green and just sends it back down the pitch. So Essex will be pretty satisfied despite the loss of Elgar. 36 for 1. We need a further 179. There's still 53 overs. So what they've done with this fast start is taken any anxiety about the asking rate getting beyond 4s. It's still very, very comfortable. And Leicestershire, you feel, are going to find it hard to contain and therefore going to have to take wickets.
36 for 1, 179 to win. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Essex. And I think Essex have started really, really well. Positively. And it's sometimes those first 20, 30 runs that can be the most difficult. And even though they have lost Dean Elgar, the manner in which they have played feels like they've got off to a very positive start. Davey in bowls, driven down the ground. There's been some lovely straight drives from Essex in this innings, and that's another one. It's heading down towards the boundary rope. It's not going to make it all the way. It's going to be fielded by mid-on. Tom Scriven down there, and that means that it's 178 to win. 177, they came back for 2, forgive me.
So Warwickshire's 5th wicket pair still together. They've added 79. Hayne 39 not out from 110 balls, and Webster 41 from 80. And they still need a further 281. That's still an awful lot of runs. But 5th wicket pair still together.
Walter 17 not out. Davey bowling right arm round the wicket. That's possibly a little bit of a slow ball that from Davey, but forward comes Walter in defence.
I suppose I'll just going to try and bat normally for a while and then maybe give it a go after tea if they're still together. But Warwickshire putting up a good fight after a poor start to their second innings. A very big 450 plus target with 281 still needed. And effectively a Warwickshire win, if Essex win here, is the only thing that can stop Essex going to the top of the table at the end of this round of games, because the last Nottinghamshire pair are together at Trent Bridge.
Davey, elbows jutting out as he barrels in. He's cracked to the covers for 4. It's a gorgeous shot from Wesley. The ball is hitting the bat very nicely in this afternoon session, and that has crunched into the cover boundary. It's a long boundary out there, and this pitch has turned into a good one, hasn't it? It doesn't look like there's a lot of movement, a lot of issues being caused to the batsman. Walter seems to have started very comfortably.
I think probably what we're seeing is that the Leicestershire bowlers don't have the equivalent of Forter and Snater, so they've not been able to exert the control that those two, particularly Snater in this game, have been able to do, and that means that runs have been a bit easier to come by. It has played rather like a typical Grace Road pitch from when I used to come and see the championship games here. It's been quite reminiscent of that in these last couple of days.
Davey.
Good for batting.
running in now. He bowls, and that beats him outside off stump. The way his head dipped there, I thought he might have got a little feather on that, but he didn't. Good bowl from Davey. Yes, probably highlighted as well. Not a huge amount in it for the spinners, even though Ahmed has got wickets. Your slower bowlers can sometimes toil on Grace Road pitches.
So in Division 2, Gloucestershire absolutely cast adrift at the bottom of the table, but a really good rearguard action from them today. James Bracey, one of England's forgotten men, 110 not out, and they're 337 for 8, lead of 140 against Northants, who are trying to go back to second place.
Davey in, bowls, back goes Walter, and flicks this to mid-on. Doesn't time that as well as he would have wanted. It's a good shot he's got there, so you sort of pull it across the line, but it's done safely and in a more textbook fashion.
And basically Northampton will go second because they're going to get at least a draw there, but they'll be looking for the win that will take that little bit closer to Durham, who are running away at the top. But Gloucestershire having a miserable season. A bit better in the T20, mind you, particularly when they've been up against Somerset, but the Championship's been very poor. But it's a good fighting rearguard for them today, over not too far away over at Northampton.
Davey to bowl the final ball of the 7th over, the score 42 for 1, and that is flicked again off a leg stump line. It's a nice shot from Walter. He's obviously very good in that area, isn't he? Just sort of off his pads and off straight deliveries. He guides that down to fine leg and gets a single. He will keep the strike. He's on to 22, and another pretty successful over for Essex, 7 off it, and Davies going 1 for 29 off 4 overs, so he's going at quite a rate at the moment. Essex steaming along right now to the total of 215. They're 43 for 1. They need 172 to win.
Yeah, it's a good start. And Essex approaching this calmly. They've been in the field for an awful long time, probably forgotten what batting was all about, but basically they need to get the runs that he got in the first innings, minus Jordan Cox, who got half the runs. Effectively, it's that sort of ask, but they'll want to lose a lot fewer wickets. 43 for 1, 172 more needed in a minimum of 52 overs, so still comfortably around the 3.5 and over mark. And Ben Green, none for 14 in 3 overs, is going to bowl from the pavilion end and go round the wicket. And it's run down off an open face down to third man. Walter's been good at that. A get out shot for him that gets a single. Takes him along to 23. Elgar out for 9 when the score was 15. Very good scoreboard, which is just away to our right next to the floodlight pylon, which has got all that information on, and telling us that that wicket fell at 15 with Elgar making 9 and how he got out. So we're into the 8th over of the innings. Essex set 215 after Leicestershire were bowled out for what was the highest score of the match, 428. As this is a good delivery. Oh, that's misbehaved a little bit and got up at Wesley, who's had finger problems, of course. And that one just jarred him and he's walked away towards short leg. I think he's okay, but that one looks as though it's just got up at him a little bit. Hard to judge from the replay, but certainly he was sort of taking his hands off the bat after he played. It was slightly jarring.
Yeah, that's a nasty one. There's been a few of those throughout the game. Probably fewer of them, ironically, as the game's gone on.
44 for 1. Slip in. That's held back a bit from Green and driven up towards Gums at mid wicket, who's done very well and sort of made a good impression. And it's going to be a question of whether any of these Leicestershire bowlers can produce an incisive spell here. You feel that's going to be needed. As this next delivery is all just squeezed away off an open face, goes down towards third man, and they're going to collect another run. It was a little bit involuntary. Ryan Arman's got the ball. I wonder how long it'll be before he bowls. Interestingly, that Matt Critchley, who bowls the same style, bowled quite nicely earlier on. Might have bowled a few more overs. don't think Leicestershire want to delay his introduction too long.
You've got
45
those
for 1.
footmarks too, and you've got
Yep.
the left-handed batter in Walter
Does,
too, who
yep.
can toss it up into that.
It'll be a good battle. Green in his 4th over, number 16, going around the wicket, running away from us. A cut shot from Walter, a firm strike as well, but there is a sweeper, and that will deny him anything more than 1 run. But Walter has started well. So a little bit in-out this season, but he started well here. 24 out of 46 for 1 with Wesley 11, and a further 169 required. And Andy was in touch on the emails just before lunch and saying that he was writing from Chester Street, which is a ground I very much like, but thought we might be going to there this year for Essex coverage, but in the end they got relegated, Durham, didn't they? So that ruled that out, as that's played away up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run for Wesley off the last ball there, 46 for 1. And you say you grew up in the equally beautiful Mashbury in the heart of the Essex countryside, northwest of Chelmsford. And you say over the last couple of seasons Essex seemed to have problems bowling out the tail. We've seen a lot of tail enders putting on significant partnerships. Why is this? Is it poor captaincy? Do we need a better bowling all-rounder? What do we think the answer is? I think here it's just basically the grind of being out there for 200 overs and not having Sam Cook. Told a little bit in the end, but everyone made a contribution. Charlie Bennett, important wicket late yesterday, and Matt Critchley today. So I think Vian Mulder's leaving the team obviously does leave a little bit of a gap to fill in terms of an all-rounder's role, and it's how Essex can deal with that or shape the side so they're not short in batting or bowling. But I think here it was just you have to give credit to Lewis Hill and the obdurate batting that Leicestershire showed, the determination, and that was, I think, part of the reason why they were kept out there for a while longer than might otherwise have been the case. 46 for 1, and we have an interesting moment now.
Yep, Rahan Ahmed is going to come on to bowl. 4 wickets in the first innings, and can the youngest man to play all 3 formats for England produce some magic? He's going to bowl round the wicket leg spinners and bowls a full delivery first up, which Walter comes back to and drives back to Ahmed. Only one, I think we've said, in the squad, in the England squad, who has not been dragged away from their match. As Ahmed comes in towards them, and forward comes Walter and plays this to Ben Green, who's fielding at mid-wicket, and there is no run. 169 to win then for Essex. They've got 50 overs in which to do it, and Ahmed, short, stocky frame, broad shoulder, comes in. Oh, and there's an appeal there, strangled appeal. That must have come off an inside edge. Slip is blocking me, so I didn't see that. I don't know if you've got a better view of that. Oh, no,
Yeah.
it's going down the leg side,
Yeah,
perhaps.
good
Maybe some
shout.
bat on it. But not a bad shout. Ahmed in to bowl. He tracks this one down. There's a appeal for leg before wicket. That's very close. Oh, not out is the signal.
Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. Here's the one man from the England squad who's still out there playing in this round of championship matches, and he's causing problems from the outset here, and he's bowling from the Bennett end, so that irregular bounce might help him as well.
Well, he's got 2 to bounce irregularly, hasn't he? Bowls another one. Forward comes Walter, who I don't think will be going back to many more deliveries from Ahmed. That was the quicker, flatter leg spinner, and it just didn't bounce.
Yeah, it does look like Ahmed is going to be the threat here, which isn't a great surprise.
In he comes now. He bowls. It's a full, almost Yorker length, that, from Ahmed, and Walter comes forward and defends it, but he was in a lot of trouble there, was Ahmed. And Maiden first up. Essex 46 for 1. They still need 169 to win, but you're absolutely right. The international class telling there for Ahmed.
Yeah.
And that was a good move to bring him on.
If he can, obviously there's not that much championship cricket around at the moment because there's going to be another long gap, but he can keep himself in the equation. I think scoring runs is going to be important for him, which of course he was pretty prolific last year, wasn't he?
Yep, 5 centuries.
So it's going to be an important factor. He got in here but didn't go on in that second innings. It's going to be Green to bowl to Wesley, who just leaves alone outside the off stump. So well done to Somerset. This is a terrific victory over Notts by 306 runs. Fergus O'Neill fought gamely for an unbeaten 54, but Craig Overton 6 for 29 in 16 overs and 5 balls. His remains as vital to Somerset as ever. This is outside the off stump and left alone by Wesley. He got 2 wickets in the first innings, so 8 in the match. That's an absolutely terrific win for Somerset. Takes them along to 100 points, 2 behind the current leaders, Sussex. Essex will overtake both if they win this game. As Green bowls, and that's a loose shot, and it goes to slip, and thankfully from an Essex point of view, Wesley didn't get any bat on that, because it was a very, very good one-handed take at slip, but there was no bat. It was just a swish at thin air, and nicely taken by slip away to his left, but there was nothing off the bat, and that was a slightly concerning moment. 46 for 1, just a time for Essex to be a bit cautious with Ahmed having been introduced to the attack. We don't want to lose a wicket now. Here's Green bowling to Wesley, who comes forward. It's a better over this from Green, and that's just played defensively up into the covers, and there's no run. Other news if you've just joined us, Jordan Cox and Sonny Baker will make their debut for England in the second test at the Oval. Remains to be seen whether Jamie Smith will be able to play in the game, and James Rue is on standby should that not be the case. I think the feeling is that in that case Rue would keep wicket and Cox would be an outfielder. As this is played away down toward mid-wicket, and there's no run, but it has been a good over this from Green, and can Leicestershire create a bit of pressure from both ends here? Just quieten scoring a little bit here. 46 for 1. Green's best over so far. Wesley has 11, Walter 24, with Elgar out for 9. We need a further 169, and there are 49 overs minimum after this.
Yeah, these Leicestershire's 2 best bowlers, you'd say the biggest threats too.
Deep slip, and that's one that Wesley just adjusts and plays up into the offside, and there's no run. Tom Wesley will be aware of the importance of this match. You've been in charge for so long, and the other side come right back at you. It's just a question of, have Leicestershire batted for long enough? Maybe not, but still a few runs for the likes of Ray and Ahmed to play with. 46 for 1, Walter 24 and Wesley 11.
9 off, so stop this run scoring. 2 maidens in a row off Davey. They had 9, 11 and 7 of his 3 previous overs, and they managed to halt that somewhat because it was getting away from them slightly. So it's going to be Rahan Ahmed bowling from the Bennett end, where we got some variable bounce. There are a few potholes, a few darker spots on the pitch, that darker brown colour. There's more actually potholes at the far end. As Ahmed comes in, he bowls, and forward comes Wesley, and pushes this, sort of tickles it behind on the leg side, but it's fielded there by short fine leg.
Interesting, we've got a silly point in for Walter now, and the slip.
It's Gums there, Ahmed in. Oh, that is whipped from off to leg, but straight to short mid wicket. It's Sheridan Gums there, isn't it? It's always the debutant who has to get it.
And this is Tom Wesley, of course, who's a short leg, and don't know. I think he fielded at silly point for a while as well.
Ahmed bounces on the spot and then starts his run-in. He tosses it up, driven back to him. Half volley length, no run.
So just confirmation, Somerset beat Notts by 306 runs, bowling them out for 166 and going to 100 points in the table, to adrift of current leaders Sussex.
46 for 1, Essex in pursuit of 215. Ahmed in. This one's shorter and flatter, still on a good length, but he's been bowling a full length to try and get it into the potholes. Ahmed, and he puts his hands on his head. He nearly thought he'd snuck through there. That got a bit of spin on it, and no run.
That 5th wicket partnership for Warwickshire has been broken. I think the best Warwickshire can get out of that game now is to draw 190 for 5
Ahmed in bowls, drags this one down, and again it's a straight ball with the angle, bowling right arm round the wicket. No run as it's hit to mid-wicket, basically playing between 3 people at the moment. Batter, mid-wicket, and Rehan Ahmed the bowler.
Webster bowled by Dominic Besford, 49, Haynes 44, and Barnard is 8. But I wonder what Warwickshire's ambitions will be now. They're still 259 away from winning.
46 for 1 the score. 169 to win. Ahmed in and prodding at this is Walter. Forgive me, I haven't seen a lot of Walter. Is that a strength of his to try and sort of go across the line like that, turn it from off to leg side? Yeah,
typical sort of left-hand. He's adept at sort of finding the angles, and he's made a very good, turned himself into a very good, decent championship opener. He was obviously Nick Brown was the Essex left-hander for a long time, and Alistair Cook when he was available. So it's certainly been a feature of Essex cricket in the last decade, 15 years, left-handed openers.
11 overs gone, 46 for 1 in pursuit of 215. All 3 options available in this game. What do we reckon? 60% Essex, 30% Leicestershire?
Probably a bit more than 60, but it depends if Rehan Ahmed can get among the wickets. Here's Green with a slip in. Oh, that's a good delivery. That would have sent the percentage down, but that was a good delivery, which just wraps the pad of Wesley. He's bowled. The last over from Green was his best so far, and that's a good start to this one. Wesley's just become a bit becalmed after a brisk start. He's on 11, and ditto actually Walter. There's been some good tight cricket from Leicestershire, but they've got a job on to try and force this rate up. 48 overs minimum to go after this, and it's only 169. It's got to be wicket, surely.
Yeah.
Here's Green again, running away from us. That's well pitched up and driven firmly towards Tom Shriven at mid-off. Nicely stopped. Played a part with the bat today. It's all about the partnerships, really, and he played his part with Lewis earlier on in that. Well, a series of partnerships, really, weren't there, in that innings? But Lewis Hill, the key contributor. That's a delivery that bounced a little bit and is left alone by Wesley and goes on its way through. In fact, Shriven was there at the start of the day, wasn't he? And just extended that partnership, which was a useful start for Leicestershire. Only made 10, but occupied 39 balls, and so he just contributed well in that 8th wicket stand. And this is a delivery which is just back of a length and played away by Wesley for a single away into the onside. Yeah, it was a series of partnerships, really, from the time that Everson was out at 184. There was 90 for the 6th wicket, Cox and Hill, and then we had a smaller partnership of 25 for the 8th with Shriven and Hill, and then that's a partnership between Davey and Hill, which is 56. So they all added up. This is driven nicely by Walter, but goes straight to mid-on, which will annoy him slightly because that was well timed, but Alex Green was in the way.
It made a great sound off the bat, didn't it? That came right out of the screws, but very good shot for none.
Yeah, so from 184 for 5 to get to 428 was quite a good effort. So partnerships of the big partnership, really the critical one was Cox and Hill. That stabilised things for Leicestershire. That's driven by Wesley down the ground. That's a good-looking shot, and goes away for 4 runs. That's not going to be stopped by mid-off. Very well played. And it's useful. Just breaks the shackles a little bit after a quiet spell of containment from Leicestershire. Nice drive down there. He actually tried to play something similar to the onside of the previous ball, and that was to the offside, and he managed to get it away.
If there has been one shot that has summed up this innings, it's been beautiful straight drives, hasn't it, like that? We've seen quite a few of them. Elgar played a few. I think Wesley's played one, and Walter's been playing wonderfully so far. He's timed the ball beautifully.
Brought the 50 up actually, 51 for 1. So 2 nice drives from Walter, 1 straight to the fielder and 1 eluding mid-off on the other side of the wicket and getting 4. 51 for 1, Wesley 12, Walter 28, with Elgar out for 9 and a further 164 required from a minimum of 47 overs.
Yeah, so what are we saying then? Sort of 70-25-5 Essex Leicestershire draw? Maybe.
Yeah, probably about 70, 70-30, 70, yeah, that's right.
70-29-1 probably,
like
actually.
Yeah. There's no freak storm on the horizon to get the draw. I think it's going to have to be Rayan Ahmed to take a few wickets, I think.
Yeah, and he has probed plenty in this game. He's going to be bowling right arm over the wicket to Wesley, who waits, and forward goes the former England man.
I think they're not going to take too many risks against Rayan Ahmed. He's bowled 2 maiden overs so far. Unless it's an obvious bad ball, they're going to play within themselves against him.
Ahmed moves in towards us, tosses it up. That's flicked wristily by Wesley, and he will add another single to the total. He's on to 13, 52 for 1, 163 to win.
Yeah, those stands did add up, didn't they? 90 for the 6th, and then there was an even 50 for the 7th with Ben Green contributing, and then 25 with Shriven and Hill, and then a further 56 with Davey and Hill, and even at the end Green and Hill 23, so they all added up.
Ahmed in bowls to the left-handed Wesley coming round the wicket, and he tries to crash this away on the offside, but gets a thick inside edge and it goes back to Ahmed. Yeah, fantastic naught not out from 22 deliveries from Green. He did his job really, really well, but it's Lewis Hill's knock that will live long in the memory. Wonderful innings from him as Walter comes forward and prods at this. He defends. There is no run. It's got nicer and nicer as the day has gone on.
As it did yesterday.
It is very nice conditions as Ahmed is in, and that is flicked again across the line from Wesley, but perfectly in control and looking quite textbook, and he gets a single down to long on, and he will move to 29. The score will move to 53 for 1.
Yes, good at rotating the strike. Nice drive down towards long on there, and not much aggression against Ahmed, but they've scored a couple of runs, I miss over.
Leg slip in as Wesley comes forward and plays at this. There is no run.
Spencer has been in touch and says he thinks that Cox and Critchley's approach in the first innings showed that aggression is helps on this surface. So maybe Pepper and Water open, you were thinking, and looking to knock off as many as possible. They certainly started positively. I think with that in mind, Spencer, was a definite attempt by Elgar and Walter, and then Wesley when he came in to push the score along. So I think the batters have done that, and you say you've got the likes of Elgar, Wesley, and Charlie Allison. And it says brackets needing to show Big Brother Ben that he is the batter. Well, of course, we just mentioned to see if Ben Allison is still in, but he's had a very good day today for Worcestershire. So yeah, it said they'll have to tough it out. It could go long into the evening, but thank you for that, Spencer. It might not go that long, depending on what happens, but certainly it'll go into the final session. This. I don't think time will be a factor, but if the Leicestershire innings had gone on much longer, it could well have been.
Quarter of the way there already after 13 overs. So they're going at 4.1 an over. The required run rate at 3.5. So they're playing perfectly, actually.
They are.
Essex.
So we're just coming up to 3 o'clock on this final afternoon of this game here at Grace Road at Shriven Bowls, and that's an attempted forcing shot. That's a bit of a flamboyant one there from Water to Shriven's first over. He's trying to belt it down the ground, but to play and a miss outside the off stump. So 53 for 1. And this is a game where it's looking more and more likely that if Essex win it, they will go top of the table by a point from Sussex. Somerset have won, and the other news is that Jordan Cox and Sonny Baker will be definitely playing in the test matches. That's going down the leg side, and this Gavard did attempt to gather it in, but is unsuccessful. Wait for the umpire signal of byes. Yes, keeper couldn't get across to that. That was a bit of a loose one from Shriven. Attempt to ball the ball away, but it didn't touch anyone. beat batter and keeper, but it was a loose delivery down the leg side. Water was just trying to help it on its way for 4, but they got 4 to a total anyway. So 57 for 1. Water stays 29, and 4 extras go to a total. A bit of a wild delivery, that one.
Yeah, that was a real shame. They have no real margin for error, Leicestershire, and they can't afford to basically throw away runs like that. Scriven, a good bowler. He's coming back from injury. He played really, really well. He's really, really important as a sort of second choice bowler for them last year in the title winning campaign.
Walter with is on strike, the deep slip still. That's a nice looking drive and goes straight to mid-off, but it was really well timed. He's sort of annoyed that he didn't beat the field there. Walter was well timed, but it was straight to the field. He did get a 4 through that region, I think, in the last over from this end, so he has had some success, but he's been looking good on the straight drives either side of the wicket in this innings so far. He's got 29 from 48. It's 57 for 1, 158 to win. And Shriven going round the wicket. Bowls driven away, not so well timed this time, goes straight to mid-off, but without quite the fluency of the previous shot. He stays on 29. So yes, it's been announced that Jordan Cox and Sonny Baker will make their debuts, and it remains to be seen if Jamie Smith's available, and if not, then James Roux could be in line to play probably as the keeper in that one. 57 for 1. Test match starts on Wednesday. This is just clipped away off the pads, away to deep square leg for a single by Walter, goes to 30. It's 58 for 1.
Would you have said Essex would have seen themselves as title contenders at the start of the season?
Yeah, there was quite a lot of optimism, and the bookmakers agree. They had Essex quite a long way up there in the order.
What, behind Notts and?
Yeah, I think Notts and Surrey were sort of favourites. Somerset always tend to be up there, but Essex were fancied. The problem was they lost two games early against likely rivals, Somerset at home and Warwickshire away. The Warwickshire away game, many thought that a game Essex probably should have won. Here's Shriven coming into bowl and played by Wesley, bat and pad together. But having lost those 2 games, having beaten Hampshire easily in the first match, they then batted well at the Oval. Most of the games, of course, at the Oval ending in draws at the moment, and that one duly did. So they were in a situation where they, not made a particularly encouraging start, but that draw at the Oval helped, and things have gradually improved, culminating in a couple of wins at Chelmsford in May, which were very useful indeed. Back-to-back games against Leicestershire and Hampshire.
Ahmed in bowls. Forward comes Walter and plays it back to Ahmed. Carry on.
I mean, it's so wide open.
That is true.
And the half glass empty view of Essex is they haven't beaten anybody yet, if you see what I mean.
As Ahmed comes in bowls, and that's driven on the onside by Walter, again wristily.
I mean, if they win this game, it's slightly unfair on Leicestershire and Hampshire, but the point would be they've beaten Leicestershire twice, they've beaten Hampshire twice. Those are the 2 bottom sides. They've yet to prove themselves and beat one of the sides that's likely to be in contention. So that would be the point. But the glass half full version is they might well be top of the table this evening, and you'd rather be top than anywhere else.
Yep. They can only beat the teams that they've played.
Absolutely.
As Ahmed comes in, bowls, and it's driven down the ground to mid-on. There is no run. Interesting one for Leicestershire. They started off with a loss to Sussex, where they sort of the quality of Division 1, I think, hit them a bit like a train, actually, as Ahmed comes in bowls, and they drive down the ground with Wesley and get a single, and they lost. They had a bit of a nightmare start, really. Pete Hanscom, their captain, not coming for personal reasons. They had some injuries.
Yeah, it's a big blow, that Hanscom.
I mean, they got Jake Weatherald in. It's not too shabby to go and get the Aussie opener in the Ashes, who is a very, very good domestic player. That's what I saw him. He played his way into the team, didn't he? It's a gorgeous drive again down the ground from Walter. That must have been the 5th or 6th time he's driven down the ground. He timed it very nicely, and it goes about 5 yards from the boundary rope down the ground.
First, if you like, shot of some aggression against Ryan Ahmed, but it was very well played.
4 overs, none for 6. His figures. Ahmed, who who's playing very nicely indeed. He's bowling with threat. You can hear the wind picking up on our effects microphone as Ahmed comes in and driven down the ground again by Walter, this time too long on, but that is very nicely timed. We're going to have a drinks break, I think, are we, or is some equipment coming out onto the field? Either way, 62 for 1 at the end of the 15th over. Essex are 63 for 1. They need 152 to win in pursuit of 215. Just on Leicestershire and the rest of their season, I think then they drew against Surrey and Glamorgan, and everybody sort of calmed down
Well,
a bit.
I mean,
and
Surrey, 700 against Surrey, I mean, even a flat
Yeah.
pitch, it's still a great performance.
Fantastic performance, and everybody thought, right, it's not going to be as bad as we feared. They can compete, and they can be a competitive part of this division. And then those 3 losses in a row where they haven't shown batting consistency, and they haven't bowled as a unit, have been a real worry. Now again, they have struggled with injuries, and this is a prime example actually. I'm sure Alfonso Thomas, after defeat today, the head coach, will say, I've got 4 first choice batsmen out, and one of my key bowlers out. I've had some horrible injuries, and we've had to get people on loan to basically make up the numbers, but they still just look a little bit short at the moment.
One of our emailers there was talking about, in fact it was Spencer talking about Charlie and Ben Allison. Ben Allison made 89 today for Worcestershire. As his first delivery of a new Shriven over is a crisp cover drive from Walter. That's going to go for 4 as well. He really is playing these drives very well, straight and away through the covers. It's been textbook cricket from Walter. He's picked the deliveries to attack. That was just over pitched, and he's got it away through the covers. So he's finding the boundaries and playing very nicely indeed. He's gone to 38 from 55 balls. So he has been a bit in and out this season, but this is an encouraging innings from him. 67 for 1. It's driven away, and again a nice looking stroke, square into the onside and hitting the ball entirely along the ground, which would please many purists, because you're not going to get out caught if it stays on the ground all along the way. And he gets a single, goes to 39, 68 for 1. So Ben Allison 89, but then the real problem for Worcestershire, a clatter of wickets, and Zafar Gohar was still left armour, 4 for 29 in 18 overs for Middlesex, and Worcestershire are sliding to defeat at Worcester. 164 for 7, still needing 194 more at New Road. That would be a big boost for Middlesex and a big setback for Worcestershire in a very tight second division. Is Shriven bowling, and that's clipped away nicely down towards deep square leg, just out of our sight. It's going to be a single, but the run scoring is becoming a bit freer now again, and it might just be a case from Leicester's point of view, if we could have extended that innings into the afternoon to create a bit more pressure. Just, I think we mentioned it on commentary, I think we used the phrase nick of time, and I'll stand by that. I think that Essex just about got that done before things started to get very serious. Yeah. It may yet prove, of course, that there might be a fight back here by Leicestershire, but Essex going well. There's another drive from Walter, and it goes up towards mid-off, but he's playing that shot very well. No run this time. 69 for 1. He has 39 and Wesley 15, and these two have added 54 runs now. So second wicket partnership going well after Dean Elgar was out, to a very good delivery from Josh Davey, who hasn't bowled too much since, but it was a good delivery which bounced at Elgar, took the shoulder of the bat and was caught by Patel at slip. 69 for 1. A further 146 required. Shriven bowls, and Walter covers up and plays defensively. So in terms of Essex in the Championship, Adam, I think that the thing last year was the batting was good, but the bowling was disrupted by injuries to various bowlers, and at times they couldn't get, they were sort of scrambling around for players, so they weren't able to put together any sort of a run. But lots of potential this season. This is clipped away into the onside and goes up towards mid-on. In fact, goes through mid-on, and that's going to go for 4. So that's a misfield, which they couldn't really afford Leicestershire. It was another good drive, but unfortunate for Shriven there. That probably ought to have been stopped at mid-on, and it wasn't. and that's going to be another 4 runs. So Walter continuing on this fine vein of form. 43 from 59, 73 for 1, 142 needed. Winning a couple of games at Chelmsford, neither of which were entirely convincing, apart from the last day against Leicestershire. Well, the bowling was very convincing, but finding a way to win at Chelmsford with pitches that are encouraging, that suiting the bowlers, that's going to help them, because they've got some tough fixtures coming up. Notts at Chelmsford, Somerset at Taunton coming up in the not too distant future. Sussex, of course, have been surprising everyone this season. Yorkshire at Headingley. It's a tough second half of the season in terms of fixtures. Probably tougher than the first, I would say, but certainly they've got themselves into getting themselves into a good position.
Rahan Ahmed to bowl from the Bennett end, and that's outside off stump. That doesn't bounce, but it goes through to Cox, and he's causing problems, is Ahmed. Just going to have a look at Leicestershire's fixtures, actually. As Ahmed moves in towards us now, he bowls, forward comes Wesley and drives to mid-wicket. There is no run. So Yorkshire next week, that'll be an interesting game. Then they've got Glamorgan at home. Now that is a huge game for them. They've got to win that.
It's Yorkshire's at home as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Right.
They played 4 of the first 6 games away. Ahmed's next ball is driven by Wesley. They get a single out to deep point, so the field changes, and the left-handed Wesley. So Walter is now on. Then it's 27th of August next, isn't it? Sorry, 20th of August, Glamorgan at home. They have to win that. Yorkshire away at Scarborough, which I'm very much
that'd be nice to
looking
go
forward
to. If you broadcast from Scarborough before, but it's a very unique venue.
It's a man very close in on the leg side now. Gums as back goes Walter and flicks this very nicely, actually, behind square on the offside. There's a man running in from deep mid wicket to save it, but they run through for 2. 76 for 1.
It's not quite as far as Chesterfield Street, but it still takes a fair time to get there on the A64. But splendid venue, I would say, one of the great outgrounds.
I agree, yeah. As Ahmed comes in, forward comes Walter, and tries to thinks about the quick single, but doesn't take it in the end. Cox sprinting over to it. Then Nottinghamshire away, Leicestershire then face Somerset at home, then Hampshire away on the penultimate game of the season. That could be hugely significant for both sides, as Ahmed bowls round the wicket. Back goes Walter and flicks this to mid-wicket Greenfield, no run, and then Warwickshire at Edgbaston on the final week.
I mean, they don't basically, it's always this frustration about who you play twice and who you play once, and I think they try to do it on a seeding basis, so you'll tend to play, but it's hard to, you're basing it on how you expect a side to perform. So it might be that sides are playing Leicestershire, but basing it on the 2 promoted sides. The other teams will play Leicestershire twice and Glamorgan once, or vice versa. In the case it's Leicestershire twice for Essex, they don't see Glamorgan until the last round of games. I still think there's a better way of doing it. Obviously, it is a considerable advantage if you end up playing the real form team in the season just the once.
Yeah.
Sometimes hard to judge who that's going to be, but it's turned out that those, having 2 games against Hampshire, which on paper looked not the greatest thing, has actually worked quite well for Essex, because they've won both of them.
Yeah, I don't know where I stand on it, really. I'm not sure I agree with 3 6-team divisions.
No, I'll tell you the one I like, which are Shriven Bowls. It's clipped away down towards deep square leg. There might be a second here, because the field from long legs got a long way round, and they come back for 2. So Wesley 18, Essex doing it very nicely at the moment. 78 for 1. Wesley goes along to 18. 137 more needed. Tea will be at 340, and 42 overs left, including this. So no time pressure. The weather is fine. There won't be any issues with the light, I don't think. Yeah, did you have any preference yourself as to?
No, I actually, with the demands on the schedule, I do struggle with what the best option is. I'm not a fan, though, of teams playing once.
Yeah, as this is played back down the pitch, as in some playing some sides twice
Yeah,
and some sides once.
No, I just think, as you say, you know, if you get Surrey or Somerset once, you've got lucky, whereas other teams have to face teams with more resources and better teams more often.
I've had our colleagues saying if we don't get Essex at Chelmsford in the fixture list, that's a major victory.
Well, it is, yeah.
78 for 1 as Shriven bowls again over the wicket, bowls to the right-handed Wesley, who drives it pleasantly straight away to wide mid-on. Fielder has to just move around to collect, and they get through for a single. Wesley 19 and 79 for 1. So yeah, various things are put forward. There was a proposal that almost got through last year, but it had a huge flaw with it, and it's just the detail of it, whereby you played these 3 extra games at the end of the season. But if the 100 was early, there was going to be no time gap between the last of the normal games and then these 3 extra games, which would have caused a little bit of chaos. And of course, the problem with 3 extra games is some sides will play 2 at home and some get just the 1 as Shriven bowls, and this is driven away firmly up towards mid-on, but not particularly timed. It goes straight up to Alex Green, and there's no run. 79 for 1. 215 was a target after Leicestershire were bowled out for 428, and now we have a further 136 required. And it's Nick Lethill here with Adam Whitty at Grace Road on this final afternoon of this very interesting championship match, which has evolved rather. It's a short and very straight mid-off as this is played up into the offside by Wesley, who calls by Walter, who calls Wesley through for a single, and they're doing it very well, these two, looking very comfortable. Tony in Dagenham says, why couldn't Jordan Cox be allowed to complete the match before going off on England duty? I suppose the problem, Tony, was only a 1-day turnaround. It would mean possibly playing 9 days out of 10 because the test match starts on Wednesday. I wonder if a test match had started on Thursday or Friday. Might have been a different story. Some might say that they were surprised, like me, that they were allowed to play for the counties at all, having been picked for England. But here's Shriven bowling, and that's played in the air, and just bounces short of mid-wicket. That was a full shot. It came off the bottom of the bat. That was a near thing there, and Wesley got away with it. It was in the air, not far short of Gums at mid-wicket, bounced in front of him. Wesley 19, Walter 46, 80 for 1. 135 to win. But I suppose, yeah, the indication by the fact that Cox was withdrawn after 2 days was that he was going to play in the match. That has been confirmed today. I think Essex would be a little bit annoyed if he hadn't played in the test match, having been withdrawn after 2 days. So I can see the logic. I mean, as I say, whether it's the most satisfactory way of going about things, players playing half a game, well, it's very much open to debate.
Apologies as Ahmed comes in and bowls. This all struck on the pad, appeal for a leg before wicket. The umpire says no. Big appeal from the Foxes, but no. I've just seen that the Sports Extra listeners are with us. Just 20 minutes too late, Nick. Wonderful. So 80 for 1 is the score here. Essex, they are in pursuit of 215 to win this game. Leicestershire having scored 428 following on to set them a tough target. But Walter and Wesley have done well. In comes Ahmed, who's also done very well, and tosses this one up forward and pressed by Walter, who's on 47. He's played brilliantly, just what the innings needed. He's played with real pace, and he's taken the attack to Leicestershire without doing anything stupid, hasn't he?
Yeah,
I think he's played.
It's been an in-out season for him with the bat. His average coming into this game, he wouldn't have been absolutely delighted with, but I mean, he's really played well here.
Ahmed comes over the wicket to the right-handed Wesley, who goes back and plays this into the infield. It's fielded by Ben Green, and there is no run. I have to say, I don't have a problem. I would rather, of the 3 options, which would be in this situation, Cox not playing, as Ahmed comes in, bowls, and that's flicked away behind deep backward square leg, and in fact they're going to come through for 2 as there's nobody behind square on the onside, so Scriven fields. The 3 options are Cox not playing in this game at all, Cox playing all 4 days, and as you say, playing 9 days of cricket in a row, or
9 out of 10,
or what has happened. I have less of a problem, I have to say. Some people, I understand why people would be critical of this. I don't have as much of a problem as Ahmed coming in bowls, and that's a leading edge out into the offside, squirts away there. It's fielded by Alex Green tumbling to his left. I have less of a problem with them taking players away that they need.
Similar email from Phil saying, as he started the current game, you would have thought it would be acceptable for him to finish it and join the test squad on Tuesday morning, but you understand he's been yanked out of the county game and leaving Essex's chance of winning the game a bit more difficult. Well, they're doing fairly well in his absence, Phil, but yeah, just showing both sides of the argument. But I say he would only have had one day off before, and that's sort of rather frowned upon these days, although, as I say, we have had instances of people playing T20 matches finishing at 10 in the evening and then playing for the England Lions at 10 o'clock the next morning. So,
which I think is really silly. Ahmed coming in bowls, and Walter flicks this away, missed a 48, 2 away from a half century, and that's the end of the over. And there was 5 off that in the end. 85 for 1 is the score. Essex then pursued a 215, so they need 130 to win. Yeah, that's silly. A player having 8 hours or whatever between being in different places is really silly. It's just a bit of a mess, but it's what the calendar always is. I think, look, one of the roles of the county championship is to provide players for England. But if you have a situation where you have Jordan Cox playing good quality cricket, gets a double hundred and is in form when he then goes to play for England, having just batted long, I think that's a good thing. And if that means he gets taken out of the game halfway through, not ideal, but also given the circumstances, I don't hate it. I hate it more if he's not allowed to play in this game and spends his time sat in a hotel room for England or batting in the nets.
Well, I suppose the view of Cox, he spent quite a lot of time on the bench in this domestic season, in the sense that he's been not playing in the IPL, so he needs to get some time out in the middle, just that one T20 game, and then obviously a very important 204 here. And the great thing for him, as Shriven comes into bowl, going round the wicket at 85 for 1, and that's just chopped away by Walter for a single out towards Gums at backward point. It goes along to 49 with that, and it has been a very impressive innings from him. 86 for 1. They need a further 129. Still almost 40 overs to go minimum. No problem there. Leicestershire have got to take wickets quickly. It's been a tremendous fight back by Leicestershire in this game. 428. They made the highest score of the match so far with a tremendous obdurate innings from Lewis Hill. 127 in 320 balls. And some good partnerships down the list in combination with him. 86 for 1. Shriven bowls again, and that's forced away on the bounce up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Wesley stays on 22. Elgar the man out for 9. Nice delivery from Josh Davey that bounced and took the shoulder of the bat, and well taken by Patel at slip. But it's looking as though Leicestershire didn't quite manage to bat for long enough. The pitch is still playing pretty well. And Rayan Ahmed has threatened a little bit, but he's probably the key to causing real problems here for Essex. Essex will go top if they win, assuming there are no miracles in the game at Scarborough. But I think Warwickshire's best bet there is a draw, and that's clipped away towards one of 2 short mid-wickets in now. And that was well stopped by Rishi Patel. They got Rishi Patel at the straighter of a 2 and then the squarer short mid-wicket as well, looking for the ball that stops. So trying everything to get this second breakthrough, which they need now quite quickly, Leicestershire. As Essex at the moment on course for a 4th win, 2 against Leicestershire, 2 against Hampshire. Sussex also have 4 wins. Shriven bowls, and that's hit in the air, and it goes to backward point. It is caught. What a good catch. I think it's Patel. That's a very, very good catch, because it was moving quickly, and that is the second wicket that they urgently needed. It's the end of Wesley, and it's Rayan Ahmed who's taken the catch, and that's a really, really good catch at backward point. We'll see the replay with a full-blooded cut shot, and it's gone quickly, square into the offside. And Ahmed has taken that, just moving across and hurling the ball into the air, but just had to make a slight adjustment, but it was travelling, and he didn't have too much time to think about it, but he's hung on, and that is a a breakthrough that Leicestershire really badly needed, because they couldn't afford those two to bat together for too much longer. But that is the end of Wesley for 22. Walter is 49, and Rayan Ahmed has hung on there with a good catch. 86 for 2. The partnership broken. Walter on 49 still there, and it is going to be Charlie Allison coming in at number 4. Of course, he was down at 7 in the first innings after the use of the night watcher. But here he's got a more central role to play in the innings, you feel, coming in at number 4 at 86 for 2 with 129 still needed.
Yeah, great catch. That's those horrible ones where you basically caught that in front of his face. It was flying right at him, straight to it, but had a split second to grab it. He's such a good fielder, Ahmed. He doesn't look like he's putting a lot of effort into his fielding, but that's, I think, just because he's so good at it. And he has that sort of casual way of and lackadaisical way of playing. That's how he gets the best out of it. So it's a superb catch from Ahmed.
Looking at the shot there, he was trying to hit it through the covers, and it's just flown away a little bit off the out half of the bat, but it's still travelling. It's really well taken. So 86 for 2. Rayan Ahmed plays a role in the field then. I think he's going to have to play a role with the ball as well in terms of taking wickets, but he's taken an early involvement there in the field and breaks that partnership which was desperately needed from a Leicestershire point of view. That pair coming together at 15 and taking it to 86. So short mid-wicket in for Allison, a slip. There's Ahmed at backward point. There's a mid-off, a mid-on. There's here is Shriven to bowl. That's just turns Allison round a little bit and plays it in the end defensively up into the offside. And Ben Green picks up, walking in from mid-off.
Another wicket here, and we've got a game. I guess when you've got a young batter in.
It was a good partnership, wasn't it? But they had to break it fairly quickly, and they duly have done. Looks like, so that one probably flew off the outer half of the bat from Wesley, and was travelling, and was very well taken by Ahmed as stricken ball. What's a useful delivery and played defensively by Charlie Allison, who's had obviously a standout campaign in the Blast. I'm sure will be attracting the interest of the 100 franchises, and in the Championship. Coming into this game, 388. He only added 2 in the first innings. He was averaging 43 coming into the game with a couple of 50s. And back at his, what some might say, well, certainly I think should be his fixed position of number 4. And maybe he'll eventually take over at number 3. But must have been a bit odd for him in the first innings. He's in the dressing room all day and then comes out the following morning, and I think he played a slightly loose shot as well, didn't he, when he was out for just a couple. But he's got more of a chance to play a central role here.
The question is whether this is sort of whether that wicket just came a little bit too late. Walter's the man they need to get out. 49 not out. They're one shot from his 50. So 129 to win for Essex to go top of the county championship table. Alex Green is coming into the attack, and he's going to bowl around the wicket, right arm, to the left-handed Walter, who stands tall, bends at the knees. As Green comes in, bowls, and back goes Walter and flicks him into the leg side, as he's done so often in this innings. And it's an innings that has got him 50 from 69 balls. It's been a really superb innings from Walter, who just briefly raises his bat, but he's batted really wonderfully. He has aggressive might be the wrong word, but he's batted with intent, hasn't he? Real intent. He hasn't played stupid shots, but he has put Leicestershire on the back foot by playing some lovely straight drives, by keeping the scoreboard ticking over, by, as I say, he's basically played 2 real shots, hasn't he? He's played down the ground really well, and then he's played into the leg side, turning the ball from the off to the leg really well too. So 87 for 2, 128 to win, and a great 50 for Walter. Green moves in now, big broad-shouldered boy, and that is played into the ground and squirts away very fine and just to the right of first slip. So it hit the bottom of the bat, hit the floor, and then spat off the surface straight behind them and ran away for 4. So
that was a touch fortunate, but Essex will take anything extra.
Oh, forgive me, I don't think was just a single.
Yeah.
Oh, forgive me, listeners and viewers.
Just an extra. Yeah.
As Green comes in, bowls forward comes Walter.
They'll take anything, whether it's fortunate or not, in terms of getting towards this 127, because it's been an awful long time out in the field. They won't mind anything, any little bits of fortune.
It must be a fielder down at third man that I can't see.
We can't see. Yes, there is. Yeah.
And an apology. It was so fine. My you know.
Yeah, it happened to me actually a game or so back where one. I think there was one that went very fine down the leg side, and I assumed it was going to be stopped, but the fielder never quite, out of our sight, never quite got to it. It happens with now time and again, doesn't it?
Green in bowls, back goes Walter, and again just clips it into the leg side, turning it from a sort of off stump line towards mid wicket. There's no run, Hillfield.
It's an interesting. Ryan Ahmed is on a break at the moment. I wonder if he's going to continue bowling from that end. 6 overs for number 15 he bowled. Davey 1 for 29 in 4, and Shriven 1 for 16 in 4. Green bowled quite well towards the end of his spell, number 22 in 6. That's Ben Green.
Walter 50 not out, waits as Green comes round the wicket past the umpire, bowls to him, and forward comes Walter this time and just dabs it into the offside. Another off the total, 126 to win, 89 for 2. Walter on to 51.
Should be about 10 minutes to go before tea here, because I think that's going to be a fixed 340. And Peter's back in touch with us, saying can't say he's a fan of the England team that's just been announced. No problem with Cox having been called up, but when have England ever played well with 7 batters? Yes, the point being, of course, there, Peter, that they've often had 7 out and out batters, but one of them, normally Stokes, has been able to play an all-rounder's role to seamer.
As Green comes in, there's a thick inside edge from Allison, who drives at that, but he gets away with it. The ball racing away to deep backward square leg where a single is added. I get that. I don't think I get that frustration. I don't think we can really judge England on this Test match at all.
It's so odd, isn't it?
It's such an odd match. They are having to pick people. This is, I think you've got to pick people on form. I probably would have picked Lawrence too, for scoring loads of runs in the last innings, and just go, you might only play one game, but you're on form and we need you for one game, so you're going to play.
I honestly thought they might well have picked Lawrence. There was a case of what would the New Zealanders like least? They might well have been seeing that innings from Lawrence. And 300 in the match, better than a runner ball, bowl spin.
It
just started to make sense. But of course, once he didn't get picked, it opened the door for Jordan Cox. 90 for 2, Shriven bowls, and that's played off the back foot. Good forcing shot from Allison for his 3rd run. 91 for 2. So Peter's
all
list,
pace?
Yeah, it is going to be basically all pace plus Bethel and Root is what they're looking for. So you're saying that you don't think Fisher's an international bowler. Strongly suspect if he didn't play for Surrey, he'd be nowhere near the team. That's interesting. I mean, he has impressed at times for Surrey, but you would say about Surrey is obviously they have struggled to bowl sides out at the Oval, which is where his Test match is going to be. Shriven goes round the wicket and bowls and driven away up towards mid-off. It's stopped at short mid-off, actually. The close fielder there, and there's no run. So 91 for 2. And you're saying, where's the dependable 20-over bowler who can build pressure? The 4 bowlers announced basically need to take wickets quickly, otherwise it could be 2 long innings. Yes, that's a good point, actually. You've got explosive bowler in Jofra Archer, Sonny Baker, fairly similar, will be on debut. This is driven away up towards mid-on, and there's going to be no run. You feel that tongue is important, so it is going to be interesting. I mean, it's going to be a very changed bowling attack, isn't it? It'll be interesting to see how they shape up. But you're saying, I think that they haven't got someone who can maybe perform up more of a holding role if necessary. That might be maybe one Fisher's role there, as that's played away nicely off the back foot by Walter. It goes along to 53 with that, 2 runs. So he's progressing well. 53 out of 75, 93 for 2, 122 more needed.
Scriven has bowled nicely since he's come on.
So at the moment, despite that loss of Wesley, Essex still very much in the box seat at 93 for 2 with 122 needed. Schwiven bowls with a short mid off, and that's played up to cover, and there's no run. The fielder there, who is Rishi Patel, is almost sort of standing in line with the popping crease at the bowler's end, leaning down on his haunches now. As Schwiven bowls to him, and that's played again with an angled bat. He's played that shot so well, Walter. Gets a single down to third man. But 54 to his name. And with the 50 for Paul Walter, he's now got 2 50s for the season to go with a century, and gone past 300 championship runs. I'm looking to add many more. Had a very good season last year. As did the batting unit. It was the disruption to the bowling unit that cost Essex last year. And basically, if you're not going to be bowling sides out, you're unlikely to win the championship. This season, they have been able to bowl sides out, and it's, in general terms, making quite a big difference. Still a long way to go, of course. 94 for 2.
Alex Green is going to continue from the Bennett end. I'll say hello as well to a old friend of mine, Adam Williams, who's an Essex fan. He's a journalist for Sky. Used to work with him at the BBC down in Berkshire. He's complimented on me on my tash, Nick, which is very nice of him, isn't it? It's my new facial development. Alex Green is in. He's bowling right arm round the wicket, and that is whipped away off the hips of Walter. He has done that so well all day. He must have played that shot 20-30 times, and he's got a single to add to the total, which makes him go to 55. 95 for 2 is the score. 120 to win.
Keeping an eye on Warwickshire, and particularly the scoring rates of the pair that are in. Barnard's going along quite briskly, 26 off 37 balls. Hayne 59 not out from 168, so two contrasting innings, so hard to gauge what their thinking is at the moment. 231 for 5, Warwickshire still needing 222 to beat Yorkshire.
Green in, bowls to the right-handed Allison, who's forward, and plays that to Kelly, who's in a sort of gully position there. One slip.
And remember, the only, assuming Essex win this game, which they're favourites to at the moment, the only thing that can stop them going top of the table now, with Notts having lost, is Warwickshire winning that game, although it still looks a fairly distant prospect, but they won't have entirely given up with Haynes still there. He seems to be dropping anchor.
Green up to the wicket, bowls full and driven, and it is parried by mid-on, and Ben Green runs the wrong way. He thought he'd parried that to his inside, but actually it went outside of him, and he turned and ran the wrong way. He looked almost dizzy and dazed by it, but I think he just got confused about where that had gone, and there's no run added to the total. So 96 for 2 the score remains.
Tea coming up soon, so Richard will probably deal with your email about the county structure after the break. Thanks for that, and thanks to Sam for yours.
In comes Green, and that is whipped again from offside to leg, straight to mid-wicket. There is no run, however.
Yeah, not
Lewis
far
Hill.
short of mid-wicket. That was in the air for a while.
Yeah, you're right. It landed a few metres in from Lewis Hill, who keeps checking his fingers. I don't know whether he's got hit on the fingernails or something, or on the top of the fingers.
Interesting to see when Rayan Ahmed's going to bowl again. I don't think he's still the key.
Green. None for 6 off 1.5 overs for the 19-year-old. Runs in, bowls, back goes Walter and drives to point. Kelly fields, there is no run.
Yeah, Paul Walter, as I'm saying, this has been an impressive knock from him, and probably fair to say that he's been a little bit in-out this season. Overall average in the mid-20s coming into this game, which he'll want to improve on quite distinctly, I think, as time goes on.
Green, broad-shouldered, fair-haired, 6'5", runs in, and I thought he'd nick that for a second, Walter. It was driven at quite fiercely, but it beats his outside edge and goes through to Cox, where there is no run. Good ball from Green, that, and Allison comes down the pitch just to have a chat.
The century he made was at the Oval, 101 in that first innings, and actually had a fairly lean patch in the innings he played at Chelmsford against Hampshire and Leicestershire. In those two games he didn't get past 20, and that's what's damaged his average, because he started actually in April quite well, got 46 against Warwickshire, so that's what's knocked him down a little bit, but he's putting that right here with a fine knock so far. So 119 required of a minimum of 36 overs, with Walter 55, Allison 4 and Leicestershire needing wickets. And I was wondering when Ahmed would come back, and I thought it wasn't going to be really in Leicestershire's interest to delay it too long. Oh, this could be just the exploratory over from this Pavilion End before tea.
Yeah, I think it might be. Yes, 2 minutes until tea, won't it be? So, and I don't know, I think they're wondering if he can utilise those footholes that are on both sides of the wicket. He's got a very good googly.
In he comes, slipping a short leg, and Allison traps it away just defensively into the offside, and there's no runs. Earlier, Leicestershire 428 all out, which is a valiant effort. They kept Essex out in the field for 200 plus overs in the two innings, and have made it difficult. Hill 127 from 320 balls, and good supporting roles down the list from the Leicestershire middle and lower order. 96 for 2. This is floated up and played defensively by Allison, and yes, he must have felt a bit left out of things in the first innings, but back at number 4 here, he's got a very important role to play. Slipping a short leg, backward point cover mid off. There's also a deeper cover. That's a good shot from Allison, playing that round towards deep mid wicket and collecting a single sort of lap shot there off the spinner. Goes to 5 and 97 for 2.
Onto it quickly, wasn't he? It was too short pitch from Ahmed, just dropped his length back a little bit too much.
So with Walter on strike, just got the slip. We've got a slightly deeper set field on the onside. We've got a short fine leg. We've got a deep square leg and a long on. There's a mid off, deep backward square leg, and there's a deep extra cover on the boundary looking across to our right. Still predominantly cloudy, a bit more of a breeze than yesterday. Sun just coming in and out. As Ryan Ahmed bowls a very full length delivery, and Walter just collects it away for a single out towards deep square leg and goes to 56. So it's 98 for 2. Essex still on course. In a way, they've done it the hard way, or doing it the hard way. They haven't done it yet, but if they do succeed, they'll have done it the hard way, having spent 200 overs in the field. But it could prove to be a very important win if they can get over the line. That is just played defensively by Allison, bat and pad together up into the offside, and there's no run. So Ryan Ahmed in his 7th over, number 17, from the Pavilion End, bowls a flatter one, and it's hit away on the bounce up towards cover. Well stopped there actually by Shriven. It was travelling a reasonable rate, and they've scampered through for a single. It means Allison keeps a strike on 6 with Walter 56, with Elgar and Wesley the men to go. It's 99 for 2. The target is 215, and so a further 116 required in a minimum of 35 overs, and that was the last over before tea, so a relatively short session after the very long morning session. Essex at the moment on course for the win that in all likelihood, just taking into events any consideration of any remarkable events at in the Warwickshire game, but at the moment in all likelihood is going to take them top of the table if they get it. 99 for 2 at tea.
Yeah, Leicestershire well up against it now. I think Essex have batted really well, Walter in particular, but ably helped out in this second innings by Wesley, who's got 22, they are well on course now. And what did we give it? 70-29 at one stage, didn't we? The last time we gave our predictions, I'd say it's probably 85% likely now that Essex will go on to win this game, despite Leicestershire's valiant efforts. I'm not quite sure they've had the penetration with the ball, Leicestershire, that they needed. Rahan Ahmed apart. 99 for 2, as Nick says. 116 to win in the final session for Essex, and we'll be back very, very shortly to bring you the conclusion of what has been a very entertaining game. Thank you for watching and listening.
306 runs. 22 for Walter, not at 56. Number 56, Charlie Allison, not at 6.
Alright, I'll chat to you down the line later.
Alex Green.
Hello there and welcome back to the stream on the BBC Sport website and app and the Leicestershire YouTube stream. Day 4 and the final session of Leicestershire against Essex. Essex need 116 to win this game and chase down 215. Allison is not out on 6 and leaves that go by outside his off stump. So I'm a little out of breath. You have to climb about 40 steps to get up to the commentary box. And so just coming back with a cup of tea, I noticed that I was going to have to run it. So there we go. Apologies for being slightly out of breath. So Walter on 56, Allison on 6. Alex Green is bowling from the Bennett end, continuing from there. And 215 the target. 0 for 6 from 2 overs from Green, and there's going to be 0 for 10 off 2.2 because he's driven in for 4, has Allison. It's a glorious cover drive, 2 full, pitched outside off stump, and he leant into that, did the young man, and creamed that for 4 through the covers. 388 runs in 11 innings before this game, but he's done really, really well in the T20, has Allison. 74, 61 and 67 not out his last 3 scores, so he's a player in form, but that was a proper cricket shot. And the 100 is up for Essex at the start of the evening session. If you are just joining us today, then I'll tell you what has happened as Green comes in. That's glanced off the hips by Allison. He's just going to get a single as Gums feels down by the fine leg boundary. Earlier on, Leicestershire were bowled out for 428, following on with Lewis Hill getting a incredible century, one of the best knocks, if not the best knock of his career. He was very emotional, was the Leicestershire boy at getting his maiden century in Division 1. Green coming round the wicket to the left-handed Walter, who drives at this, another straight drive. He's basically played 2 shots. That's not a criticism, I mean it in that sort of Alistair Cook style compliment, where Alistair Cook would cut straight drive, glance off his pads. Walter has basically played 2 very safe but very well executed shots throughout this innings. Drive down the ground and then sort of wristy flick over towards the leg side off an off-stump line. But he's 56 not out. He's the linchpin of this innings, and he's 104, and he's 56 not out. 111 to win. Green comes in, back goes Walter, and there's that wristy flick from the leg side, from the offside to the leg, and they get it goes for 4. In fact, beats the fielder at deep mid wicket, and runs away. That's a lovely shot. And split the 2 fielders. There is a mid-wicket, Lewis Hill there, and then there's a man on the boundary. I think that's Tom Scriven at deep backward square leg, but it beat them both. Perfectly timed and placed by Walter, who moves on to 60, 108 for 2. Nick Gedling is doing an update for BBC Essex. In fact, I think he's going to come in and join me now. Slightly greyer afternoon, but it's still warm. As again he flicks it to the leg side, and again Hill, it goes to mid-wicket this time. Hill diving on top of it. And that's the end of the over. 9 runs off it from Green, 9 runs closer to the target for Essex, 108 for 2. So Leicestershire, having scored 428, set 215 to win, which looked remarkable at one stage considering how far they were behind the game. But Essex have really, let's be brutal about it, 2 wickets have fallen. Nick, as you return, 2 wickets have fallen. At those of Elgar for 9 and Wesley for 22. I'd argue that Essex have made pretty light work, actually, of a tough total.
Yeah, they've done very well. I think it's just underlining, the fact that obviously Leicestershire's seam attack is obviously not the strongest in the country, and it needs Ryan Ahmed. But there's not a lot in the pitch for him, but he's going to have a bowl. continuing from the pavilion end. He bowls, and that's just played defensively from the crease by Allison, and there is no run. But Essex on course, and I say if they can win this game, it takes them up to 103 points, one ahead of Sussex in the table. As Ahmed bowls, and it's just deflected down nicely for 2, I think. Being chased back by Davey towards the third man boundary. He'll cut it off 10 yards short, and they get back for 2, but just nicely played with the turn there by Allison, just running it down for a couple of runs. He started well, he's on 13. So 110 for 2, Allison 13, and Walter an impressive 60. This is just played defensively, a push into the offside, but it's going to be a run. They're managing to rotate the strike and eke out runs from this over from Rehan Ahmed. It's bowled tidily, but maybe in his first over hasn't threatened unduly. Dean Elgar made 9 and Tom Westley 22. 111 for 2, and Essex more than halfway to their target. 104 more needed. They've got bags of time. 33 overs minimum. We're not going to need those. Leicestershire have got to take wickets. A slip in. This is driven away and partially stopped at mid-wicket. It just deflected on to mid-on, but runs being scored and miss over. Another one there. So they're rotating the strike well. 112 for 2. On this final session, and an intriguing match here at Grace Road, where Essex were very dominant and Leicestershire fought back well. Many thanks to Lewis Hill, but with contributions down the order, as that's just played out towards backward point this time by Allison, who started very well. And to say, for me, I'd have him fixed at number 4, almost regardless of who's available. As this is pulled away, good looking shot out towards deep square leg, and the attempt to stop it is actually successful, I think, just at the last. It was a sprawling attempt on the boundary, and it's probably saved 3 runs there, but Charlie Allison looked pretty good there against Rehan Ahmed, and he's gone to 15. Walter 61, 113 for 2, and Essex very firmly on course at this present time. Let's have a look and see what's happening as well. Well, Somerset beat Notts by 306 runs. That was a tremendous victory at Trent Bridge, with Craig Overton the star performer there. Absolutely superb performance from him, and he finished off with 5 for 29, 16 overs and 5 balls.
Green running in towards us from the Bennett end to bowl the 3rd over after tea, and he's crashed out towards the cover boundary. A cut shot from Allison. Allison, who I presume is not a small man, is he? But he looks small compared to Paul Walter.
That's right. Warwickshire 6-wicket pair still together. I was wondering if they're settling for a draw, but it's a good partnership now. Haynes 65 and Ed Barnard's 30. They've been together for 70 or 62 runs, 242 for 5. They still need 211 with 33 overs minimum left in that game at Scarborough.
101 to win. In comes Green and played back to mid-on by Walter, who is 61 not out. The score 114 for 2. The high clouds above us, few grey clouds, but very light grey, and very high white clouds. A tiny bit of blue sky poking through. It's a very still afternoon. Ayleston very quiet on this Monday afternoon. So what we've got to change here. Slip is coming out, and I can understand why they're doing this. Wesley hasn't looked like nicking one all day, really. I think maybe there's one that has beaten outside the off stump, so I think bringing someone into short mid wicket is probably quite a good idea. Lewis Hill is moving back to a slightly squarer mid wicket. He's played a lot of shots in that direction, in that mid wicket area. As Green comes in, he bowls, and that's driven down the ground, stopped by Green, who gets a right hand to it and palms it away.
So just a reminder that Essex win, they go top unless Warwickshire win. But Warwickshire fighting hard, and a good partnership in situ at the moment, Hayne and Barnard. But elsewhere in Division 2, Northants need 191 to beat Gloucestershire after James Bracey made an unbeaten 148 in Gloucestershire's 387 all out.
as Hill is in, and there's that wristy flick again out towards the leg side. This one's gone behind square. It's fielded by Joey Everson, who we haven't seen in this second innings yet. He didn't bowl too much in the first innings. 11 overs actually, so he did bowl quite a bit in 428, but we haven't seen him so far in this second innings.
And at New Road, Worcestershire now just trying to hang on, because a draw would be fairly useful to stop Middlesex winning. 197 for 7. They're not going to get the 161 more that they need, but eighth wicket pair looking to hang on for the draw.
In comes Green, driven down the grounds, glorious. Lovely shot from Allison, perfectly timed. You could probably hear how nice that sounded off the bat. Too full, over-pitched by Alex Green, and whacked down the ground, but with a beautiful bit of timing, and it runs away.
Well, I mean, back at number 4, he seems at home again, doesn't he? And he's played, it's been a sublime 20, really. He's been rotating the strike very well, taking singles, scoring it just under a runner ball. The way he's manipulated the bowling of Rayan Ahmed's been very impressive. It's been a terrific knock from him so far, giving Paul Walter very good support here. Less than 100 needed now, 96.
119 for 2. The score, 96 to win, as you say, so it's under 100 now. Green in, back goes Allison on his tiptoes and plays it into the offside, just defends, and that's the end of the over. There were 6 runs off it. Essex going at 4.4 and over. They are well ahead of the required run rate. We've got 32 overs left in the day. 96 to win, and so the run rate exactly 3 and over. They're 119 for 2.
Richard, thank you for your email about the county structure. I won't go through all of it, but just to summarise what you were saying, which is basically use 16 weeks of a season to play 4-day matches, 2 divisions of 9. So that gives you your 16 games. You play the 20 over game in the remaining 7 weeks, and the 50 overs you fit round the championship. It would mean, obviously, maybe playing on a Sunday and then Tuesday to Friday championship, that sort of thing, as Rayan Ahmed bowls and has played defensively back down the pitch and there's no run. And you're also thinking that you carry on with that format during the hundreds. You play championship cricket and 50 over cricket combined during the 100. It's played away nicely by Walter for a single. They're doing it pretty comfortably at the moment. This still is a pretty easy paced pitch, and there's not as much happening for the bowlers now for Leicestershire, particularly with the bowling from the Bennett end, as there was at times yesterday for the Essex seamers when they were finding that low bounce. That hasn't really been evident this afternoon. So Allison back on strike, and he just comes forward and works that one away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. He stays on 20. A good day for his brother. But then a bit of a Worcestershire collapse in that game against Middlesex, as we mentioned. They're just looking to hang on for a draw now. It could be that both contribute well today, as that's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. 89, I think it was, for Ben. Yes, it was 89 from 124 balls. As Allison just comes forward and plays Ahmed back down the pitch, and there is no run, and that would be a career best actually for Ben Allison as well, so well done to him. Rayan Ahmed floats that one up and played comfortably by Allison up towards mid-wicket. So yeah, I would say, Richard, that's sort of obviously I don't going to see 16 championship games again, but a lot of people sort of view that as the way we used to do things, of course. More days in the season, playing a championship game and a 50 over game in the course of a week. Probably not going to go back to those days, but interesting suggestion. And I think the one about playing, through the 100, playing the other competitions through the 100 is an interesting one, because I know the 50 over competition has got stronger in the last couple of years, which suggests that you could potentially play championship cricket during that time. But if you suggest that to Surrey, having seen an interview with Alex Stewart, they wouldn't be very keen on it. They'd lose everybody. But whether we'll see that remains to be seen.
120 for 2. So Green to continue. He's bowled quite well, Green. Last over went for quite a few runs. The last 2 actually have been relatively expensive. He's bowling to Walter, 63 not out, who digs a Yorker out. very sort of quick swish of the bat, hasn't he? Looks being such a big man, it looks very light in his hands.
Yes, in terms of the county format, obviously they've just tweaked it a little bit this year. I'm not particularly keen on the T20 format they've come up with. I think it's quite hard for the casual follower to know what's going on with these odd extra games and the best 2 third place sides qualifying.
As Green comes in, that's pulled round the corner, but there's nobody square of the wicket on the leg side. And despite the cries of anguish, goes through.
And with the exception of Gloucestershire and Worcestershire, I think that the previous structure of the 2 groups, North and South, was a pretty good way of doing it. And it meant that you didn't have anomalies like Somerset and Northants being a local derby, which is probably struggling to justify its status as, with the fact those 2 played each other twice. So yeah, it's sort of going back to an old format really, with a couple of extra games tagged on.
As in comes Green, bowls a straight delivery, which Allison comes forward to, and he scampers a single through to cover.
And it's a bit rough on Northants as well, because this would have been regarded as a bit of a local derby. They don't get to play the Midland sides now, which is a bit of a shame for them. Well, of course, yourselves, Leicestershire and Derbyshire and Notts, in with the 3 teams from the north, the Yorkshire, Lancashire and Durham in the north group. So it remains to be seen how they sort out these anomalous extra 2 games each season.
Green coming round the wickets to the left-handed Walter, bowls, and he's struck on the pad. This time he doesn't get it away on the leg side as he tries to whip that away, but it just dribbles onto the pitch. Rishi Patel fields. And
the championship we were talking about earlier, I can't see it going back to 16 games, I'm afraid, Richard, but there was a lot of effort to try and reduce it last year, but the idea they finally came up with, when you looked at the small print of it, a few issues with it, and in the end it didn't get enough support from the counties.
Green in, penultimate ball of the over, driven beautifully, and it goes wide of mid-on. Now that might not go all the way, actually. There is a chase for the fielder. It's dribbling towards the boundary rope. It's just going to stay inside. There's 2 fielders racing around, Scriven one of them, and he dives over and pulls it back in. So there's 2 more added to the total. That is a long boundary out there through mid-off, I should say. But a lovely shot.
He's been very strong on the drive today, Paul Waters. Got a lot of runs in the V, and looked very impressive doing so. So after a couple of quiet games at Chelmsford in the Championship, he's right back in form here.
Allison 21 not out. They got 3 in the end there as Green is in, driven by Allison to mid-off. There is no run. So just to explain that, what were they planning to do last year?
Well, I think the final idea was that you would have, it was going to be 10 games, and then you'd play 3 extra at the end. I can't remember exactly what it was, but the problem was you wouldn't necessarily know who you were playing until just before. I think there were a few issues with it. I never paid too much attention because I just didn't like the look of it. So I mean the one I liked, which was they said was too complicated. I still haven't seen a better idea for just a little bit of a shortening of the championship. The problem this year is August and September, the 6 consecutive rounds. That is a major problem.
Ahmed in, driven by Walter again, left-handed. He's bowling it into the rough. Is Ahmed, leg spinners, right arm round the wicket, trying to get Walter to drive.
So far it's been okay because everybody had a break in the rounds that we had in April and May.
Ahmed is in, bowls, and that's a slightly shorter delivery and quicker and flatter from Ahmed, and Walter goes back and plays it into the leg side. I feel like the system they have at the moment doesn't quite work.
No.
And I don't know whether there's a way to sort of make it like you have the Champions League at the moment.
Well, I'll give you my thought on it and see what you think after this over.
Ahmed tosses this one up and it beats the bat. So Yorker length almost from Allison. He went to heave it over short cover but missed it.
Well, he's played beautifully, Charlie Allison, until that point. I guess that was a bit of inelegant.
Ahmed moves away from us. He bowls and that doesn't bounce. Allison does really well to whack that. That's going to go for 4 runs through mid-wicket. Got right back quickly, almost square on to Ahmed and hooked it. Oh, he did well to adapt, didn't he? Because it didn't bounce. So 4 runs added to the total for Allison. 4 runs off the target for Essex. 130 for 2, 85 needed to win.
Yeah, that was in the end, very good adjustment.
Ahmed comes in now. Bowls forward comes Allison. He's now 25 not out.
Yes, whenever we mention the format, we always get a few emails, and Sam's also sent one to us to have a little look at.
Ahmed bowls and forward comes Allison. Have I just nicked 2 overs in a row for
Yeah,
me?
I think it might have. It doesn't really matter because I've had enough overs since 11 o'clock, so I'm okay. It's been a long day, hasn't it? But it's been an intriguing one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So don't worry about that.
Yes, well, 130 for 2, 85 the target to win. So what was going? What's your?
Well, the only proposal that I've seen which I thought made sense was the SPL split structure idea. So what you do is you still have your top 10 in the Division 1 and they all play once. So that's 9 games. You'd have to delay the start of a T20 by a week, but I think that's no bad thing. I think it started a week too early. You should not start the T20 before the Premier League finishes. It's asking for lower attendances. You know, you had...
Yeah.
That was done. So you play everyone once and then the division splits. And you play 7 of those games in April and May and the other 2 in July. Fix in probably around the knockout stages of the T20. And then the division splits in 2. So the top 5 play each other again in August and September and the bottom 5. Which means you've got a really tense little period of the season in that little pocket in July where you've got to be in the top 5. And that gives you 13 games. Here's Josh Davey, 1 for 29 in 4 overs. Got a wicket early on, and here Walter picks him up and sends him away out towards the deep backward square leg boundary for 4. So that's a bit of a contemptuous welcome back from Walter's point of view, picking that one up on length. It was on middle and leg, and Essex doing this very comfortably at the moment. 81 to win, 134 for 2. Walter 72 from 98 balls. Been very impressive. Can he add to that century he got at the Oval, which would be his 2nd of the season if he can do it? In fact, he'd be the first Essex batter to achieve a 2nd one, I believe, looking down the list. 134 for 2. There were about 20 all told last year. This is a punching drive through mid-wicket from Walter. Really is playing at his best here. That one played beautifully along the ground between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4. So what you do is you guarantee everyone a minimum of 6 home games. It's possible that in August and September, if the other sides, you know, that are in the top 5 with you, a side you've already played at home, you might end up playing 3 of them away, or vice versa, 3 of them at home. But you're still guaranteed 6 home games as a minimum. Would be the 6 or 7, obviously, and it just creates a very exciting end of the season. Because I was just thinking how exciting the SPL climax was, and when you've got all the top sides playing each other, and it just means you've got a bit of a gap between the fixtures in August and September as Walter hits that in the air. I didn't know where that was. That one lifted a little bit and it just annoyingly for Leicestershire fell between 2 fielders, but that was after 2 sumptuous shots. He got one that basically turned him round, took the top of the bat and fell in no man's land between the offside infielders. So he got away with that one slightly, but he's still there on 77, 139 for 2. Because I think the problem this year will come in August and September. That is a very rough fixture list, 6 consecutive rounds without a break, and that would just improve that a little bit. So That would be my thinking. That's the best proposal I've heard, but they thought it was too complicated. I'm not quite sure why.
No, I think that sounds quite good, actually.
Davy Bowles, 1 for 38. He's played defensively up into the onside. The T20, I said I'm not a great fan of it. I think it's like they're caught between two systems, and I think you've got these obvious local derbies. I mean, obviously in this neck of the woods you've got Derbyshire Notts. I would imagine would be the combination.
Well, Northants was always a good
well,
game
Northants
too,
probably have to be Northants probably be with Worcester and Warwickshire, but when you divide the counties up into threes, you tend to find local derbies, but the sort of each one has two. 139 for 2. This is played defensively back down the pitch, but we have an odd situation now where the women's competition is a regional national hybrid, but the men's isn't really, apart from these two extra games. So I just think that it would be a lot more easy to follow if you played the two local derbies against the sides closest to you. You might play Yorkshire, Lancashire and Durham once, and you'd play 5 other games.
Yeah,
and everyone would be in the same table. That's the critical thing. Everyone would be in the same table, like the Champions League. 139 for 2. That's Allison playing defensively back down the pitch, and then the top 2 on the table go straight to finals day, and sides 3 to 6 playoff. And I think that's a very easy format for like the casual viewer to understand, because it's basically a football table.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I quite like that as an idea, actually. I think this is an improvement on what we had before, but I do think what the T20 Plus suffers from is playing the same teams over and over
that
again.
Suggestion I made would actually help get around that.
I agree. It was great to go to Sussex. I'm sure who have Essex played.
Well, we've got Northants who haven't lost a game. They're coming up, and Derbyshire who were doing pretty well, but Essex managed to beat them. So it's Northants still to come on their own patch, which would be interesting.
Ahmed moves away from us. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end. That doesn't really bounce, but Walter sat back and played that down the ground. He moves on to 78, and you're right, he's racing towards 100. I think going to 12 games is much better. The problem is it's the travel that the teams don't like. So if you're going to do the Friday Sunday thing, the teams don't really like too much travel of going to Sussex one week, back to Leicester for the Sunday, for example, as Ahmed goes back. Ahmed bowls and Allison goes back.
Well, the idea on the suggestion I've just made is if you've got Hampshire and Sussex away, you play them on a Friday and Sunday in the same weekend, and same with Yorkshire and Durham, for example.
Yeah. Ahmed moves away from us. He's bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Allison, who just guides him into the leg side for a single. 141 for 2, 74 to win. Essex are actually coasting this, to be fair. They need some quick wickets now, but they've made light work of this. And Walter in particular has made a surface that a lot of batsmen have struggled to bat on look very easy. I don't know whether the demons have gone a bit.
It's not done much, particularly from the Bennett end, has it? Thank you, Jeff. You said that my suggestion sounds similar to a Scottish Premier League. Indeed it is. That's what it's based on.
Ahmed going round the wicket now, trying to bowl into the rough outside off stump.
But nothing will change much in the next couple of years. I don't think there's any appetite for more changes.
Ahmed in and bowls, and it's gone to mid-wicket, but it's misfielded by Scriven, who's really hurt his fingers there,
Scriven there looks uncomfortable, doesn't he?
And he's gone away. Sorry, it's not Scriven, I thought it was. It's...
Is it Davy? Yes, it is Davy,
yeah.
Isn't it? He looked uncomfortable there. As soon as he fielded that.
Ahmed, bouncing run-up, comes in, bowls a straight delivery, which Allison plays forward to, and there is no run. Yeah, you get caught between two stools, don't they, where you feel like the calendar isn't sufficient enough, it's not good enough. Ahmed in bowls, back goes Allison, and plays this, and it's misfielded by Lewis Hill at mid-off, and it's going to run away for 4. Went underneath Hill and bounces into the boundary rope now, so Allison moves on to 30. This is actually a great innings from him too. He's sort of had the same approach as Walter, which is to play with intent and aggression, but sensible aggression, controlled aggression.
And the thing about the 50 overs is if you actually just create a bit more space in the season in the latter weeks, you could play the knockout rounds of the 50 overs with the better players available who have not, come back from the 100, and that will give them more experience of playing 50 over cricket. Because at the moment, of course, there's not a lot of frontline 50 over cricket for anyone involved in the 100. But if you could have a situation where the knockout rounds of the 50 overs was a little bit later, then that would again give more opportunities for some of the more senior players to play 50 over cricket. Because I have to be honest, the link between the one-day cup and international one-day cricket is very, very tenuous at best. I almost think actually you'd be better off making it like a 40-45 over competition. So on a Sunday you can start at 1 o'clock as the old Sunday League used to. But a bit more crowd friendly perhaps. Anyway, 146 for 2. Yes, here is Walter on strike, and has played away nicely off his hip away for a couple of runs, and we're going to have to stop that. There are two fielders converging. I thought they might be leaving it to each other for the moment, but it has been stopped, and Walter goes into the 80s. Just 67 needed. 148 for 2. Essex have done this very well. They've had to bide their time. I knew they'd have a chance to bat during that 200 overs in the field. 200 plus overs. And here they are. One would have thought with a good chance of going to the top of the table. This is played up into the onside. A quick single here. And mid-on throws, but Walter's in. No, it doesn't hit. 149 for 2, Walter 82. So just to reiterate, with Notts having lost, Essex will go top unless Warwickshire win. This is quite intriguing now because the 6th wicket pair have put on 73 at Scarborough. Sam Haynes 65, Ed Barnard 40. You feel Warwickshire probably just Yorkshire just 1 or 2 wickets away, but at the moment Warwickshire need 200 from a minimum of 27 overs. It sounds too tall an order, but they've got a very good chance of at least saving that game. 149 for 2, and that's a nice leg glance from Allison. Goes down to the fine leg boundary for 4, just throwing in direction there, Davey, and put away very nicely by Charlie Allison, who's very much enjoyed being back at number 4, and it's gone to 34.
This is going to be over quite quickly at the moment, the way things are going.
So Sam, I'll have a look at your suggestion, which is basically something you put together last year and sent to all the counties and the commentators. And thanks for the contributions on that subject. Yeah, I think there's a bit more tweaking that could be done with the structure, and I think the problem will come this year in August and September with the sheer relentlessness of it. As Davey bowls. Oh, and Allison is close to being turned round and offered a caught and bowl, but just sensing the danger and playing with soft hands, because he was looking to push that into the onside and it could easily have come off the outer half of the bat straight back into Davies' hands. But in the end, I think he just checked the shot and the ball hardly travelled once it had hit his bat. So the odds are at the moment that Warwickshire won't win that game. They may well save it, but they have to win it to deprive Essex of being top of the table this evening. Here's delivery which is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. 153 for 2. Allison 34. Useful 22 earlier from Tom Wesley, and a good stand with Paul Walter, but Walter's been the standout. 82 from 104 balls, and he's done it very well indeed. So it's been a season where he's not particularly been consistent, Paul Walter, but when he has got in, he's often made it tell. 153 for 2. And Allison looking very good, just coming forward and playing defensively. I think for me, he could well be the long-term successor to Wesley at number 3. He's got that technique, and he's quite reminiscent of Wesley, actually, in the way he plays and defends very solidly, but has the range of strokes as well. 153 for 2, Walter 82, Allison 34, 62 required, and a minimum of 26 overs. And just as overs remaining started off as being irrelevant, became relevant, it's now starting to lose its relevancy again.
Yeah, completely. 2.4 the required run rate, so they are well ahead of it at 4.5. It's been I've been really impressed with the way Essex have gone after this. This pair too, their partnership of 67, have I think been fantastic. Actually, I think they've played it pretty perfectly. Barely a false shot in there. So 62 to win, and they're doing it as a canter. And it's funny, isn't it? You watch. You shouldn't judge a pitch, shouldn't judge the conditions until you've seen all the teams bat on it. But I mean, Leicestershire made the pitch look. For first 2 innings, the pitch looked like a bit of a minefield in which there were a couple of players able to make a contribution. But the second, this innings, the second innings, Leicestershire made it look like they were batting really hard and obdurately on a very tough pitch. Essex have made it look like a road. I think that's the quality of their batting, though, particularly Walter, who's 82 not out. He will have his eye on a century. He's faced 104 balls as Green bowls from the Bennett end, and it's a full delivery that he plays to mid-off, does Walter, and gets a single. 83, he's on 154 for 261 to win.
So it may be that we don't know for sure whether Essex are going to go top by the time this game ends. We'll keep an eye on what's going on at Scarborough, but Warwickshire certainly made a much better fist of things second time round. They clearly rather underachieved in their first innings.
Green bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Allison, who's 34 not out. He drives down the ground, and it's saved by Green, who sticks out his left hand and grabs it. So surely, you've got to imagine there's a similar amount of overs left in the day then is there for Warwickshire. So
I think we've just got the latest on Warwickshire's overs left being 26, so still needing 194. That's a very big ask with 5 wickets down.
Green in bowls, and that's driven to backward point. That's 8 and over or so.
Yeah, I'm sure when Yorkshire set that target on the declaration, they certainly weren't thinking that Warwickshire would be going for it. And of course, Warwickshire lost early wickets, but Sam Hain, Bo Webster, and now Ed Barnard have certainly given them a chance of drawing that game. And whatever happens, it's going to be very, very tight at the top of the table. But Surrey will tumble a few places from their starting point of second at this round of games.
Green in bowls, back goes Allison and plays aggressively, and he has whacked this to mid-wicket. He will get 2 runs for it as a fielder out there.
Just wonder how much longer Leicestershire had to bat to really put Essex under pressure. They weren't too far off it, but they probably also needed a bit more penetration with the bowling, and they haven't created enough opportunities, have they?
Yeah, no, I think that's the truth of it. There was one spell, wasn't there, where Ahmed looked threatening at the start of the innings. Green has bowled okay, but this has been the problem for Leicestershire all season. They haven't looked like taking 20 wickets very often, or certainly not for a lot of runs, as Green bowls and forward comes Allison and defends.
Well, Allison will be enjoying batting at number 4, and so it must have been quite odd that first innings for him, but looking as accomplished as ever. He's been probably the standout player of the season so far for Essex. Probably Shane Snater's not been too far off, and of course Sam Cook.
Green, dark mullet, bowls, and it's bowled him.
It has.
That has P-rolled, and Allison has had his off-stump hit, and the bails have come off. That barely got off the floor. That
He just need another 7 of those.
From Ben Green, and he celebrates heartily, does Green, and yet that just didn't bounce at all. Did he took a bit of pace off that, Ben Green, but he's bowled him, and Allison has to depart for a very good 36 off 48, so it's 156 for 3.
He looked so good, but he couldn't do anything with that delivery.
No.
It's interesting because we haven't seen much variable bounce in this innings compared to what we were seeing yesterday, but that was quite extreme, and it was from the pavilion end rather than the Bennett end. But unfortunately, Leicestershire need another 7 of those fairly rapidly. And but he's done his job. He really has, because Charlie Addison there with that partnership after Tom Westley got out. Basically, they've had 2 very similar partnerships there for Essex in the innings after the early loss of Dean Elgar. We've seen 71 added for the second wicket, and then an even 70 for the third wicket.
Yep.
And they just need 1 more of those, basically, and that will be the job done. Matt Critchley, who was just short of 100 first time out, well, he was sort of, I think, pretty much enjoying himself. You could say he was playing a supporting role to Jordan Cox, but I think he was playing very much at his own. When he gets in, Matt Critchley, he's obviously a pretty expansive player himself, and that's how he played on day one. He joins Paul Walter.
So 83 is Walter. 17 runs for what would be a brilliant century. And Leicestershire will now hope that they can force a collapse. That wicket may have fallen just at the right time. They do still have enough runs to play with, Leicestershire, to be able to mount a fight back. Rahan Ahmed is coming back this time at the Bennett end. I think they're just trying to find the best way to get the most out of Ahmed.
Yeah, no, so it's disappointing for him. He's the one member of the England squad that's still playing, so we know he's obviously not going to play the Test match. That's played away by Walter, first ball of his new over, and possibly going to be two, I think of it, but it's not going to be there because deep backward square leg with a good return to make sure there's no chance of the second run. And it's Joey Everson out there, isn't it? Trying to work out what number Joey Everson had, but number 33. I remember that from his Kent appearances. So 157 for 3, Walter 84, and Critchley about to take strike, having had a good outing, as I say, in the first innings. Played away along the ground. It's a good shot. He probably played a few of those on day one. That'll be 4 to the long on boundary. Just a forcing shot through the onside. Not played with too much extravagance, just all timing. And that's the shot of somebody who has got runs on this ground, and probably slightly aggrieved that he didn't play that shot to get to his 100. Of course, when he got out, just was it 3 runs short? But maybe he's played the shot that he wanted to play then. Now, he was bowled by Everson on 97 just before the close on day one. And here he comes forward and just steers that one away into the offside and collects another single. 1 6 and 12 fours, and he wasn't quite going at the same rate as Jordan Cox, but he was playing in fairly aggressive fashion. It was probably against the run of play when he got out, I imagine. 162 for 3 with 53 to win. And Walter just again tucking this one away from Ahmed into the onside there, not allowing Rayan Ahmed to build up any sort of pressure. They're scoring off a decent number of his deliveries and rotating the strike. 163 for 3. 215 is the target. As he quickly just stretches forward and plays it defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. It looks to me, just the signs are from what's going on at Scarborough, so Warwickshire are settling for the draw, but we need a little bit more evidence of that. But the asking rate is going up and up there. This is played defensively by Critchley up into the offside, and there's no run. And of course that would mean that Essex with this win will go top of the table, which didn't look particularly likely at the end of April. But it's going to be a very congested top of the table. But the best place to be is at the very top of it if you can, which is Essex may well be at the end of this round of games. Critchley 5 and Walter 85, 163 for 3.
But as we have previously discussed, it looks like a really good battle for the top of the table and for the title. Sussex, Somerset, not Surrey. Essex now. Warwickshire probably all involved in it. No clear leader. Ben Green is going to bowl from the pavilion end, moving away from us. It's driven by Walter down the ground. It's fielded at mid-on.
Yes, if Yorkshire were to win that game, which is one of the reasons why Warwickshire, part of their thinking might be to make sure Yorkshire, who've dominated the game, don't win it, because actually they would go up to 95 points if they were to win that game.
Welcome to listeners on BBC 5 Sports Extra who have joined us for what may well be the conclusion of this county championship match. Here is Green, who bowls appeal for leg before wicket, but it's strangled and not convincing. They must have got outside the line there. Paul Walter, we're going to watch the replay to our right hand side.
Yeah, the very abbreviated appeal, wasn't it?
Oh no, well down the leg side.
Leg side, yeah.
So the score is 163 for 3. Essex are chasing 215 to win this game. Paul Walter is 85 not out. He has played wonderfully. And Critchley on 5, 3 wickets to fall today. One quite recently as Green comes in, bowls, and that's whipped off the pads by Walter, who will get a single out to deep mid wicket. The wickets to fall for Essex today. Elgar caught Patel, bowled Davey for 9. Wesley caught Ahmed, bowled Scriven for 22, and then Allison, who played wonderfully for his 36, he was bowled by Ben Green to a P roller. And so Leicestershire do have the tiniest chance, you think, if they can get wickets to fall quickly here, then they might have the faintest of chances, but this is Essex in total control. With Critchley 5 not out, Green comes in and bowls, and back goes Critchley, just guiding this away on the leg side.
And for a team that's been in the field for over 200 overs, they've responded very well, because yes, the follow on was probably the right decision, but they probably wouldn't have been banking on being in the field for quite as long as they were. In the second innings, 153.5 overs to add to the 63.2 in the first.
Green bowling right arm round the wicket now, comes into Walter, who plays that beautifully. It's another straight drive from Walter. It must be the 6th or 7th boundary he's played down the ground. He's profited in 2 major areas, down the ground and on the leg side, through mid wicket, and that was a glorious shot. 2 full from Green and driven down the ground for 4. He's into the 90s.
Yeah, he's been very strong on the drive all innings, hasn't he? It's been a very good exhibition, and Walter, when he does get in, he can be a very difficult man to dislodge. Say, he had a couple of quieter games recently at Chelmsford, but here he's been right back to his best.
169 for 3, 46 to win, under 50, and we've had 6 off this over already. Green, the stand-in Leicestershire captain, bowls. That's driven down the ground by Walter, and he's just going to... Oh, he's not going to get a single then. He goes straight to the fielder, Rahan Ahmed. And that is the end of the 36th over of this innings. 169 for 3 is the score, 215 the target for Essex. A reminder of the implications. If Essex win, they will go top of the table, 1 point ahead of Sussex. If Leicestershire win, they will go off the bottom of Division 1, and they will have won for the first time ever, having been asked to follow on. Earlier on, they got 428. They batted wonderfully. Lewis Hill, with probably the best innings of his career, getting a century and batting brilliantly well with the tail as they set that 215 target, having been asked to follow on. It was a wonderful innings, but it's been made light work of by Essex.
Rahan Ahmed will slip in, bowls to Critchley, who drives up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So Yorkshire coming here on Friday.
Indeed.
And obviously Leicestershire have got to try and find a way, if they can, of winning a couple of games, and they're going to have to do it fairly soon. As Rahan Ahmed bowls, and this is driven back past the bowler to mid-off, but there's no run. Certainly been a very impressive fight back in this game in the second innings, and a tremendous innings from Lewis Hill. But it may be that they just had to bat for that little bit longer, but it was certainly, I think, causing Essex some anxiety with those partnerships, particularly this morning. As Ahmed bowls again, and that's driven nicely up towards mid-off, and there's no run. It's all gone very quiet, it seems, at Scarborough. I think we can more and more say that Warwickshire are just looking to save that game and take the 8 points and deny Yorkshire the win. That's just played away up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I'm sure with the table being so tight, the implications of a 16-point swing for one of your rivals is something that perhaps just makes you think about any undue aggression or taking risks. As Ahmed bowled, and that's played, just pushed up into the offside, and it's going to be gathered in by Cox, but they can't prevent the run. So they're doing it very nicely at the moment, and there is still a bit to determine about the Essex Championship Challenge, because as we mentioned earlier, they'll have had 4 wins, 2 against Leicestershire, 2 against Hampshire, And the first indication of how it's going to go perhaps will be next Friday at Chelmsford, with Nottinghamshire smarting from their big defeat against Somerset, coming to the county ground as here Walter just plays that one into the onside. If Essex were to win that game, I think there might be one or two people thinking that there could well be something on this season, because that will be a string of 4 wins in a row to emulate what they've just done in the T20. It has been a very good month or so for Essex after, well, of course, winning the first game at Southampton, but then losing 2, and at the end of April, after a good draw at the Oval, they had quite a lot of work to do, but they've done it with those 2 wins at Chelmsford in May, and now progressing well here.
Green bowls, back goes Critchley and guides this behind square. On the offside, it is third man who fields, and the score moves on to 170 for 3, 171 for 3.
What we can say is that any further Essex wins will be particularly valuable, because they're all going to be against the sides that are in contention for the title, which is completely wide open. If we were to rule out Leicestershire and Hampshire, everybody else is still very much in contention.
Green in bowls, full and driven on the onside. It's fielded by the diving Gums, who parries it to Lewis Hill at mid-on, whereas Leicestershire, I think, are staring down the barrel of relegation already. This will be 7 games. They will have lost 5 of them and drawn 2 of them. They will be on 49 points. Now, Hampshire are on 53, but they are already 20 points off safety as Green bowls, and forward comes Critchley. Yorkshire on, well, actually, it will be more than that, won't it? Because Yorkshire will get at least a draw from that game against Warwickshire, so they will go on to about 80 points, so they'll be about 30 points from safety.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yorkshire are going to be fine. I think there was a little bit of concern early season. They had a bad defeat at home to Hampshire, but even if they don't win this game against Warwickshire, they've dominated most of it.
Green bowls full, and it's driven nicely out into the covers where it's fielded.
I mean, I'll be honest, the only way I can see Leicestershire staying up is if probably Glamorgan were to really fall away sharply, but Glamorgan have really impressed, and you mentioned that there's a big game between the two sides coming up still in the schedule, but obviously Leicestershire are going to have to win that one and find a way of winning another couple, and probably drawing the others, because of course draws are useful commodities.
Yeah. That's the thing, they haven't been drawing the games they've played badly, and they've been losing them, and they haven't been winning the games they've played well in. But the fundamental problem is they don't take enough wickets, and we're seeing that here today. Walter faces Green, and he pushes at that, does Walter, and he will get no run. Dribbles out to Ahmed.
Yeah, whereas Glamorgan have found a way of taking wickets. They had that tremendous victory against Hampshire, and of course Mason Crane has been quite a star performer, but they've got a pretty impressive seam attack, and of course their promotion last year I think was based on the weight of runs they got. They were, which they have done for the last couple of seasons. They've been heavy scorers at the top of the order.
Green crunches this to cover. There is no run. It's fielded at short cover, and there is the end of the over. Walter 91 off 116, 173 for 3 the score. 42 needed to win. There's 21 overs in the day, so they just need to go 2 and over Essex to win this game.
Yeah, so it's just a question of trying to be honest and saying that obviously I think almost you leave Hampshire out of it and you say, is there anybody else that could be dragged back? But at the moment, of course, Leicestershire has got to find a way of winning a couple of games, and then that might become an issue. But yeah, the gut feeling is, having watched them, is at their best, and when they've got their full side available, the batting is actually quite an impressive. Even though they haven't got the likes of Hanscom, it's still quite an impressive lineup when it is performing collectively. But the bowling is probably, obviously, relatively weak for Division 1 standards, I would say, as a unit. I think that's fair to say. 173 for 3 as Rayan Ahmed bowls, and that's driven up towards cover, and there's no run. So I think you mentioned the T20 for Leicestershire. They've got 3 wins out of 6.
Yeah.
Add a couple more, get into the shake-up for qualification. 173 for 3. It's played up into the offside by Critchley, and there's no run. And that will give the crowd, some good crowds will come in here for any of those potential knockout game, maybe, and that would be. And as I say, the 50 overs has been a good competition for Leicestershire, and no reason why it shouldn't be again. As Ahmed bowls, and that's swept away. It's a good shot by Critchley, going away for at least 2, being chased back towards the fine leg boundary. I don't think it's quite going to be cut off. No, that was a touch and go because 2 fielders converging, but in the end, Critchley placed it just well enough for deep square and fine leg both not to be able to cut it off. So that is going to be 4 runs to Critchley. And I think for the first time now we can say that for sure Warwickshire have shut up shop. 6-wicket pair are just bedded in, Barnard and Sam Hain. But a few overs have gone by with very few runs being added. And this is run down off the open face by Critchley for a single. And just a reminder of the significance of that a Warwickshire win is the only thing that can stop Essex winning this game and going top. And now I think we can say that Warwickshire's ambition is to deny Yorkshire a win in the game that they've been on top of for most of the time, and thereby keep themselves just a few points off the top, with Essex being the team at the top if they win this game.
Yeah, and you look at the bowling, I think you're absolutely right that Leicestershire just don't have at the moment a Division 1 bowling attack.
As Rehan Ahmed bowls, and Walter goes on the drive, doesn't time that, goes up towards mid-off, could be a catch, and it's dropped. It's a very hard chance, but it has been put down there at mid-off. I think it's Davey out there, and he's just still down on his haunches. He got hands to it. It was basically a miscue from Paul Walter, and the catch has been put down.
Can I use your laptop, Charles?
Yes,
That's the question I was going
please,
to ask.
please do. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you.
But that was a tough chance. That's another single to add for Walter, having got the reprieve, just playing away onto the onside. So he's gone to 94 after that escape. And Critchley on 14. That was a tough chance, but now just a further 20 needed. 34 needed, sorry, with 20 overs minimum left. And it should be fairly straightforward from here. That chance probably coming too late for Leicestershire.
So. It could have sparked something, but I doubt it. 34 to
win.
win.
A tough chance.
They've made light work of it. You look at their options. Josh Hull's form is the real concern. You would think, he's a Test match bowler.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he's been hit around the park in both county championship and in the T20. He was dropped in the T20 because of the way that he was bowling. Leicester started winning after that. He's a great bowler, but he just doesn't seem to have kicked on after a very promising start. He's got all the attributes that you would need. As Ben Green is going to bowl the 40th over. Forward comes Walter. He's 94 not out. And then you just look at the options and you just don't see someone who is putting the bowlers under pressure either in terms of selection. Ben Mike hasn't been hasn't been bowling overly well, and we don't see him a huge amount in the county championship. Liam Travaskis, I mean, in many ways they've got too many spin options. Ajaz Patel was picked as the overseas player but not selected for this game because of the pitch as Green comes in, and that's glided into the leg side by Walter. 95 he moves on to at 182 for 3, 33 to win.
He's going to have time to make his 100 here. He's not going to, unless Critchley hits 6 fours and an over or something like that, but I think it's going to be a terrific landmark for Paul Walter.
We've got Alex Green, who has put a bit of pressure on, and I know he's really highly rated. You've got to give him opportunity playing. They miss Ian Holland so much. As Green comes in, bowls, and Critchley plays that out. They decided on a spinner clearly for their overseas bowler this year. Because it was going to be Keshav Maharaj. They went to Ajaz Patel, and Patel sadly hasn't done too much. Not his fault, I'm not sure, because he's been bowling on green pitches in April and May. It's not going to suit him particularly well. Green. 3 balls left in the 40th over, comes in, bowls, and driven by Critchley off the back foot to Gums, who fields at cover. And so there is I just think there's the sense that they don't have enough depth there. It's easy to say this after the fact, but could an overseas paceman have been a better option? My guess is that they thought that Rahan Ahmed wouldn't be playing a lot of games this season, and Green moves away from us, driven again. This time it does find the gap away from the outfield. They get 2 for this out to deep cover where it is fielded by Scriven. In fact, they just go for 1. That's well fielded by Scriven, stop the second one. And I suppose, you could make the very valid argument there that with Ahmed going to the IPL and being in England squads,
Yeah.
it's not the stupidest idea, but they are missing true pace quality, a man who can take 7-8 wickets a match for them, and they are so reliant on Ben Green and Ian Holland to get their wickets. And it is Green who bowls, and forward comes Walter, and that's played out to point. They're so reliant on that. And Holland isn't here. End of the over, 184 for 3. Critchley on 15, Walter on 96. This partnership worth 28.31 to win. We've got 19 overs left in the day. So, what they do from here is going to be very difficult. They rely on Ahmed as well, quite a lot, to just bring a bit of magic. You see that ability in the batting. The depth is there in the batting, highlighted, I guess, by the fact you've got Lewis Hill, who missed out in the game against Essex because he wasn't scoring enough runs. Got the opportunity here through. Despite the fact that 4 batters are out, and they still have been able to get 1 decent total on the board, but the issues with their bowling remain.
So Rahan Ahmed with a short mid wicket in and 31 required. That's steered up by Paul Walter into the offside up to Sheridan Gums, and there's no run. Resulting from Worcester, Middlesex won by 141 runs, despite 89 from Ben Allison. It was slow left arm that did the trick for Middlesex, as that's driven away. It's not particularly timed, goes out towards deep mid wicket and sends Walter up by another run to 97, and Essex 1 closer to the target, 215 at 185 for 3. Zafar Gohar 6 for 31 in 23 overs, and Middlesex go up to 92 points, so they're going to be up in the top 4. Yes, this is pushed away by Critchley into the offside, just beats cover and picked up at mid-off, and throw comes in. It's a real setback for Worcestershire, though, who are likely to be in 7th place. In fact, they will be. So that's at home not a result they would have wanted, but Middlesex's promotion challenge very much back on. You feel it's Durham and one other, and they're in the fight to be the one other. 186 for 3, as this is he almost played on Walter. It was a bit of an inelegant shot. He was trying to drive it away through the offside, and it's come off an inside edge and gone for a single to fine leg. So he was going for the big hit to get to the 100, and that was one of the weaker attempts at a drive he's played. In fact, the only not very good one, to be honest. 98 with a single. Critchley on strike on 16, 28 required. And Ahmed bowls, and there Critchley is showing Walter how it's done, because he's picked that up and he hit it away out towards long on for 6. Tremendous shot, picking it up on length, and beautiful strike from Matt Critchley. He's had a very good game with the bat, just 3 short of the 100 first time out. 22 from as many balls now, and it's 193 for 3 and 22 to win, and that was a fine blow.
Yeah, great shot. And you've got to say, every batter has come in with the right attitude. Walter has shown the way, and both Critchley and Allison have batted with that intent.
This is pushed up into the offside by Critchley, and there's no run, just a one outstanding game in Division 2 where Northants at 56 for 2 need 135 to beat Gloucestershire, who really battled hard today thanks to James Bracey's 100. But if Northants win that, as you would have thought they probably will, they will be nicely clear in 2nd place, and that will be a big win for them. So I'll be looking out for that one. They've had a pretty good season all round, Northants, in both Division 2 and in the Blast, where they've got maximum points today. 193 for 3, Walter 98 and Critchley 22.
Green to bowl the 42nd over, 22 to win. In comes Green, and that is played behind square on the leg side. That wristy flick again, and a missed field for 2, which means that he can come back, can Walter, and get his century. Second of the season, 125 balls. It has been a superb display in sensible attacking batting, and the big tall opener has scored a vital century that has all but won the game.
Yeah, it's been
for Essex here. 10 fours, no sixes.
Very impressive. His 7th first-class 100.
And he waits on 100 not out as Green bowls, and that's driven, fielded by mid-wicket. It has a lot of genuinely impressive innings. I think what's been really good is he's played risk-free shots on the whole, but has been able to manufacture the ball, manufacture the shots that he's comfortable with, driving brilliantly down the ground. He's played through mid-wicket so wonderfully, and has used the angles of bowlers bowling round the wicket to him, so with it coming in to just play the ball across the line. Here is Green, and forward comes Walter and defends to Gums.
Thank you, Barry, for your email about Pepper standing up to the stumps, which was quite a challenge for him, but did pretty well. But there were a few byes, as you say.
But I think given
it was a challenge with the way the pitch was behaving at times.
Yeah, I think there's two things there which I'll come to in a second as Green comes into Walter, and again it's that shot off the pads, and he's going to get 4. Oh no, he's not. It's going to stop just short. It did split the 2 fielders. It's such a long boundary out there that would have been a 4 in most places, I think, but scooped in by Green on the boundary rib. He did really well in the end. It's a lovely shot from Walter, and he gets 3 for his trouble. 103 he's now on to, 198 for 3, 17 to win, and this is a foregone conclusion now, really.
Yeah.
I'd say 2 things. Number 1, there was some inconsistent bowling. You can't be bowling short down the leg side, and that caused a few of the byes. And the other one was that the ball was dying in the pitch and going basically between his legs quite a few times. You can't legislate for that either. Critchley waits, cocks up to the stumps as it stands to Green. He bowls straight delivering as no. And the other thing I would say was, given the pitch and given the way that it is played throughout this game, which is that we've seen real variable bounce, getting to the pitch of the ball would have been the ideal way to deal with it. And you would have had batters charging down the pitch on, I would say, pretty much every ball, if your wicketkeeper wasn't doing that, to stop and negate the risk of the variable bounce. In comes Green, whose full ball is driven to cover. There is no run. So that's the end of the over. 198 for 3, Essex. They need 17 to win off 17 overs, and they need to go at 1 run to win from here on in.
Sam Hain is out at Scarborough for 69, so Warwickshire 266 for 6. So all they can do now is try and hang on. It's 187 away from their target. So it looks like the table tonight, Essex are going to be on 103 with the win, and Sussex on 102. And if Warwickshire can get the draw there, and that's why obviously they probably settled for that at a relatively early stage with this huge target, that will get them up to 98 and leave them just 5 points off the top and still in a pretty good position. But in between them will be Somerset, who've gone to 100 points with their victory. So it just shows you how tight things are. So it looks like Essex 103, Sussex 102, Somerset 100. Warwickshire 98 if they draw, and Notts 94. But Surrey will have tumbled down the table a little bit. They were second at the start, and they'll probably be going down to around about 5th. But they'll still think that they're very much still in the hunt. So it just shows you how tight things are at the top, and will be at the end of this round of games. 198 for 3. Ryan Ahmed bowls, and Walter will play a slog pull shot which gets it away for 4. I think he's just trying to get this over as quickly as possible now, and it was a disdainful shot but pretty well executed. He goes to 107, and it's the Essex 200 up, 202 for 3. And so I wish Leicestershire well. It's been an interesting couple of games. We've seen some dominant days for Essex, we've seen some very evenly contested days, but you could say the biggest advantage Leicestershire had in these two games was at lunch on the first day at Chelmsford, when Essex were wondering what on earth was going on. As here's Ryan Ahmed bowls, and that's just run down by Walter down towards backward point, and there's no run. But yeah, wish Leicestershire well, and as I say, if it's not to be in the Championship, hopefully a berth in the knockout stages of the Blast and progress in the One Day Cup. 202 for 3, and this is again just run down, and again there's no run. He likes that shot, Walter. He doesn't like it when he can't get any runs, and it goes straight out to Green at backward point. So Alex Green, that is. There's a slip in. Leicestershire still trying, but just 13 runs needed now. And this is a slog sweep again. He's picked it up for the second time in the over, but it's skied away this time off the leading edge, and it's gone through Green and away for 2. His first thought was that's gone to mid-wicket, but he hadn't quite got it, and it's actually flown away off the leading edge, and it's just eluded Alex Green, and they've come back for a couple of runs. I think Walter a bit carefree now. He wasn't quite there for that shot.
That's a really bad drop, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah.
That was a very simple one for a professional cricketer. It was at waist height and just went through him. Just totally got it wrong.
I think he was probably thinking it wasn't coming to him, because it was probably thinking it was going out towards mid-wicket, and suddenly it flew off the leading edge as that's run down square into the offside. I was first looking away where the previous one had gone, and of course, and it's flown away in the opposite direction. So yeah, a catch that he feels he should have taken. 204 for 3, just the 11 to win. As Ryan Ahmed bowls, and that's just played by Walter. Easy light for a single through the covers. He's been very good at rotating the strike against Ryan Ahmed. It's not been his day. Probably feeling a bit downcast because of the fact that he might feel he's a bit the odd player out because of the fact that everybody else has come back to the Test squad. And he might get a chance later in the summer, and we wish him well if he does. But 205 for 3. I think he needs big championship runs. Is going to be the key for him. 110 for Walter and 22 for Critchley. 205 for 3.
Yeah, 10 to win off 16 overs, and great day for Essex. And I genuinely don't think they could have gone about this chase any better. I think it's been a really, really impressive way to go about things. Leicestershire can take some hope in the fact that they took it this late, they took it this deep, having been bowled out for 187 in the first innings. Joey Everson is going to bowl from the pavilion end his first overs of the day, and Walter has slammed him high up in the air. He's surely not going to be dropped this time by Hill, and he's taken brilliantly. And that drop off the last over has cost too many, but that was Walter just trying to finish in quick time. And slogging it high up in the air. He has had to go. Everson has got a wicket from his first ball of the innings, and the fourth one falls, but far too late. That is but a consolation wicket for Leicestershire. 205 for 4, and Walter has gone for a superb century. 110 off 134 balls. He's won this game for Essex and has done extraordinarily well, and you can tell by the way he's being clapped off the field by supporters of both teams that is a very good knock indeed.
Yeah, in a way, right at the end there, he got quite carefree. Can't really blame him actually. He's been out in the field for 200 overs and just wanted to see if he can get over the line quickly. He got away with it slightly against Ryan Ahmed in the previous over. Didn't get away with it there, but an absolutely magnificent innings from him. Second century of the season, and after a couple of low-scoring games at Chelmsford, right back in form, and he's done extremely well. So Pepper comes out. Not much to gain here, Michael Pepper. He's out of form with the bat. The one thing Essex might have liked, actually, is Michael Pepper to have a bit more time at the crease than he's going to get. But you can't have everything. Yeah. But he's going to go out at 205 for 4 with 10 needed. But the end of Paul Walter's innings, I think it's 110, 135 balls, I think it was, and 11 fours.
Truly brilliant knock. So latest scores then in the T20. He got a 50 against Kent in the T20, didn't he?
Yeah, at the start. That's a game Essex
got two 50s in the T20.
Yeah, he got Sussex. He got one against Sussex, I think, at the start. And
then against Kent. But then, looking at his first class stats, 19 against Leicestershire. 10 against Hampshire, 17 against Surrey, and 0 and 9 against Warwickshire. So not really been his season so far. But he waits, does Pepper, the wicket-keeper, who has been brought in as a substitute. And he drives first ball to a full one outside off stump by Everson. So that is now under 10 to win for Essex.
Yeah, a bit like, you're sort of looking at his T20 scores there, a bit like his championship scores. He's been a bit in and out, but of course T20's like that. As you're looking to try and clear the infield in the opening couple of overs, you can get yourself out. But this has been a very, I think, important innings for him in the context of his season.
Everson bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Critchley, who cuts, and that's going to run away for 4 to a third man position. Third man is up, and that has raced away towards the boundary rope in front of the corporate tent, the white roof of it, the sort of gazebo style tent as on the far side of the ground. So 4 runs then, 5 to win for Essex, and it's just a matter of time now.
So, a point clear of Sussex. They'll be the only 2 sides that have won 4 games, but Sussex, of course, have had their points deductions.
Everson, pacey run-up, bowls, defended by Critchley, plays back up the pitch, and it's fielded by mid-wicket.
But, yeah, a point ahead of Sussex and 3 points ahead of Somerset, and the visit to Taunton is leaving in August. So, the second half of the season is a tougher set of fixtures, and Essex...
As Everson bowls, and it's defended, no run.
We don't know whether they'll have Jordan Cox. So there's a few variables there, but one thing you can say, nothing beats winning, and there's been a lot of winning for Essex in the last few weeks in the T20 and the Championship. Just those first 2 T20 games actually has broken the run.
Very consistent, I suppose from an outside perspective. Probably just looks like they maybe need a bit more magic in their bowling, I would have said. Everson comes in, bowls, and that's defended again. It's a drive from Critchley, but not really with any impetus in it. That's the end of the over. A wicket for Everson. He's got 5 conceded off it though. 210 for 4, 215 the target, so they need 5 to win, do Essex.
Do you think, are you saying that in terms of the seam bowling or the spin?
Seam bowling.
Well,
it just felt, I felt watching Porter and Snater that Slater got, I think, 3 wickets in the second innings.
He bowled really well.
He did, but it was consistent.
Yeah.
But it didn't feel like it was building much pressure.
Again, I'm going to try and be fair to them and say they were without the third member of their team, and that was Sam Cook. And Sam Cook has been so important, and yesterday was the first time, actually, in the course of Sam Cook's injury, when he's probably really been missed. Obviously, he's missed all the time because of the quality of his as a performer, but funny enough, somebody on the emails was saying that England need a bowler who can bowl a tight line and keep, and also threaten to take wickets. And of course, Sam Cook would have been, particularly with no Atkinson or Robinson, poor Sam Cook getting injured at this time. You almost feel he would have been driven to the Oval to take part in the game. So Rayan Ahmed with 5 to win, bowls, and that's pulled and goes out towards Alex Green on the bounce. In fact, it is Rishi Patel. It's not Rayan Ahmed, it's Rishi Patel with 5 to win. So they've given up, I think, now in terms of frontline bowlers.
Yeah, want to go home now.
So 5 to win, and it's Pepper on strike. Hope he doesn't get out for his sake, because given he's not been in the best of form, and that's played defensively back down the pitch. Well, it's been a very good performance by Essex. I wonder how much longer Leicestershire had to bat to really make a game of it. It's Patel bowling, and this is driven away. It's a nice looking shot from Pepper, who's got nothing to gain here, but apart from not getting out, gets a single. And would have been a bit of a jolt to him, I guess, when he probably sensed that the moment that Cox kept wicket against Kent in that T20, that there might have been a plan afoot for him, perhaps not to play full part in this game, but he may well be still needed against Notts, as that's a delivery which is quite a useful one actually, but a turn, and it beats the forward push of Critchley. He's going to have a very good game here, 97, and he'll be hoping to end somewhere around about 26 or maybe even 30 not out, with just 4 to win. As Patel bowls again, just reaching forward and playing defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So, well, it's been an interesting 4 days. The game has gone on a lot rather longer than I think both of us thought it would do.
100%. I said this a couple of times, haven't I?
Yeah, it's a drive from Critchley looking for the winning runs, and it's partially stopped at cover. They get through for a single.
Fielding's letting Leicestershire down of late too. There's been quite a few misfields in this innings. I remember on Saturday, just before tea, someone saying to me that I would have Monday off, and I very much haven't had Monday off until 5.
Definitely not.
So it's been great though. I think it's been a good game. I've enjoyed it. It has ebbed and flowed as the best county championship matches do. Essex have in the end dominated and won very comfortably, but I think the fact that Leicestershire showed some guts in that second innings and took it to the fourth day, they, having been asked to follow on, pushed Essex all the way, and I think exhausted them. Everson's bowl what I suspect will be the final over of this match. 3 to win. He comes in and bowls, driven by Critchley. He will get a single out to deep cover. So we will have reaction to this on the Talking Foxes podcast from BBC Radio Leicester. You just need to go to BBC Sounds for that. You'll hear from Alfonso Thomas and Ben Green, and it's your show on Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday evening around the wicket on BBC Essex. You can get via BBC Sounds, and reaction on that as well.
Everson in, forward comes Pepper. It's a good name for a show, around the wicket. I like that.
Yes, it's used. There's someone else who uses it, I think, in Australia. Can't remember which show it is, but we've got the rights to it, I'm sure.
Well, having gone through the process of getting that commission, the Talking Foxes podcast, I can tell you it is not easy.
Right.
Yeah, you do have to go through if it's owned by somebody else. As Everson bowls, and it's pushed at by Pepper, and there is no run. And we will be back here next week for Leicestershire against Yorkshire at 11 o'clock start on Friday. And for you will be... Are we back at Chelmsford?
Yeah, it's not at Chelmsford, which is not smarting from their mauling by Somerset. It's going to be interesting to see how they go. Have they been unsettled? We'll see.
Everson bowls, and that's down the leg side. Cox does very well and whips the bails off. No run, though.
Of course, we will be at that point... next Friday. You've got to get your bearings right. We'll be in the middle of the second test, so it'll be interesting to see what the England, assuming that Cox is playing in that second test, then that sort of takes the thing out of the equation, which we believe he is now going to be.
Everson bowls, driven, and that pierces the infield, and that's going to run away for 4, and that's the game. Essex have won. They have won by 6 wickets and go top of the county championship, with results going their way elsewhere. It is the visitors today who have got home and go to the top of the tree. They've chased down 215 with 13 overs left in the day. Paul Walter, the star man, with his century, a really brilliant knock that meant that Essex made light work of this, really. They went at a very handy run rate, played aggressively with real intent and confidence, and made a pitch that has played funnily all day and all game look very, very simple to bat on too. Leicestershire have now lost 4 in a row in the county championship. Their return to Division 1 is not going as planned. They need to find a way to take wickets. And if you can get bowled out for 187 in your first innings, you are always going to be behind the game. But they will take some credit and some hope from the way they batted in the second innings to get to 428. Leicestershire get 3 points from this game. Essex get 23 points.
Yes, that's a big haul of points, and could even have been a whole lot, of course, but for that collapse in the first innings. And it means 5 wins in a row across formats. I think it's something like 7 wins out of 9 as well when you factor in the Championship and T20. And Essex on 103 points, 1 clear of Sussex, 3 clear of Somerset. And the Warwickshire game at the moment is drifting towards a draw, so they would come next on 98 points, but those tables will be confirmed later. But the one thing, we know that Warwickshire now are just fighting for a draw in that game, so we can be pretty certain now that Essex are going to be top at the end of this round of games. And that next game against Nottinghamshire, who are probably going to be down around about 4th place going into it, is going to be a big one, because Notts as champions will be facing the team that at the moment are their biggest threat, simply by virtue of the fact they're top of the table.
So thank you very much indeed for watching and listening to our coverage across the week. As I say, it'll be Yorkshire next week for us here at Uptonsteel Grace Road. We look to have your company then. And then for Essex, they are at Nottinghamshire. Sorry, they are facing Nottinghamshire at Chelmsford. Both big games for both, but Leicestershire need to find a win, and soon, if they're going to climb out of the 2 relegation spots in the County Championship Division 1. They are still winless and the only side in the league to be so. So, a 6-wicket win for Essex. They have cruised home in the end and are top of the tree. From me and from Nick, thank you very much indeed for listening. Thank you to Nick Esragani and Dick Davis, who have also been part of our coverage this week. And we'll see you next week. Goodbye.
Right, lovely, thank you very much. Well, 2 1.5 hour sessions there, after the 2.5.
Rothesay County Championship Division 1 again. 4 days against Yorkshire.